Hola, mi gente. Where is everybody? Where is everybody? I see y'all in the chat. Hello, everyone. What's up to my block stars? I see y'all in here early. Okay. And I love that because I told y'all I'm going to start at my start time sharp. Okay. I'm not going to leave y'all waiting. There's a lot to cover today, a lot of juicy stuff. And what I thought I was going to start with is not what I want to start with because someone left me a comment on Instagram and said, Jen, I know you're bringing up Kevin Samuels tonight. Did you see his interview with Nicki Minaj? I had not. I had not. You know, the girl got on YouTube, started searching. I saw it. I think it's like 18-minute interaction they had. It wasn't really an interview. It was like her stopping by and what I thought was both of them peacocking with their position and who they are, right? I don't think you can take either of them too seriously. But it was entertaining nonetheless. I was waiting to see if something would jump off, but it didn't. It was just peacocking back and forth. And then Kevin gave her the, well, I got to go, you know, because there's power in the person that ends the conversation first, as you know. So I'm sure that's what he was doing. So what's up, Tristan, Daryl, Queen Nita, Suit Bone? Good to see all y'all in here early. There's a lot to cover. There's going to be a lot of hurt feelings. And I always say that because for some reason, your girl tends to rub people the wrong way, even when I'm giving them a nice rub, right? For some reason, it's like, right? But you know me, I got the tough love going, so I'm gonna say what I gotta say, right? I'm already thirsty. I hope you're thirsty for this stream tonight too, because it's gonna be on and popping. I'm gonna let you guys up early because I usually do my little monologue and then I let you guys up, but I'm gonna let you guys up early because there's a lot to cover and I want to hear opinions on this. As you know, the topic is, are Black men hypersexual? I saw a clip, like we all do, of Kevin Samuels talking about Black men and their hypersexuality. And I found it very interesting because in my travels and my experiences, I have met men that I thought were hypersexual. And before we get into this and this, let's just cover what we know and our experiences before we throw it to, oh, I don't know who you hanging with, or well, white people do it too. Before we leave, okay, the block, okay, and take the train downtown to Midtown Manhattan, let's stay on the block for a minute and let's just discuss us, our experiences, and what we've seen. We are all Black and Latin here, so that is what I want to speak about today, okay? Are Black men hypersexual? Do Black men lead with their dicks, like Kevin Samuels said? I'm going to drop the link. I am also going to play the clip that I saw so you guys know what I'm referring to. And also, I feel like I need to prefix this stream with this. When people saw that I was going to take a clip from Kevin Samuels and address it on the show, as you can imagine, Kevin Samuels is like a bat signal, right? For drama and trauma. He's like a bat signal. So whenever you even type his name in you know, a comment or in a post, like you just get this onslaught of what people think you're gonna say or what people think you're saying about him. You already know Kevin Samuels has become a trigger word, right? For so many reasons, for women and for men. Okay, not just for women, but also for men. Men feel like they have to come to his defense and they don't even know what you're going to say yet or what clip you're going to use. And then women automatically get insulted, like, well, I don't like his message, right? Which is fine. You know me, I take everybody with a grain of salt. I've always been saying from the beginning of when you guys met me, a broken clock is right twice a day, right? I received a comment that said, well, I thought you didn't like his message, Jen. And isn't that what you're always saying? No, guys, don't misquote me, okay? What I said was he is entertainment to me, okay? He's not gospel to me. He is entertainment to me, and a broke clock is right twice a day. I'm not with anybody's overall message. I don't care who it is. It could be Jesus Christ, the preacher, my mama, my daddy. I'm not with anybody's overall message. And the problem is that most human beings attach themselves to anybody who resonates with their trauma, and then they're into their overall message, and that's dangerous. Okay, it also shows me that you have a deficiency in your discernment. Okay, and that's a dangerous way to live life, because then you could be pulled to and fro whichever way somebody wants to pull you. So I always say question everything. A broke clock is right twice a day. So no, I have no hate or loathing for Kevin Samuels. I think he's funny. I see it as comedy. It's not gospel to me. I'm not going to take his advice and go find a husband. So, you know, if you know what he says resonates with you, great, right? We're just going to discuss one talking point that he had. Also, we have to remember that these talking points that we all have on YouTube and social media, from Kevin Samuels to Tasha K to whoever it is you watch that you feel is like, you know, the highest echelon of YouTube, these talking points are not new. They're redundant. They're recycled. It's just, you know, we're all on YouTube now. We're talking about them from different angles because we all have different experiences, right? So that is what I'm doing here today. None of these talking points are new. When, you know, the gentleman was leaving comments on my Instagram page, he was like, well, I thought, you know, you didn't like his talking points. And I'm like, they're not his talking points. They're not anybody's talking points. They are the human experience. They are part of the human experience. Black male hypersexuality, that conversation is as old as dirt. Black women being sexualized is old as dirt. The Latina being the hot tamale is as old as dirt, right? But we continue to speak about these things because these things are still prevalent in society, and they're still prevalent when people want to stereotype us, right? And some of these things are true. Some stereotypes are true. Some are not. Okay, guys, so I'm going to, before I get into it, I am going to drop the link right away, okay? Because I know y'all gonna want to say stuff, and I don't want to be typing. And Tristan is always like, he thinks I should have a keyboard close to me, so I'm not doing this. But you guys like see me up close, right? Okay. So some of the things I want to cover in Black male hypersexuality are things like mommy issues, which we think men don't have, and they do. When we hear a parent issue, we think daddy issues, right? And that's usually what you tag a woman with, who's constantly searching for love and is not doing a very good job of it, or sees men a certain way, or sees men to rescue her, or is promiscuous. We say, well, she got daddy issues. The same is the same for men. A lot of them have mommy issues. And it's quite simply because the first relationships we have with the opposite sex is our dads. Or if you're a man, it's your mom, right? So they kind of mold how you're going to look at the opposite gender for a long time, unless you can recover from whatever it is they damaged in your brain, right? So that's why, you know, we call them mommy issues and daddy issues and what have you. So that's one of the subjects I want to cover, mommy issues. I want to talk about, are Black men hypersexual? What's the root of it? I coined a phrase today that's going to rub people the wrong way, okay? And it is Plantation Buck syndrome.
I know some of you dropped their teacups. Very quickly, I want to welcome you all in again. I see some people just coming into the room. Welcome to On the Block with Jen. Y'all already know. Hit the subscribe, hit the like, hit the notification bell. That's out the way. You know how YouTube works. That's how we stay in the algorithm. So we need you to do that. Sometimes the conversation is interesting and you forget. We need the support of likes and the notification bell and the subscription button. Okay, so I want to cover Plantation Buck syndrome, which is a phrase I coined today. So if you hear it anywhere else, that was me. I said it. So Plantation Buck syndrome, PTSD, mommy issues, and hypersexuality, and also this Kevin Samuels talking point. Now I want to play it for you guys, just so you're clear about what I'm talking about. And I hope that all of the guys that are usually campaigning and championing for Kevin Samuels are also going to be here when he's talking about how Black males lead with their dicks, because that's the discussion today. So if you like his overall message, if you're a fan, if you're a light fan of his, if you just think he's entertaining, I'm sure you're not going to be mad at me, because Kevin is your boy, right? And this is coming straight out of the horse's mouth, right? So I hope y'all not the type of guys that are only campaigning for him when he's saying something about women that's negative, right? We all grown, right? We're fair here, right? Okay. So I'm gonna play the video for you, and then I'm gonna get into it. I dropped the link if you want to come up and jump right in with me and talk about this, because I am going to be dissecting today with my little scalpel and giving you my theories of my experiences and why I think Black men fall under the category of hypersexuality and why they lead with their dicks, and they're all about, hey, I'm the big dick energy and all of that, and that's me, and that's what I'm known for, and why they behave the way they do. And here we could throw in the some, not all, because I know some of you are like, I don't do that. You already know the drill. So let me play this clip for you real quick. What's up, Annalicia? I heard so much about you, girl. If I tell you how many comments I got about you, it's very, very funny. They're like, you have to debate Annalicia, Clash of the Titans. I thought that was hilarious. So good to meet you. I did see some of the your content. I did check you out because your name kept dropping. So I was like, who is this woman? So I did check out your content. So I did drop the link. But let me drop this video so you guys know what I'm talking about before you come at me, because I didn't say it, your boy said it. So I'm just going to dissect it. It's my theory, okay? So here we go. Listen to this. It's under 2 minutes long. I will be playing it again as we go on, because I know some people are gonna come in late. But this is what I want to discuss today. All right?
Stop trying to find your manhood through your dick. I want you Black men to imagine a world where I did this. Snap my fingers, Thanos, Reality Stone, and away goes your penis and your balls. Every last one of your black dicks goes away. Then what are you? Where are you? What kind of man are you? Far too many of us Black men try to make our masculinity and manhood through our dicks. We spend an inordinate amount of time in our youth trying to fuck our way into manhood. That's why you got so many young guys who aren't even where they should be, thinking, I can fuck my way in, I can make her this. And where do you rank amongst other men? We're the only group of men who walk around with our dick thinking that makes us a man. Go around other groups of men. They don't have to walk around and hi, I'm the CEO, hello, or whatever the accents you want to put in. They are not judged by their penis, their ability to fuck. And we have bought into this shit. Stop it. Stop leading with your dick. Stop leading with your game. Stop leading with your mouthpiece. I don't hear as many young Asian men, Middle Eastern men trying to get women on the right page. I'm in law school, I'm in grad school, I'm in this, I'm in that, I'm trying to buy this business, I'm investing in it. And we're trying to fuck our way through. And I did it too. I'm not gonna lie, I did it too when I was young. And there's a point in time when you're like, this is stupid. You risk either getting a sexually transmitted disease or creating a life. It's reckless. It's meaningless. There are numbers you get to where you can be ashamed of, like, God, I've had all this sex for what? Fucking doesn't make you a man.
Wow. That was a mouthful. I found that very, very interesting. Okay. Now, again, this is, you know, the man's man of the men, right? And this is the street. They even call him the Godfather, right? So I just wanted to know if men are as receptive to that message we spoke about right there as they are to women being average at best, hitting the wall, not worthy to have two children.
If they're single mothers, you know, have too many degrees that nobody cares about. I wanted to know if you guys are as receptive in what you think about his message. I thought it was 100% correct. 100%. Like I said, I don't subscribe to Kevin Samuels, and not for any particular reason because he offends me, but it's just I don't subscribe to anyone who has a redundant message. He's not the only one that has a redundant message. So do women. There are some women in the YouTube streets that have redundant messages. I like to be entertained. I get bored easily. As you know, my page, I cover all kinds of stuff, right? From politics to celebrities to relationships to religion. I cover all kinds of things. I cover current events. That's just how I roll. And Kevin has a theme, right? Which works. You know, I even advise you, if you're on YouTube and you want your page to blow up, concentrate on one thing, whether you're a DIY person, whether you are, you know, you like collecting water bottles. So you will find your tribe, okay? I'm just not part of that Kevin tribe or any tribe that's redundant in their message. So that's why I don't subscribe to him. But every now and then I'll hear him say something and it's like, that's interesting. That's funny. That's entertaining. So I want to know what you guys think of. Hi, Lily. Okay, Lily says, why be limited? She says, I agree with this particular message by him. I agree. Okay, doll. So I thought it was profound, and I thought it was something that Black men need to hear because they take a lot of pride in their dicks. They really, really do. There's a lot of emphasis on it. You hear men talking about it. You hear men, you know, peacocking about it. And I'm like, so what else do you have going on? And it doesn't matter what tax bracket they're in, because some people will say, well, the guy in the hood has nothing else, so he has to perfect his dick game, right? But then we have men of means, right? And they're also for the streets, as they say, right? What they would say about women, for the streets. And what I found interesting about what Kevin Samuel said in particular was that he said sometimes you sleep with so many women that it's disgusting, right? And I'm paraphrasing. It's not a direct quote of what he said exactly. I don't remember the exact word he used, but it's just it's disgusting. It's like, why did I even do that? Why did I sleep with so many women? I think the issues are psychological, okay? Although men will have you think that that is just the nature of men, right? I don't think that anybody that is continuously having sex and seeking sex with multiple partners, that's not innate. That's not natural. Wanting sex is natural. Wanting to feel good is natural. Wanting to procreate is natural. But if you are a man and every time I see you, you're talking about some booty you just left or some booty you're going to get, or about the 2-3 booties you had a week ago, okay, and bragging about how many booties you've had in your lifetime, you need therapy. You have psychological issues, okay? So let's talk about one of the things, because I said I was going to be covering different things. PTSD, mommy issues, hypersexuality, Plantation Buck syndrome. I'm gonna leave that one to the end because that one is spicy. And I know you people are gonna be like, oh. Okay, so let's deal with mommy issues. Let's start at the beginning. Let's start with, okay, you're born, you got your mama. Men don't realize how much of their behavior as adults can be contributed to the relationship they have with their moms. Like, they do not realize that. And it has a lot to do with it, from not being able to be affectionate, from not being able to be sexual, from hating women, having a disdain for women, being bitter about women. Like, that affects you in adulthood. And because they're not addressed, those issues are not addressed, you just take that into your relationships, right? It happens on both ends, but I want to talk about men today because we're talking about what Kevin Samuels said in particular about men leading with their dick, Black men leading with their dick. So, you know, a lot of the stuff that we do and behave when it's toxic or negative are really unresolved issues of our, you know, being reared by our parents who didn't have it together, who were doing the best of what they had, okay? And you're not even being raised up, you're being dragged up, right? Because they're trying to survive and they're trying to keep you alive and feed you. So a lot of stuff goes down in your home, right? Little boys love their mamas, right? So however it is that their mother treats them is how they're going to view women, right? In my studies of narcissism, you usually break a child by age 5 or 6 is when they snap and break, and then you pretty much build who they are psychologically for the rest of their lives. Unless, you know, God bless the child that got his own, unless a man grows up and says, I don't like being this way, I don't like being toxic, I'm going to get therapy, right? But how often does that happen? Not very often, because we live in a society that is custom fit for men to act the monkey ass fool, unfortunately. And it's getting worse because you go online, there's 50,000 asses, there are girls twerking. You turn on the TV, there's lots of sex on TV. You open a magazine, someone's bent over there. Like, you know, sex sells, and the country we live in knows that. So this country, it's bad in two ways for men that are trying to heal from childhood trauma and mommy issues. It's bad in two ways. One, they don't promote therapy. People do it online, but America, this country where we live, doesn't promote therapy. They promote sex, rock and roll, drugs, right? They promote toxicity as entertainment. And these are the worlds that these men are in after growing up in a toxic situation, carrying that trauma. There's booty everywhere. Everywhere they go, a woman is offering some type of booty, right? And not even offering it for real, but offering it for money or likes or clicks or OnlyFans. It's everywhere, to the point where sometimes men don't know how to treat just regular old gal, you know what I mean, who just wants to get to know him. Like, they don't know how to function because of that first relationship, which is their mommy, okay? These are things that people are not going to tell you, okay? Men are going through a lot, same as women, but it gets swept under the rug, right? So that's what we're going to talk about here today. So mommy issues. Thank you, YB Limited. I love you, Lily. So Soup Bone, sometimes I don't know if he or she, because I don't know if it's a woman or a man. I'm guessing it's a man. I don't know. And I'll put up some of these comments. Soup Bone, I'll just say Soup Bone because I don't know your gender. China has over 1 billion people. India also has over 1 billion people. So again, who's hypersexual? There's a difference between populating a country and being an individual who has to have multiple sex partners. You do know that, right? So unless you're going to prove to me that in China and India, you know, families have 10, 15, 20 different children from different partners, then your point makes sense. But there's a difference, you know, country population and one man that needs to sleep with 300, 400, 500 women so he can feel better. Okay, and I'm talking about the latter here today. I'm not talking about country pop. Okay, thank you, Queen Nita. What's up, Reese from Philly? Oh, Reese, I know you got something. I know you got something for this. What's up, Block Stars? Oh, Truth is here. Let me take down his What's up, family? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hey, you. How you doing?
I'm doing really good. I feel good today. I'm excited about this topic, even though I know people are going to be in their feelings, but that's what you already know. You already know.
Yeah, you looking very nice today. I mean, not that you don't look nice every day, but you looking nice. What you got going on today?
I'm good, man. I was chill today. I did a little paperwork. I did some writing, but I wanted to really dig into this. So I took it easy today. Usually I'm running around and then I'm running to you guys and hitting the, the live button. I was like, no, I'm gonna chill today and I'm gonna get into this because I really want to get into this. This is very, very important. Did you see, let's start first. Did you see, Reese, come up here when you can. Did you see the clip that I played, the Kevin Samuels clip?
No, I didn't get a chance to, but I think I seen the video talk about. I watch his content pretty frequently, but I think I remember. But he has talked about this several times. But go ahead. If you want to, you could replay the clip, or you could explain it to me.
Yeah, because a lot more people came in, and it's only under 2 minutes. It's a short clip. So for all the people that came in, this is the subject that I want to talk about today really quickly. I'm going to throw it up for you, just so you're not lost. And we're going to dissect this issue today.
Stop trying to find your manhood through your dick. I want you black men to imagine a world where I did this. Snap my fingers, Thanos, reality stone, and away goes your penis and your balls. Every last one of your black dicks goes away. Then what are you? Where are you? What kind of man are you? Far too many of us black men try to make our masculinity and manhood through our dicks. We spend an inordinate amount of time in our youth trying to fuck our way into manhood. That's why you got so many young guys who aren't even where they should be, thinking, I can fuck my way in, I can make her this. And where do you rank amongst other men? We're the only group of men who walk around with our dick thinking that makes us a man. Go around other groups of men. They don't have to walk around and hi, I'm the CEO, hello, or whatever the accents you want to put in. They are not judged by their penis, their ability to fuck. And we have bought into this shit. Stop it. Stop leading with your dick. Stop leading with your game. Stop leading with your mouthpiece. I don't hear as many young Asian men, Middle Eastern men trying to get women on the right page. I'm in law school, I'm in grad school, I'm in this, I'm in that, I'm trying to buy this business, I'm investing in that. And we're trying to fuck our way through. And I did it too. I'm not going to lie. I did it too when I was young. And there's a point in time when you're like, this is stupid. You risk either getting a sexually transmitted disease or creating a life. It's reckless. It's meaningless. There are numbers you get to where you can be ashamed of, like, God, I've had all this sex for what? Fucking doesn't make you a man.
Ooh, Lord. That was a mouthful. Okay, so the word he used, I said discussed it earlier, but he used ashamed. You can get to a number of women that you're sleeping with and be ashamed of it. Now, I agree, but for some reason, when I've had these conversations in other rooms, there's no shame for men in sleeping with 300, 400, 500 women. I say there is. It appears that their godfather, not mine, but their godfather said there is. So what do you think, Truth? I think it's disgusting for either person to commit their, sexual organs to multiple people over and over and over again. And not even so much, yeah, there's a physical, thing that comes with it. There's you may catch an STD, but just mentally, just getting naked and getting sexually involved with the other person. You know what I mean? Over and over and over again. What do you think about that?
Well, first and foremost, let me say something about the video. And see, this is why I can't rock with old boy, because he's too comfortable saying certain words, and certain words, the men I know, we don't say those type of things. So
Like
that when he's being very explicit and descriptive about a man's genitalia.
Oh yeah, he went there.
Yeah, he's saying it so emphatically. Like I'm not. He got another video that is just out of the way. Like that's why. Like for me, to me, like I told a whole bunch of people, I don't mess with him, and I don't mess with him because, unlike most people, like I hung around authentic masculine men, and to me, he's not masculine at all.
Oh.
Yeah, he's not masculine at all. All the beratement and everything like that's not masculine. You see what I'm saying? You can tell by his cadence, his stance, even in his voice and everything like that. Like he's not masculine at all. But that's just one. That's just the first thing. Like,
okay.
Now on to the subject. I've spoke about this on several shows. I was one of those. Again, I was one of those guys out here. Mm-hmm. Caught up and out here sleeping with a lot of women. Mm-hmm. Even to the point when I had, my child's mom had found my other Facebook page with nothing but the females that I slept with.
Oh my! So you were collecting?
Yeah. It was bad, and I've spoken about this where people thought I was enjoying myself. I was in a situation where I was mentally stuck. And I was dealing with a lot of trauma. And this is, most people have other vices where they go to alcohol, drugs, and so on. I went to sex, and that's what filled my craving. And, inward, I was crying. I was hurting bad. But this is the way that I got off the pain. This is what I was numbing my pain with, was sleeping around with girls, the hunt of getting them, and everything like that. It wasn't like I was out here. It wasn't even so much I was thinking I was the man, but the people around me considered that as that gives you credence and a stature as you the man because you conquering so many women. So in my mind, I couldn't get out of that situation. But I've spoken about it many a time that, I think it's very disgusting. Now that I got my mind to becoming and making sound decisions as a man, I've spoken out, vehemently about that. I don't think that is man behavior to be sleeping around with a whole bunch of women because of the negative effect of what that does to a woman as well as to a man's psyche. We supposed to be put here to go. What you was about to say?
I was going to say, you spoke about you were doing this because you had trauma. Did you identify what the trauma was?
It was a lot of things, mom issues, being exposed to sex at an early age, watching pornography, not having a dad because in order, I didn't have a great example of what a man is. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? All these things led into, mental health, trauma, and just ballooned into something where I was just a monster. Like that's all I can just equate it to is that, I just did what I could do to get what I want.
Okay. And since we're dissecting his talking point, which is not really his talking point, it's a redundant talking point. Mm-hmm. We're going to get into why later, but since we're dissecting this and just talking about mommy issues, can you tell me you know, you can share if you like, if you don't feel
Oh
comfortable.
yeah, I'm always open about you know, what's going on, because if you're not being, people say they're being transparent, but they not being really transparent. I don't have a problem, because the individual that I was, I'm no longer him. That person's dead, so it doesn't bother me. When you, it's not that I didn't have a man in the household. You know, I had what was considered stepfather, so I was always around. You know, had a man presence around me. The problem with that is I was lacking from my mom because she worked 2 jobs.
Okay.
And the love that she kept me clothed, kept me fed, everything like that, you know, didn't want for nothing. But the attention and the lack of love from my mom, I wasn't getting that like how I wanted to. She would come home, she would work, and then she would come home tired. And then just to get her mind, I guess, freed up, she would go and do what she got to do. You see what I'm saying? Like, to free her mind up so she can get back to, you know, working and everything like that. So that later on led into the fact that I didn't really feel connected with my mother.
Okay.
And I looked for it. I looked for it outside and found it in other women. And that's when the snowball effect of just having sex and just it's we already know how powerful sex is. And sex, when, you know, if you're pretty good at it, you can get people to give you that attention.
Right.
They will do certain things for you and things like that. So that's how the mommy issues translated in that. The abandonment part, the not getting attention, I was getting that from other women through, you know, transition with sex. That was the transaction. So
that's super interesting, because it's well, thank you for sharing, first of all, because most women be like, oh, I'm good, right? And not even in a bad way, they just don't know how to communicate, you know what I mean, trauma, right? So no knock to the guys, but it's interesting to hear a man say it, and it's literally word for word what a woman would say if she was being honest about her trauma about her daddy. So it's very interesting. It's the same exact thing. Like, you're constantly out, so you're grown up now, and you're constantly looking for that love, right? Because you felt abandoned or you felt neglected. So you're thinking, and, you know, like you said, sex is a powerful tool. Sex is the closest you can get to another human being, right? So people do it, and they, you know, self-medicate with sex. If you're not into drugs or drinking, you know what I mean, that is your thing, and it feels just as good as drugs.
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
Oh yeah.
But I can imagine it's a high, right? Same as with drinking and with drugs, or what have you. Do you think that your mom, was she abusive, or she was just like, I don't have time, I'm working,
it was a little bit I say mentally and verbally. Yeah. Because of, you know, to have the pressure of trying to raise 2 boys, you know, me and my brother, and then trying to stay afloat. But it wasn't so much that she had to, she really placed this burden on herself, because she had, you know, my grandmother to help her, but she considered herself to go out there and do it on her own. You feel what I'm saying?
Yep.
And that burden she placed on herself, that caused a problem with us and everything. And it led into, you know, the trauma and everything that I grew up with. And it took me a while to get out of it. It took me, you know, basically 28 years of my life.
Well, I'm glad you got out, because I know people, let me tell you, who are in their 50s, 60s, and 70s, and they still have the same toxic outlook on the opposite gender. Like, to this day, there's some people that I know, and I'm like, you still talking about this? Whether it's a relative of mine, like an uncle, or, you know, it's like, you're like, okay, uncle, you're pushing like 70 something now. So I'm glad that you healed or still healing, because I think healing is a muscle, and you have to exercise it like anything else. It's just something that you have to live with and catch yourself when you're slipping back into the toxicity or that trauma.
Well,
Really.
it depends on the individual. If you really want, if you really deal with it and come to honest with yourself about something, and you're seeking to be, a lot of people talk about healing, but it's a thing called deliverance, to be delivered from that. And that's what I had. I went through a healing process, and then I finally was delivered from that. You know, it's basically an addiction. It's an addiction. And a lot of people don't, you know, understand that. They like to classify it as, oh, that's man's nature. No, it's not. It's not. It comes from, like I said, pornography, being overly sexualized, being exposed at it. You know, I was aware about sex at the age of 6 years. You see what I'm saying? That's a long time to be exposing yourself, to be watching it, you know, and then 6 years later, from 6 at 12, had my first experience, and then been having sex ever since the age of 12, all the way down. You know, that's a lot. It's a lot. And I told people, you know, it's other things you got to worry about other than, you know, STD, sexually transmitted disease. You know, it messes you up mentally, and then also from a spiritual factor, you get sexually transmitted demons. And what I mean by that is, every individual that another individual has been with, that you take on those properties.
Yep. I'm weird like that too. Like I think everything holds energy, furniture, clothes, hair. Like
You
I think
take on those properties. So, and you wonder why you be having attitude. You wonder why you out here hurting people. You out here doing the craziest thing. You becoming a menace, and you don't know is because you don't mess with all these girls and all the guys that they mess with. So you multiply that.
right.
And basically you done slept with over, you talking over 1,000 people.
Those people that slept with. I'm spiritual in that way.
Yeah.
Right? No energy. So we started with mommy issues because I wanted to start at the beginning, but I want to go way back into time, right? I want to go way back into time. And this is where it's going to get spicy, right? I think. Okay. So I want to talk about a phrase that I coined when I was thinking about this topic, and we're going to do it now. I was going to wait, but we're going to do it now because some people will be offended. Might as well offend them early. So I was thinking this. I coined this phrase. I call it Plantation Buck syndrome. Way back. Way back on the plantations. Okay. Black men, African men were deemed what? Basically animals used for breeding purposes, were not respected, right? Were demoralized, were abused. We know all of that, right? Their penises were usually a target of hate because, you know, they were more well endowed, more than likely than, you know, a Caucasian man. So not only were they a target, but their sexuality was a target. They were forced to do homosexual acts. They were forced to sleep with women that they weren't in love with. They were sexualized and abused in that sexuality. I really, truly think that there's a lot of residue from the plantation that men today still carry, where they put their value in their penis. That is the most important thing. If I don't have a penis and I can't work it good, no one's going to care about me. This woman's not going to care about me. She's not going to value me. It's all about, you know, my penis. And the proof in the pudding is that even when a man doesn't have a dime to his name, okay, he is congratulated, championed, held up if he has a good D game. And we know that. Ladies, we cannot deny that. We make fun of the Pookie and the Jamals, whatever name you want to put on it, or the Jose's. We don't care that he doesn't have money, long as he has that good D game, right? So that's how prevalent it is in our communities. That's how much emphasis is put on the Black penis, where a man can't have anything else. But if he has good D, or if it's big, or it's deemed big because he's Black, then he's valuable. And that's something that I feel stemmed from the plantation. That was the Black man's value, his strength and his penis, because his penis led to more people, right, that they can enslave. So that's why I coined the phrase Plantation Buck syndrome, where these men are still walking around thinking, if I have nothing else, right? If I don't have the love of this person, if my mama didn't want me, if I got no money, okay? If I'm not accepted in society, I got my penis, and it's a Black one. So I'm valuable, no matter what you say. So it's so deep rooted. And people say, well, slavery was 400 or 500 years ago. It is embedded in our DNA, right? What we've experienced. So we cannot ignore, Kevin Samuels made it very elementary. Stop leading with your, he made it very elementary, but it's so much deeper than that. And if we don't dissect it, it goes in one ear and out the other as soon as a fat booty walks by, right? So it has to be dissected. That's why I coined the phrase, because I think it's very important to stress to Black men in particular, because there was such an emphasis on him being valuable through his penis, that he is more than his penis. And we usually hear these conversations targeted towards women. Girl, you're more than your body. You're more than your breast. You're more than your booty. You're more than that. But men suffered the same trauma, and no one's ignoring it. So we have to get, deeper than Kevin Samuels' point, where he was like, well, other ethnicities and races aren't talking about sex. You guys lead with your D. Why though? You just can't tell somebody that and then send them off. You have to dissect it, right? And that's what I wanted to do here today. And it's deep. And that's why I personally like the phrase Plantation Buck syndrome, because that's how these men are running around. They don't care about anything else, long as they can slay, and slay repeatedly, right? And slay with many. And we hear men, I've heard men brag about it. Oh, after I leave here, I'm going to go, get this chick. And last week I had, these two. And I'm sexual. I'm hypersexual. And it's like, and you're not embarrassed by that. You feel no shame. Like something's wrong up here. Has nothing to do. It's here. Right. So what do you think about going way deeper? Mr. Rucker, I swear, if I had a shoe, I'd throw it at you. Our prenup pusher is in the chat. Hello, Mr. Rucker. What's up, David Dillon? Oh, David Dillon, that's a great point. He said Mandingo effect is real. We've all seen the movie Mandingo, I'm sure. And if you haven't watched it, you'll understand that comment Mandingo effect is real. Tristan, you still a virgin? Don't play with man. So Truth, what do you think about going that deep back to the plantation? You think it's too deep? You think it's like we're in 2022 now? None of that matters. We're here. What do you think about when you hear that Plantation Buck syndrome?
I mean, we've had conversations about, racism, slavery, and stuff like that. To me, I believe that had an effect, but I believe that prior to that, things, for me, spiritually take place. Like our minds are very corrupted, and the things we think of, we might not say them, but the things we think of are perverse, horrific. It's a mess. But nobody, all the little secrets and everything that we keep hidden, we know what we think about. We know what we have done and all those type of things. So those things are passed down, along with our habitual tendencies through our DNA to our children. And our children have these things and they come up with, a lot of things. If you want your child to, the best way to break generational curses is for you not to indulge or experience certain things, and you won't pass them things on to your children. So the plantation, I guess the PBS, yeah, I believe that played a factor. Now, as far as with me, I don't, in order for me to get healing and deliverance, like I said, I had to do self-evaluation and self-accountability. So I can't put onus on something else. That was the only way for me to get out of it, because if I put on something else, then it's going to make me feel sorry for myself, and then I'm going to be stuck in this loop. Correct. The only way I could break, like a lot of people, that's why they're continuously healing, because it still has a source that's feeding it. I don't no longer have a source. It's dead. I no longer, worry about that part that happened to me. I no longer am, hurting or have unforgiveness towards my mom for certain situations and everything like that. We've worked everything out. And that's how you totally get delivered from these things. If racism has played, if that's something that is very prevalent still in your mind, then yeah, it can be a very big factor. Also, you made a comment about, a man's parts and everything, and with how we using it in today's climate, dealing with certain, females. If you're not good there, they're not bumping with you. Okay, so it, like, you want us not to worry about, the thing, our area, but our area, actually, some women will not even, like I said, they won't even mess with you if you're not good in the bed like that. They'll toss you to the wayside, or they'll sleep with somebody else just like that, because they're not getting fulfilled. So that plays a factor as well, because you have the burden of performance.
So I'll say this: I don't want you. It's not that I don't want you to think about that or worry about that. You really should. You know what I mean? Be able to satisfy your partner. What I think is that you shouldn't have like hundreds of partners. So I really think, yeah, you should, be up to par, because sex is important in relationships. And I will say, I always have a story, but I was with someone for 3 years who couldn't satisfy me. Wow. So we're out here too. Women, like you'd be surprised what women will put up with. Oh wait, we got it.
So you put up for it, but look, so you went 3 years, but you ain't went no longer.
No.
Yeah. Okay. So But
the funny thing is that, as crazy as it sounds, and I keep it 100. As crazy as it sounds, that's not why I left. Even though it was a burden, I'm not gonna lie, it was burdensome, right? To be in a relationship where it's like, this isn't happening the way it was supposed to be happening. I stuck it out, right? I was down, and that's not even why I left. That just made it easy to leave with the other stuff that was going on. I'm like, oh, and we can't even, you know what I mean? We can't even get down the way I want to get down, and this is going on. No, I'm good. Goodbye. Right. But I held it down for 3 years. I wouldn't do it again, but I did it.
So what was the other factor that led to the split?
He didn't, what I felt, he was afraid of, he had his traumas. He couldn't say the words, I love you. Like, looking back now, it's probably petty now at my age. Now looking back, I should have had more understanding, but at that time I didn't. I was young. I was early 30s. He couldn't say I love you. He couldn't literally use those words because of his trauma. He was in the police department, so the overtime was through the roof. So I barely saw him. He didn't want to commit to a relationship. He was hell bent on, I gotta be rich or well off to take on a wife or a woman. Other than that, take a woman on and call her my girlfriend. Other than that, he was, a great guy. But I was just like, okay, it's too much going on. I barely see you. And then when I do, we can't really get down. You got all this overtime. And then you can't even say the words, I love you back to me. And, back then I was super mushy and I was like, I love you. How can you not say it back? So it was just a couple things.
Oh, and I wish I could have met that, Jen.
A lot of people wish they could have met that.
That'd have been 10 out of 10 then. Oh my goodness.
Many moons ago. Wait, we got a commercial break. Ill Doctrine, thank you for the super chat. I don't want to do it all the time, but she be touching my shoulders with her fingers and looking at me. What I'm supposed to do. So I simp. Why not gonna start the simp thing today? Tristan said, they make you love the word simp, these guys. It's crazy. Thank you, Tristan. He said, I'm just trying to get married, have kids, and simp over one woman. That's a beautiful thing, though. See,
Draper is the man.
That's a beautiful thing. That's how it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? It's like get you your best friend, somebody you can rock with, and simp for each other. Yes, that's what happened with my guy, but that was 3 years, and it got so bad that he was like, I don't want to get into my life. I want to get into this, but it got so bad. He was like, I understand if you need to see somebody else, right? And I was like, no, like if I see somebody else, I can't come back and do this. Like it was too much. It was messing with my head too much. So it ended. But he was a sweet guy. Like I don't have anything bad to say about him at all, other than he just was in a different place, So, yeah, that was a long time ago. Cloud Hill 25 SG said, Jen is truly a ride or die chick. Wasn't much riding going on or no dying, but she's a real joyless sex. Yeah, it was bad, man. I started feeling like a whole lesbian. I really did. I started feeling lesbian. I was like, yeah, because the sex, me, Truth. I keep it 100, okay? Ooh. The sex we were having was very lesbian-like. And I was like, yeah, this is messing with my head too much. I can't do it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he had
it's a real thing if you can't, please the individual. So it's a real burden for guys to live up to that performance, because then the relationship doesn't last.
Right.
So it's twofold when it comes to, trying not to, be worried about or trying to, I agree with everything can't be centered around just doing that.
Right.
Because you won't even be able to appreciate the individual. Like I never had no problems, sexually, no complaints or anything like that. But like I said, it was the factor of I wasn't able to even emotionally attach to an individual because my attorney. So
what on earth, because that's big, Truth. Like what on earth brought you from where you were to healing? Did you seek therapy?
No, I seek my origin. I found my father, God. Seriously.
Oh, okay.
And that's what
brought you out of it. That's big. That's deep. If it wasn't therapy, it was just that. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I tell people, like, my experience is different. I've had a complete, 180 and became a better man in the way I see the world. That's why when, I have discussions about who God is and everything like that, and people ask me, how do I know he's real? I say, because I actually know him. I've experienced, a great change in my life. I experienced miracles and I feel his presence daily. So it's a little bit different for me. And also I made up my mind that I wanted to be, I got tired. I really got tired. Like
it stopped being fun for you.
Yeah, like I said, like eventually, just like when people, have their addictions. Eventually they get frustrated and get tired because it's just the repetitiveness and then the draining, because it wasn't fun. It was a fix, a high, and then you miserable until the next time you go sleep with somebody. So that's why I tell people, I was a serial mess. It was constant, daily. Like it was bad. It was bad.
So what do you say to guys that constantly talking about women that they're sleeping with and bragging about? Because I feel so sorry for them, especially when they're grown men. Like I'm talking 40s, 50s. I'm not talking about children here who don't know any better. But when I see men, I'm like, and when they do it in public, it's like, don't you see people can see you and hear you, and there's no shame in it? What would you say to a man that's behaving that way in public and doesn't see anything wrong with constantly talking about betting women?
Well,
as someone who went through it and came out on the other side with religion.
Yeah, I've talked to, like I said, I don't know how many people from off this stream, but throughout my life, I've talked to individuals and everything about that. And first and foremost, when you're getting it like that, it's like I said, it become so repetitive that you're not talking about it, because it's just a part of your lifestyle. It's habitual. So it's nothing to talk about, because it's just like, I don't talk about when I go to sleep.
Right.
I talk about when I eat, because it's just part of my daily lifestyle. That's how much I was doing. So most of these guys is not out here. They ain't cracking nothing. That's number one. Number two, again, they haven't dealt with their issues. They're still trying to find fulfillment. Most of them don't even know what their purpose for themselves is as a man. If they find fulfillment for themselves if they're doing that to a woman. It's not for them to do anything to satisfy the community or even to give back selflessly. It has to be that, or they feel purposeless.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. So you think that when you say they're not cracking anything, you mean women of quality or just the number of? Like
both.
Okay.
Both. Like when I was explaining the other day, I think the girl Annalicia, we was talking, we was on Hermeku show, and she couldn't differentiate between 304 like what I was, and an individual that actually love women and actually has relationships. And I told her that's the difference between me and King. King had actually relationships with multiple women versus I was trash. That's basically was I was out there.
Hey Kim.
And a lot of
spoke her up because Annalicia is here.
Yeah. And a lot of females get that twisted, like they put guys in groups because they have multiple women, but a lot of guys it's different groups. It's guys that's not getting nothing. It's the 304s, and then it's the guys that they go around engaging in relationships, and they're loving on women.
But clarify that for me, because if a man is saying that he's constantly in different relationships, he's sleeping with all those women. Right. And how long are these relations? Because when I say I'm in a relationship, I'm talking 10, 11, 12, 13 years. I'm talking 3 years with one person. Right. So when someone is saying, oh, I'm in relationships with all these women, how are you in relationships constantly betting all these women? To me, it's the same thing as a 304. You just want to put the word relationship on it so it sounds better. But to me, it sounds like the same behavior.
In all reality, it's the same, because you're still, again, it's fruitless. You're not doing anything. You're still leaving a woman after y'all split. She has trauma now. She has brokenness because she's dealing with an individual that's not her husband. So it's the same thing on that level, But I'm talking about as far as from when you're looking at what type of guy this is. If, in other words, if he found the one he's searching, if he found the one, it'll be instant. It'll be locked down. Versus, I was just, like I said, it was addiction. I was just on to the next high, and I was just out there. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's a little, like I said, it's the same thing because you're leaving a woman broken, but it's a different. It's just like somebody that has committed, has either killed somebody or committed murder versus a serial killer. It's a little bit extraneous. Same thing, but it's just a different degree. You get what I'm saying?
I do get what you're saying, because I do think that it is the same thing.
Yeah.
Just people want to call it something different. But if I know, let's say, a woman or a man, and they're like, yeah, well, I'm always in and out of relationships. And I had girlfriends like that. It was like another guy. This is another guy on Facebook, and you're posting another guy on Instagram. To me, that's the same thing as the 304 that you spoke. To me, it's the same thing. You just calling it, those people are just calling it relationships because it sounds better, I guess, to them, or they could, but I'm like, no, if you're in and out of something every couple of months, it's like, what's going on there? So I don't really believe that they're seeking for the one, right? I think they're seeking to just, get that fix of what it feels like to possibly be loved by someone, right? But I don't think I don't think there's a difference. I think there's still something wrong.
Well, the average relationship, if doing the average relationship is like 6 to 9 months. That's the average for relationships. Yeah. If you go, when people have relationships, very rarely is somebody making years or even 1 year. It's usually 6 to 9 months, literally. This is why a lot of, females have a high body count, because they're going through 2 guys in 1 year. You see what I'm saying? So it's a little bit different versus, like I said, if you're in relationships versus you're doing something daily. And then you talk about daily, and then you talk about a different individual. Like it's versus we're talking about 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, a year versus 30 days. And then you're talking about, having a plethora of women throughout that month. Just it's that is different. It's very different. Again, not making an excuse. I said both of them they're not profiting them. Both of them fruitless, but the individual that's at least trying to have a relationship, they're at least trying. They haven't got out of there. I mean, they haven't got it right. Like now, I'm not involved with anyone until I get it right. You feel what I'm saying? Until I find the right person. But those individuals that deal with relationships, they're trying to find the right individual. And that's why a time frame is longer than versus just, day to day. You kind of get what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I get what you're saying. I just I'm a little cynical about people when they say they're trying to be in relationships and find the one, if they're like a rotating door. I kind of I question their intention. But saying you're looking for a relationship sounds good.
Yeah, but 6 to 9 months is quite. That's, like I said, that's when you're talking about what we're engaging in. People is not having relationships like less than a year. A year is a long time. That's 4 seasons. People is not in relationships.
That's just shocking to me, because I go, man, my relationships are like.
See, you're different.
13 years, 3 years, and 11 years.
Like, and that's how it was for me when I got with my children's mom. I was with my children's mom for, off and on for 13 years. But you might as well say we was together because we didn't stop messing around. But
just really quickly, Truth, Tony, I see you. I dropped the link. You have to click the link, and it'll bring you up. It's where it says cam up.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Truth.
Oh, yeah. So in between that time now, like I said, I was in what I call my 7-year period of darkness. I was messing with other individuals then. And that's when the situation it got bad. It got very, very bad. So yeah, again, not making an excuse. If you're not committed to making something work, and again, I don't know why the relationship split. Not all the time. Just like you was in there for 3 years for joy, like you said, joyless sex. But a lot of females is not doing that. They're getting out of it quick. And that is actually a reoccurring problem. A lot of females are complaining that guys is not doing it right. You feel what I'm saying? They're really complaining. So they will actually move on to the next guy because they still want to get their thing off.
That's
Right. So, Annalicia, welcome, lady.
Hello, beautiful. Hello.
How are you? I'm actually excited to see you. I heard a lot about you. Welcome, Tony, all the way from the UK, right?
Oh, that's Annalicia.
How are you? Can you hear me?
That's Annalicia right there.
Yeah, that's Annalicia.
Oh, she got a different picture.
Yeah.
Can I add
So-
feedback to what
Now, how you doing, sir? What's his name?
No, how are
I
you?
can barely hear
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, I
Can
can't.
you hear me now?
No,
No, I can
we can't hear her.
hear Annalicia.
Can you hear me?
You can't hear me?
I can hear you, Tony. Annalicia is very low.
Okay. No, basically, shall I speak for a little bit or?
Wait, Annalicia, did you want to go first? You're low, though.
Yeah, go on. Yeah,
Am I still low?
Yeah,
I can hear you. I can hear Annalise.
I can hear you. It's
Yeah,
just not.
it's very, very low.
Yeah.
Very low. Okay, maybe I'll use a different device. I'll come out and come back in.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, bro. Yeah, I'll be quick. Yeah, I mean, end of the day. Yeah, you know, you're saying. I appreciate what you're saying. You're saying women over the course of a period of time, let's say a course of a year, will sleep with 2 men a month or something like that. And you're also saying that the average relationship span is like, what did you say, a couple of months or something? I didn't quite catch that.
9 months.
About 9 months. Okay. You know what those are? Those are more like, we call them over here fling things. Like, say I see someone, we're dating, something happens, something pops off, then it kind of, you know, more time or not, you see, women choose men don't choose women. So more time, the girl will fade away, see someone else, and then you kind of like, then you might meet her again afterwards and catch up again, and you know, we continue the cycle. So what it comes down to, basically, is, you know, it's the quality of the woman. Because you did make a good point. If a man over, say, 30 to 40 meets the right woman, he's going to be inclined to settle down because she'll bring more to the table. She'll bring the looks, the brains, the mental stimulation, the physical. She'll bring all the attributes. Like that's very important. That's key. Yeah. But one of the key factors that I've noticed over my many years of traveling in Europe, going to States, whatever, one of the key factors, yeah, is a woman's situation at that time. Because a lot of it is situational. Because, you know, if you notice, speak for myself here, yeah, you can meet the ideal woman, perfect look, their personality, all those things. But over a certain age, she's going to have children, and those children will be a predominant part of her life. And that's key. I don't care what any man says. You can make, because more time or not, women over the age of 30 are going to have children. Yes or no?
Yes.
There you go. So you won't be number one in her life. The kid will always take priority. And people, and I spoke to a girl about this just the other day, and she's a girl who, stunning girl, model. We had the same conversation. She's seen a guy, well-to-do, very artistic, arty kind of guys, creatives. Said the same thing. She said, look, I'm 44. I know I still look good, but my man, he's got children. So the problem here is, his kids come first. I said to her, but the kids is 15, 16, 17. She said, yes, but the kid's always going to be a predominant part of his life and he comes first. So the dilemma is, She now has got to go and find a man who has the same age range as her with no children. And that's very hard in today's Western society, especially in black communities in the UK and America, which both mirror each other in terms of people that have children at a very young age. A lot of children, you know, the same challenges are very similar, in my opinion, you know.
So how do you feel about, before I go into the next little subject regarding this, how do you feel about black men being hypersexual? The point that Kevin Samuels had made.
I'll address that, bro. I'll address that. You see, it's a hook, yeah. If I'm a young, let's go back, say 20 years when I was a young guy coming up, yeah. And you may agree with me on this, bro, and you, Jen, yeah. As young guys, yeah, a lot of young guys are trying to like establish themselves and find themselves, yeah. I was around a lot of strong black, especially in the African community in the UK. Ghanaian, Ugandan, these are strong guys, successful guys, self-made. And my dad as well. My dad is self-employed, done very well over here. So again, what it comes down to is, I think, that's one aspect of life, work, education. But in terms of relationships and getting with women, yeah, this is where they've kind of got us in a sense, yeah. Things have moved on from the days of Public Enemy and, you know, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and all that positivity, yeah. That's changed now. Because if you notice, a lot of these guys now coming up is a big play on the black sexuality. You know, it's more, you know, the cerebral element has gone, the intelligence element has gone. It's all about, you know, I'm a bad man. I've got the big D. You know what I mean? I mean, I'll give the best example of that. The best example of that, yeah. You may know about this, but there's a soccer player, young guy, 19, very, very good, called Mason Greenwood. You may know about this. It's front page news over here. Mixed race guy, black mixed race guy, seeing his young, pretty white girlfriend, whatever. Front page news. Apparently, he's been very abusive, and apparently he beat her up, as well as the big R on his own girlfriend. I've seen the Google it, Mason Greenwood. Front page news. Everyone's in shock because he's the next big English starlet. And there's a video clip of him talking to her casually, and he's saying to her, "Yeah, let's go home and fuck," basically. Now, the people who don't know black people, they're like, "Wow, how can he say that? That's perverse." And he went on to do that. He's some kind of savage. Wait. They're saying he's some kind of savage, yeah. But to us, we're familiar with that kind of talk. Oh, no, let's go and fuck, laugh, yeah. So it's different. Now back to the black buck syndrome. The fact that you're a black man that can lay pipe is still an attractive trait. Because don't underestimate dick game. Good dick game, as you'd say over there. Don't underestimate that. That's a very important part, because women subconsciously want that. They like the. It goes back to the Neanderthal man theory. Sorry, go on. I've gone off. Go on.
No, I said that, absolutely. That's why I said a man can have nothing else, and if he has a good D game, we'll take him. Right? That's what women do.
How many of those wealthy white women in Europe go to the West Indies? What are they going for? What are they going there for? A, they're going for the holiday, but B, subconsciously, in the back of their mind, they want the big DICK. Boom. Yeah. Any contributions to that? Sorry, I went on for a bit there. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say that when I went to Turks and Caicos, I saw the wealthy white women coming off the plane with their little friends, you know what I mean, to get the boys on the beach. It happens often. Women were like, "Yeah, we come here every 3 months," and I was like,
okay. Word. That's it. Sorry.
So welcome, Reese from Philly. How much have you heard?
I was in and out. I was actually walking home when I tuned in on the headphones. So I was in and out of stores and stuff.
Okay, so I want to just really quickly, I'm gonna run back the Kevin Samuels video that I am dissecting today, because I agree with him 100%. Because, you know, a broke clock is right twice a day. I don't subscribe to anybody's overall message, not just him, but I feel like sometimes some people say things and it's like, that's interesting. So here it is.
Stop trying to find your manhood through your dick. I want you black men to imagine a world where I did this. Snap my fingers, Thanos, Reality Stone, and away goes your penis and your balls. Every last one of your black dicks goes away. Then what are you? Where are you? What kind of man are you? Far too many of us black men try to make our masculinity and manhood through our dicks. We spend an inordinate amount of time in our youth trying to fuck our way into manhood. That's why you got so many young guys who aren't even where they should be, thinking, I can fuck my way in, I can make her this. And where do you rank amongst other men? We're the only group of men who walk around with our dick thinking that makes us a man. Go around to other groups of men. They don't have to walk around and hi, I'm the CEO, hello, or whatever the accents you want to put in. They are not judged by their penis, their ability to fuck. And we have bought into this shit. Stop it. Stop leading with your dick. Stop leading with your game. Stop leading with your mouthpiece. I don't hear as many young Asian men, Middle Eastern men trying to get women on the right page. I'm in law school, I'm in grad school, I'm in this, I'm in that, I'm trying to buy this business, I'm investing in it. And we're trying to fuck our way through. And I did it too. I'm not going to lie. I did it too when I was young. And there's a point in time when you're like, this is stupid. You risk either getting a sexually transmitted disease or creating a life. It's reckless. It's meaningless. There are numbers you get to where you can be ashamed of, like, God, I've had all this sex for what? Fucking doesn't make you a man.
Okay, so
can I say something? Can I say something?
Wait,
Please
commercial break.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Il Doctrine. Because I was thinking, like, what is going on? Il Doctrine says, it's the culmination of nuanced reality weaved with surreal soul, endearing enthusiasm, discerning perspective, of tragedy, grief, joy, good fortune, and conspicuously inspiring friendship. It's On the Block with Jen. You just wrote my bio. That's what I'm going to write. I'm serious. Thank you. You just wrote my bio because I'm like, in the description for what my page is, I'm like, what am I going to put in there? What the hell am I going to put in there? That is what I'm going to put in there. So muchas gracias. Okay, guys. So that was the playback of what I'm dissecting here today. Now, a lot of people say that, I don't like his method. I don't like how he talks. The cursing doesn't bother me. I'm from New York, so I can sift through all of that and hear what he said. What do you guys think about what he said?
Who's going first?
You go first, sir.
Okay. You want me to go first?
Yeah, go ahead, Reese.
All right, well, having a penis does make you a man, but only on your ID card. It goes way, way deeper than that. Okay. And I've watched so many young guys really destroy their own lives using their sexual organs. Women too. So you got to be able to manage that and not get caught up in this whole competition of who gets the most women and all of that. Because if you take a real good look at the guys that get the most women, they got the most problems and being the most nonsense. And they have to hustle harder than everybody else too. Dealing with a lot of women can that could destroy your savings quickly. You gotta the music is telling you to compete with your boys and just outsex all your homies, and every group of men, there's this one big dumb race to go get the most sex. It doesn't make sense at all because there's no winner at the end of the day. And then if you do win, what do you get? Is there like a a reward, like a scratch off or something? Like, you know what I mean? I don't get what it's for. Me, I've always been pretty conservative when it comes to sex. Like, I'm not like most men. Like Francis, right now, I haven't been anywhere near a woman in about 4 months. I can proudly say that. And I plan on going probably another 5 or 6. I'm not on no, spiritual mission and none of that. I'm not where I want to be financially. So I don't feel comfortable being in the company of women unless I can pop my collar, you know what I'm saying? And I don't want to be needy. I don't want to ask anybody for anything. So until I'm where I want to be financially, and I'm in the gym every day, when I'm finished with myself, then I'm gonna go. And I don't even step to women. I'm gonna just go put myself out there, and see what comes along.
Can I ask you a question, bro? Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah.
Sure.
I hear that, yeah. And actually, I hear what you're saying. You're focusing on being you, focusing on those goals. I hear that completely. Yeah. But the thing, but not so much, but because I actually agree with what you're doing. But in some cases, it's like, see, this is where a man needs like a link. Yeah. Hate to use the term, but it's a colloquial term for like, not so much a FUK buddy, but a woman that, that woman that knows you're going through certain things. She knows you're obviously building yourself up, but she's there for you and understands. So she'll be in your life. You may go out, drink, party, go cinema, hang at hers. You hang at your house. She may hang at her house. You're both on the same page, and this is it. The kind of woman you need is a woman that you're attracted to physically. Obviously, you like her, she likes you, but at the same time, she knows to give you your space to do your thing. That's what you need. So when you're obviously, a man's, see, I think a man is celibate to the point of he's obviously, like you said, surveyed the landscape, but has an idea or a ballpark figure of what he perceives to be his ideal for this moment in time. Because I'm in the same place as you. I'm, did my master's degree, did my thing, looking for a few moves. But the women I have around me, they know they know what I'm about. So, they do their thing, I do my thing. If we meet up, we meet up. And if it's all good, it's all good. And I think that's what a brother like you needs, a woman who's on the same page. And then when it all comes to get together, it makes a good picture. It makes a good matchup. That's what I think.
I'll have to play this back later on and listen to that again.
Oh, sorry, my bad. My bad.
Record that. I didn't know I was gonna come here and get counsel for free, but I'll take it.
No, bro, no. And it's bro. It's a learning curve. I'm learning from you too. I'm learning. It's a two-way process. This is what it's about. It's about learning and because learning and then going back with good ideas and building yourself up. You know what I mean? But for me, yeah, I think a man's one of the main things here. I'm going to talk some real talk now. Yeah, real bars now, real talk.
That's what we want on the block.
Need that.
Check this out. Right. When a man say 35, 45, let's say tops 50, yeah, I don't think abstinence is a good idea. I think a man should still have his toe in the water because you need to keep that vibrancy up. See what it is, yeah. What it is you need to have that sexual frequency about you. You must retain that because you may meet the ideal woman, it all flows well, but you still need to be having that chivalrous. You still got to be able to feel. I don't mean sex. You got to feel your sexual energy. So that energy, it kind of like it's a synergy between two of you that can only be retained if you stay in contact with women and keep that flow going. If you see what I mean. I'm not trying to be a player. I'm just saying what I see it to be. And women over 35 or 40 know what I'm talking about. If they be honest and truthful, they'll be like, yeah. And that makes the best moments. Trust me.
I agree, and I'm glad that you said it doesn't mean that they have to have sex, but I do.
It's an energy thing. It's a pulsating vibe.
We serve each other when men and women are around each other. We serve each other. So I agree. Doesn't have to, there doesn't have to always be sex involved.
Yo, you know what?
A
lot of these guys out here scared to be in the friend zone.
They keep me doing
and
this.
They're scared to befriend beautiful women. But you can learn a lot in the friend zone. And the friend zone is resourceful.
Okay.
It's not.
I agree with that. You know what? You
got confidence. Listen, if a chick curves me or whatever, right? And sticks me in the friend zone. I don't have a problem with that. I'm confident in myself. I know I'm gonna get bagged. Later on that day. You know what I'm saying? So if you have low self-esteem, low self-esteem in men causes a lot of this dumb behavior that you see. It might not seem that way, but I promise you that's what it is, dog.
So Reese, I wanna yeah, let me get through this. Tristan says there is an ill doctrine. I will make you go Kevin Hart here. I have a checking and a savings. I am simp Lord. It's a thing that they do. These are my little commercial breaks. I want to get into something you said, Reese, because I know you just got here, but I did say the hypersexuality of Black men. There are certain things that are factors, right? I have my theories. That's why I coined the phrase Plantation Buck syndrome. But there's also PTSD, mommy issues.
It's
Why do you think Black men, because those are my theories, that's how I'm dissecting it. But what, in your experience, why do you think Black men are constantly hounding women to have sex with women, constantly, you know, like Kevin Samuel said, leading with their dicks? What do you
Men have
communities?
Okay. Men have this thing inside of us called machismo. There's many different words for it. Some call it gusto, I don't know. There's a million names for it. There's this manhood chip that we have. We compete in everything. We compete in everything. I don't know why. I'm an athlete. You know what I mean? I got it in me. But when it comes to the sex thing, I've never really got involved in that race. I started off, you know, later than most people. I wasn't one of these guys that bragged about how young I was when I started having sex. I started off late, you know, and I was 15 years old in the 12th grade. Everybody was 3 years older than me, and my homies were in the 8th grade. You know what I mean? So the sex thing, I never was a part of that thing. Plus, I was light skinned in the 80s, so.
Wow, it's true. It's real talk. Man, listen,
real talk. I was God 30 years ago. All right.
Until Wesley Snipes.
Damn, that's true.
But the music, as the music evolved, like I told you before, as the music evolved, our sexual habits as Black people changed, and everything opened up a little more.
Yes.
And there was this liberal sexual movement in the 90s. And then TLC and everybody told, you know, let your hair out and be free, and dating and all this dating and prostitution is bullshit. And now this is all the younger brothers out here, the studs and the stallions, they're all in it. You don't have to be in a race. You're 22, you a stud. You know what I mean? You got 10 years of studs, 20 years of studs left. You know what I mean? Me personally, I'm an old man. I know I don't look it, but I'm 52. You see what I'm saying? So I pride myself on health and fitness, not going around chasing women. I want longevity, and I want to be desirable to women for as long as I possibly can. I understand that I'm on the second half of my life. You see what I'm saying? And I'm looking at all the popular guys and all the gigolos from high school that I went to, and they're walking around 300 pounds with titties and stuff like this. I don't want to live that way. I love women. I want to be desired by women until the day that I die. I want to come on the, you know, on the Block with Jen show 10 years from now looking exactly like this at 62 years old. Everybody marvel like when they see me now, like, oh, you're 52 years. You know how good that feels, man? When somebody tells you they think you're 35.
I get that all the time.
I don't even need no sex that day. If something like that happens to me that day, I don't need no sex that day. That's a statement enough.
Can I ask a quick question? Can I ask a big question? I've got to ask this question. Big question to the brother. Yeah. Do you find that women, now you're like you said, you're early 50s, whatever. Do you find that women that still look very, very good, say 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, those kind of women, I'm saying, you know, where you are, do you find women that look good where you are, they hit on you more as opposed to when you was younger in your 20s? Do you find that?
I don't understand it.
Okay.
I don't get it, but it's true, dog. I swear to you. I'm a bartender, man. I can't tell you how many
women, listen, women, because women hit on you. Women, because they see you. Say when you're 20, I think it's a different social dynamic. But women that look good in their late 40s and 50s, when they see you, they jump on you or they're more forward. Am I right?
You're right, because when a woman is on to a younger guy, she'll do something flirtatious, like drop her keys in front of him or something, or bump him in the store. You know, they have little ways of letting you know, instead of just being. Well, today's women are more vocal and, abrupt. They'll grab you by your collar in the bar and say, "Man, you getting fucked tonight." And I'm dead serious. It happens a lot of different ways, but they do treat the older guys different. Because I think women are looking at an older man as, something going down the line. A young guy is a stud. She might want to just, hit it off with him.
Hey, Jen, I'm back.
Standard.
You can hear me? Let's get back to the subject.
Really quickly, I want to address what Ashley Benet said, because it's so important, right? This narrative that keeps being pushed Men are normalizing sexual addiction under the mask of high value deserve. If I'm high value, I deserve all the booty that I can get. Option. Sex is natural. Sex is, she goes on to say, sex is only pure and beneficial in a marriage. Some people may disagree with the last part.
That is 100% accurate.
But I will say that
100% true.
Is so important, because no one listens to me, or some people do. Things are getting worse and worse and worse. Truth, you mentioned that you were exposed to sex at an early age. I think we all were. We all had that friend that had that porn, and it was like, look what I got. You know what I mean? So we all experienced that. But remember when that used to be hard to get in a secret? Now all kids got to do is click onto their Instagram, and these women are spread eagle.
Yep.
Okay.
You're silly.
Every song.
And not just the women, hold on, not just the women, but now guys are showing their penis print in their underwear. Okay. And little girls are online too. So it's not just the women anymore. The men are all oiled up, and they got, the eggplant. There was an eggplant Friday, I think, and all of them were in their drawers and they were wet. And so it's like, it's getting worse and worse and worse. So what Ashley said is so important, because now we have these people telling these young men, you're an animal, and if you're high value, you deserve, multiple women. Ill Doctrine, thank you. Thank you, Ill Doctrine. He said, on machismo, competition in hierarchies, men organized ourselves in a vertically, the higher, the better. Women bring group-oriented, organize themselves in a horizontal, the more inner, the higher ranked. Okay, he kicked us on science now. That's interesting. What do you guys think about that?
I don't put too much. I mean,
you don't think that's what men do?
Socialism is a hell of a thing. That's all I got to say.
They touching that one.
That's all I got to say.
Women play a role in this too, though. This can't happen without women. They have to play a role.
Wait a minute. What you got to say? What was that? I'm listening.
I'm not putting blame on women, but they can't. They're a part of this. They allow that. You know what I mean? They allow some of our behavior. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't just all us. Men are stupid, man, and y'all have more power between your legs than you think you do. You could change a lot of policy in the world and everything if you wanted to. If the women united and put everything on lock, the men would do whatever you said.
I agree.
All across the world.
Thank you for the super chat. He says, "Dear Tristan and On the Block with Jen folks, on my watch, Jen gonna get a smoothie." That's because you see my Cash App scrolling on the bottom. I always say, "Buy me a smoothie." So I'm definitely getting my smoothie today. Thank you. What were you saying? What's up, Lover Boy Lensky? Good to see you. So what were you saying about it being our fault, Reese?
I said I refuse to say that it is women's fault.
Okay. All right, go ahead, continue.
But you play a part because men act like clowns because women spread their legs for clowns. And it is what it is. That's why everybody out here trying to get tattoos and 30-inch rims and
there you go. There you go. There you go.
I agree. So you're saying that
that's the reason I go to the gym every day. I don't care about me. I care about what you do.
I can't relate on that. I take care of myself. I love myself.
I'm gonna help you.
I love myself, and I gotta take care of myself for my children and everything like that. I ain't doing this for no female. I want longevity.
I'm telling the joke. You know what I mean? I'm a health guru. I'm really health conscious, but I am concerned about what I look like when I come out here in the face of women. You know, if I'm gonna be in a woman's face, I want to have a right to be.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're supposed to look your best, but you want to look your best. You're supposed to want to look your best for yourself. Like
all facts.
You want to look good.
Exactly. Both right.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I mean, That's fair. So we're putting a little bit of the heat on the women, which I think is necessary.
I didn't. I stuck strictly to the subject because it needs to be. This is actually a subject need to be talked about more frequently because it's really prevalent and it's a problem.
Dangerous.
A problem. Like it's because
Thank you, Stephen Hill, for the super chat.
if we could, if a lot of more dudes.
Hold on, Truth. Let me read the comment real quick. It says the friend zone is not a one-way street. It's not always a place that needs to be escaped. It can be a valuable resource and learning tool. I agree. There were so many men that I met and I wanted to be in their life because I felt like I'm a natural like tweaker. Like when I see something could be better, I'm always like, do it this way, do it that way. I can help you with this. Well, what you need to read is this book. Well, you need to go here. I can expose you to this. And there's so many men that lost that with me because they were constantly talking about sex or wanting more with me. And I'm like, dude, you have to know how to appreciate what's before you. Just because it has a vagina doesn't mean.
The thing is,
but Jen, you gotta understand this though. You gotta understand this. And this has been talked about in nauseam too. Guys and females, we can't really be friends like that. It is because we got to innate. We got to innate. Okay, you can disagree. I don't care about that.
That's cool. Oh, it's cool.
No, let him finish. Truth.
So by default, it's innate in us to be with a woman. That's naturally there. Now you're beautiful. You're educated, and then you said you was feeding them intellectually. Once a man start finding that, of course he's going to come. He's coming to get that. If I was around you and I'm getting all that from you and we friends, of course I'm going to go to the next step because I see something valuable there.
Can I ask you a question, bro? Can I ask you a key question?
No, I'm still speaking, bro.
Sorry, my bad.
All right. So if they see something valuable there now, the ones that's just trying to stay in pocket again, they'll stay around for 10, 15 years trying to wait till you give it up. You feel what I'm saying? Guys will wait around that long. I've had a friend. I used to do the same thing because they would just say, yeah, we friends or whatever, and then it's going to be that one day, and it has never failed. One day they arguing with their boyfriend. One day they broke up with their boyfriend. Yeah. One day they sad, and it happens every single time. When the emotions kick in, and then you're there, you listen to them, they take it to the next level. I didn't have to do anything when that happened. I don't have to do nothing. I just sit back, and then they just want to go off because they so emotionally open at that time. And so guys sitting around like that, they just waiting for you to give in. Now I know you headstrong and everything like that, so you're not going to give in because I know your demeanor. But I'm saying that's the reason why they're going to be around, unless you're not attracted to them. But it's no way a guy can be around you and they're not attracted to you. That's not going to happen.
Okay,
this is another question.
Can I ask a question, bro? Sorry.
Hold on. I just want to ask Jen, was y'all in the comfort of your home?
No, my rebut is I have two of my best friends in the world who've been my friends for 35 years. I'm talking about I was 14, 15 running the damn street, right? One of them was originally good friends with my older sister, but they had a falling out. Then him and I remained friends. And my other friend was the husband of the little group of girls I used to run in. He was with one of those girls. We remained friends for 35 years. And they've seen me when I'm telling you, as ugly as can be, as down as can be, as brokenhearted as can be. I've cried on their shoulder. We've gone to dinners, concerts together. And they have, when I say never, they have never tried to get at me like that. Like these men are the salt of the earth. And they're older than me.
Yeah,
so
and it's very rarely.
Jump in here.
These type of individuals, they have discipline. You see what I'm saying? That's discipline. So that's why I said we're talking about the normal.
They've always been in their relationships too. Like I've seen them go through wives and kids.
Yeah, see, and that's another
There you
thing
go.
too.
That's the
If they're
difference.
in relationships and stuff, that takes
There you
away
go.
time away as well. So it's a lot there. It's a lot there.
Yo, I want to talk about that friend zone thing, right? The brother is right about what he said.
That was a good comment.
Listen, that goes a lot of different ways, though. I have been in the friend zone with women, hoping that somewhere down the line we could hitch because they were that cool or that beautiful, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I've also been in the friend zone with women and gotten to know them and said to myself, there's no way in hell I'm going to fuck with her ever.
Oh, already.
And
then, wait a minute, though. And I've also been in the friend zone with women who have introduced me to 5 or 6 of their friends. There are benefits in the friend zone. It goes a lot of different directions.
There you go. Thank you.
You can bring 12 men up here to make comments about the friend zone, and every last one of them will be right and exact.
Oh, yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with the friend zone. Ain't nothing wrong with the friend zone.
No,
I'm saying it ain't platonic.
Nothing at all.
There are benefits in the friend zone.
Yeah. It's motive.
Who gonna come
I've got one. I've got one.
Who gonna come when you need to jump and your battery dead? My female friend saved my life one time and came and gave me a jump. And I bought her flowers. And you know what they call me? A sucker. They called me a sucker because I sent her flowers to her job so she could show off in front of her coworkers. You know, look what this guy did. I did that for her because she saved my ass. I'm not no simp. It was a symbiotic relationship. My friend, the female women that I've been friends with through the years have gotten me out of death situations and bailed me out of jail and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
I hear
what you're saying. I hear that. I hear what you're saying. Yep.
Get out of here with that, man.
You know why what you're saying so true? Over here, yeah, I've got one of my best friends. Funnily enough, is a Latino girl, yeah, and she's very, very striking, very stunning girl. And the mad thing is, going back to your friend zone theory, yeah, we were kind of dating, you know, mucking around back in the day. Then we became good friends, yeah. So in my book, she's in what I call the male friendship zone. Okay. The crazy thing is, obviously, you know, I date other women. She knows this. We're just friends. She dates other guys, and it's crazy because you know, she meets a lot of wealthy guys. And the crazy thing is, going back to what the guy said here, like she'll meet, and the guy she's seen now is a very wealthy guy, but she gets money off him somehow. I don't know the arrangement. Can't talk people's business. But she's like, yeah, T, you ever want any money, let me know. You know, there was $2,000, $3,000. I'm like, what? So he's right. Sometimes women have such a different. Listen, the guy just said it. Yeah, when you're in the friend zone, sometimes it's a good place to be because you're proven to be reliable. Yeah, and you're a consistent factor. Like you're not like other guys who come into a woman's life and leave. Yeah, you're the constant. You're the consistent line that goes through the paper. So when other guys come and leave, you know, other guys come, muck around, sleep. She can do her freakiness, her threesomes, her madness, blah blah blah. But you're always there. You're always someone she can rely on, especially for like good advice, life advice. But in turn, you get benefits. Oh, T, you okay? Let me give you. I'm going to. The best example ever, yeah. Let me break it down like this. Same girl met a very wealthy guy, yeah, and they went to Cancun. So, you know, very wealthy guy, very wealthy, but she couldn't stand him. So she goes to me, yeah, T, I met blah blah blah. I'm going Cancun. I said, yeah, respect, go for it, you know, do your thing, you know, good luck. So I left it there. She called me the next morning saying, yeah, T, stay on the line. I said, why? Make out you're talking to me. I go, why is that? I thought he was going to Mexico. Sorry, Cancun, wherever it is. She goes, yeah, but the fact is, I can't stand this guy. I go, what? You're going on holiday with a guy you don't like? She goes, yeah, I can't stand him, but just stay on the phone because I like talking to you. Went, fair enough. Went on holiday. She manufactured an argument. Did her own thing. Hung out with him. Well, he did his own thing. They broke up on holiday. And then when it's time to get back, she got back together with him again and came back together.
Ouch.
That's how women roll. So end of the day, and for me, like the brothers, both these guys said, yeah. Sorry, not all, but like both these guys rightly said, that's a benefit of being in the friend zone, because I can see how some women work. So I'm like, wow, is that how women are like? Guess what? I'm gonna keep my distance and carry on doing my thing as I do. Keep them there, and when I'm ready, come into. It's like football, American football, or whatever you want to call it. Come off the bench, get a game, you're playing, and now you can fall back, and that's the best way to be in this day and age right now. Whether it's America, West Indies, UK, that's the best way to be right now. To keep your sanity, keep a distance, do your thing, and that's it. Because that was a big learning curve. I was like, rah, woman's using man, and it's crazy. The same girl again. She's my homie. Seeing again another wealthy dude, but it's not working out. I go, he's got money though, and he gives her a big allowance. Like he pays her rent, he pays her bills, which is like it's a mad arrangement. He pays her bills, and he's gonna get a place in a very wealthy part of London. I'm like, wow. He goes, yeah, but we don't get on. I go, why are you there then? She goes, oh, but women don't want to admit it. But and the man could be ugly as hell, but in some cases, if the money's right and the guy, isn't some kind of mass murderer psycho, she'll roll with that. Am I right or not, Jen?
Yes. Okay. So really quickly, super chat.
You deflected. The deflection,
No, I'll get back to it. I just want to do the super chat break. Thank you, Tristan. Tristan says,
sorry.
Galatians chapter 3, verse 21. A man falls
Simulation
of sex of the wicked because he swayed away from the ways of the simp must do 20 simp prayers to repent for undisciplined deed. Tristan, you need to write the simp prayers. That shit would be hilarious. And we could do a whole show about simping. I am here for it. I will do a whole show about simping. I'm serious.
I was a simp back in the day.
Me too. The biggest simp.
Hey, listen, if I was messing with a chick, I bought her a car because I wanted to be able to get her quick. I didn't care.
Bro, that's
no, Jen. Let's stay on topic. I already answered them. Let's stay on subject. Yeah, I already answered them. Let's stay on subject.
Okay. Hey, Mrs. Married. I'm sure you have some comments for this too.
Yes, Ms. Married. That's my angel right there. That's my angel.
Good to see you, doll. So, gentlemen, getting back to, because I know truth be like, get back to the topic.
Brother Samuels hit it on the nose.
Say again?
Brother Samuels hit it on the nose, as he often does. So, men need to police
I don't know about often, but he is right sometimes. Sometimes he makes sense. Sometimes he makes me laugh. Other times he makes me do this.
He's abrasive. He's abrasive sometimes, a little bit more than he should be.
Yeah, I don't even mind. I don't mind. You know me. Like, I don't mind the abrasiveness of it. I just think, a lot of it is propaganda, because he's not doing it for free. He's trying to get paid. So the more incendiary he is, and the more controversial he is, you know what I mean? It's
I have to go back and listen to that show. I didn't catch that one, but I don't know how
got it. Chaos Selves.
Yes.
Yeah. Chaos Selves. You got it. It's all a performance.
Each man has to have some self-control, man. He has to be able to control himself.
Gentlemen, what do you think is the biggest factor? I know you guys heard me talk about Plantation Buck syndrome, which is a phrase I coined. I spoke about hypersexuality. I spoke about mommy issues. I spoke about PTSD that men have and don't address. There's also throw around, get therapy. Nobody freaking gets therapy, okay? It's expensive. People don't know where to look. So what they do is they self-medicate, or they go on with their lives being a-holes, and this is how I'm going to live. But, looking at PTSD and mommy issues and hypersexuality and Plantation Buck syndrome, what do you think is the biggest factor in a Black man's hypersexuality? Because
starts at home.
Hypersexuality
starts at home. It starts with dysfunctional parenting, and bruh. You're gonna get a chance to speak, bro.
My bad. I'm English. Go on.
Yeah, Charlie.
Yeah, it comes from the household. That's where everything starts. Everything starts inside and works its way out. So proper parenting, parents being in their children's lives, getting to know their children for the individuals they are, protecting them mentally, physically, and spiritually. It will eliminate a lot of things. That's why I made sure I was a preponderant in my children's lives. Talking to them, conversations, phone calls, getting on their daggone nerves. They have a certain age and they tired of me, but I'm always going to be up in them and everything like that. I love my babies. So, and, I'm doing my best to try to prepare them and protect them. So it starts at home. It starts with parents.
Respect.
What's up, the evolutionary playboy? Why don't you get up here and talk about all them women you chopped down, sir?
You know what? The brother is right. If you have a father at home that's treating your mother right, that would be a good guide to follow as a young man. But a lot of these young men don't. There's no man in the house, and the men that they do see are treating women bad, so they think this is the way to go. And that's when you turn on the television, that's all you see. That's why I don't watch Tyler Perry movies anymore, or Jerry Springer, or none of that crap. And I wouldn't advise anybody to let their kids watch it, because an influence can really change you if it's repeated over and over and over again. And that's what they're doing. You see what I'm saying? They want us to be acting this way and have insane sexual habits so that our communities disarray. Because the community is a group of families. So if you don't have a group of families, your community ain't shit. They understand that. It was a plan to break up the whole community, family by family. So everybody has to take this information in and make the changes that you have to do. I admire what the brother said, or that's on the bottom with me, being a good father, and I admire what he said about the relationship he has with his kids and stuff like that, because I didn't do so good as a father, and I like hearing things like that. You know what I'm saying? I always like to hear men that were good fathers talk. You see what I'm saying? To pick up pointers and steal information from them while they're talking, necessarily. You know what I'm saying? To try to better myself as a father. So anytime there's a group of men talking around about fatherhood and young boys and stuff, I'm all for it, man.
One thing sorry. Can I speak, bro? Is that
Go
can I go on? Yeah. One thing I've noticed over here, and this is the big thing, going back to what you both said. Some of the best men that I feel would make the best fathers, those kind of guys that have a lot of empathy, high emotional intelligence, good-looking guys, presentable guys. Some of the best guys coming up, decent, respectful guys, in the black community, and this is a big thing, The best ones are either with women that happen to be of another race, white, Indian, Chinese, whatever, and the ones that stayed that are decent are the ones that were, I see this all the time, very decent guys, but now have become a bit rough around the edges. And I think that's, I think you can have the best upbringing, like you said, father figure at home, etc. But because it goes back to this old, could be a myth, could be reality, but a lot of women do like the rough and tough. So when they're, like a wise one once said to me, it's not that we want Mr. Right, we're having too much fun with Mr. Wrong. So at a young age, if they're having fun with Mr. Wrong, the nice guy's on the shelf, he then gets cheesed off, as we put it, and then he adapts to the market. So no matter how well brought up he was, he's got to adapt to compete. And then lo and behold, you have all these guys that just don't bother and go for I must admit, very good looking white girls, I guess, or Indian girls, stunning women, or the ones that stay, and date sisters are the ones that have a rough time. And in the end, these guys come a bit more, rough around the edges. And I've seen that quite often. So, I actually agree with what you guys are saying, but also there's the other side of the coin where good guys meet women that aren't so, they may be good, have good careers, may look good, but may not be compatible. And then it becomes an issue of the guy then adapting to his market, as we all do as animals and human beings. And it's not so good. In the end, those guys just go with some nice looking white girl from out of town and maybe Birmingham or Doncaster or Newcastle, or You know, you same old story. And that's one thing I found over here. What do you guys make of that? You know, that's it's a conflicting. Well, not, I agree with you guys, but at the same time, it's an opposing view, isn't it?
There can always be more than one answer to a situation, man. Every situation is like a web, goes so many different ways.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to really quickly, because we didn't address the PTSD, and I think what Full Circle Essentials mentioned twice is very important, because we are talking about how do Black males end up hypersexual, right? He said, what if they come from foster care, right? He said, what if they don't have any parents, which is another thing. What happens then, right? How does that affect them? The PTSD also of being sexually abused. I've met 2 men in my lifetime who were sexually abused. Truth, the one that couldn't say, I love you, that I spoke about earlier. And then another one who was super, I mean, I'm surprised he still has a penis attached to his body, because he's probably one of the most promiscuous men I've ever met in my life. Like, if you walked away from a hot coffee, he'd have his thing in it. So, and he was also molested as well as a child. So we can't ignore the PTSD. Like, there are a lot of broken homes and a lot of little Black boys that don't have that guidance and those parents.
Exactly.
I want ready? All right. These men that you see out here in the world that women are calling hyper masculine, and the guys with the extra bravado, like the 3 brothers here on the panel with me, we have a little bit of machismo, the normal male thing that makes us a man. But we're talking about the super masculine guy, right? This is the guy with the 50 tattoos. This is the guy that's mean mugging you while you're walking into the corner store. This is the tough guy with all the bodies and the machine guns under the bed. And, he got all the chicks and he's bragging about it. And he's the one that's in the race. We're talking about this guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Guess what happened to him? He was molested. You know why I know this? I started a relationship with a psychologist while I was in prison. Me and her became friends. We worked in the same area. We hit it off after talking for years and years.
Mm-hmm.
And so she said something to me in confidence, which she should not have said legally. So a prison psychologist, right,
Mm-hmm.
has golden information on all the inmates in the prison. Whatever they say to her, it's in confidence, and you're briefed on it when you go to jail. So every inmate knows it. Like, they can tell her anything they want to, and it can't be used against them in court, no matter what it is. They can confess to hiding the body somewhere. It doesn't matter. It's some silly law that they have. So the reason why I said that is this. She was drop dead gorgeous. And what happens is men let their guard down around women like that, especially in jail. So they were telling her their deepest, darkest secrets in an effort to impress her or, attack her empathy, I guess. I don't know what their motive would be, but they would reveal this, something that I would never do. But they would do this. And she told me that all of these tough guys walking around this compound with you, 90% of them have been molested or had a gay experience. And I'll even argue that some of these dudes don't even know they was molested. Some of them was molested at such a young age that they don't even remember it. Because
repressed memories.
Say that again, bro.
It's called repressed memories.
Okay, I remember that. But I'll be wondering, like, how does a tough guy become a tough guy? And I never understood it. I'm 6'4", I'm big. I never wanted to go around bullying dudes and none of that. You know what I mean? I got machismo. Like, I'm gonna go hard on the little guy on the basketball court, but I'm not the tough guy all the time with 100 tats and walk around looking like your face like that. They've been molested. It makes perfect sense. How does that anger get into them? Something very traumatic happened to them, and it wasn't them losing a fight or having a family member. It's something deeper than that. Something happened to their colon. It has to be true. So where are these millions of men that are in the closet? It ain't the bus drivers and the teachers. See what I'm saying?
Wow.
They got wives and kids at home. It's these tough guys and these thugs that get all the women. I'm done.
Right.
I'm done.
Ouch.
That's PTSD.
Ouch. That's hard to hear because again, little boys aren't protected like little girls are protected. That is a fact. I know some women may get mad at me for saying that. But it is true. Like when we think about, even growing up, I always heard, even in my home, like, my dad was stressed. You're not going to nobody's house. Don't nobody come over here. We don't do the sleepovers. We didn't do sleepovers in my home. Like other little kids are like, can I stay at your house? I'm like, we don't do that here. Like we don't do that here. We can play, but
exactly, Jen. There we go. There we go.
But it was always emphasized, to us little girls, but the boys aren't watched over, and the boys are being molested at what I think is the same rate, right? Because it's just not talked about. So this is something else that leads to the hypersexuality that we see and is prevalent in our communities, right? And the sad thing is that is looked at like something good. And that's the problem, that something so bad is championed, and the guys are getting patted on the back. Yeah, go get her, go in there, go get her, right? Holler at her. What about you're not going to talk to her? And it's so sad because there's just a lot of broken people out there, again, trying to self-medicate, right? So the PTSD part is super serious and super sad, and it's deeper than just, we say on these machines all day, get therapy, but people do not get therapy. People don't know where to start. It's expensive. You know what I mean? It's like, it's hard. And that's why I wanted to have this conversation, because although, Kevin Samuels made a point, I'm like, there's something deeper than just they're leading with, right? They're leading with their needs, and the Asians are doing better, or the white people are doing better. When you talk to people like that, you lose them. You have to meet people where they are. If a Black man is hypersexual and he's self-medicating with vagina, he's not going to care that the Asians over there don't act the way you act. You can't talk to people like that. So although Kevin Samuels can be entertaining, I just like going a little deeper than that, like the whys, especially because of the men that I met.
Hey, Jen, you know what? You see, this is another thing we gotta be careful with when we say, a certain group or culture doesn't do certain things.
I hate that, first of all.
Yeah, no, I know that. I'm saying, I know you totally against it, because I mean, like I said, we've been on other shows and panels where you have spoken up against that part. No, I was just saying it to clarify for other people. The thing is, let's deal with the people in China. They have a more strenuous system, a more structured system than what we have here.
They do.
True.
They can't even have a certain amount of children. That is an actual law in China, that you cannot have a certain amount of children, or they're coming to get that child. Y'all can look it up. So their structure in that system is basically, it puts a cap on a lot of things that's going on. They're starting to cut out video game time and things like that. It's so much that they're building into the future. So they're preparing for the next step. That's why all our technology comes from them, because they're going to the next wave. They're promoting the child to be the next, genius, to bring the next technology in and everything like that. And all of that, again, it starts at home. It starts with the family structure. Those are the things that is needed. And we have to find a way to get that back on board, where we can get the household in order. But that's where I think all these conversations is really come from, because we're trying to figure out a way. We're noticing the Chinese, Italians and Mexicans, they're doing things differently. Our mindset is we got to go get our own, while they will put 8 people in a household. Right. You see what I'm saying? They will build together. But we're so selfish. We're so selfish in this, I got to have my own. But then when you see them, they building their little empire, is because they said, look, we can't get there by ourselves.
Real talk.
We can't get there by ourselves.
I tried to keep my daughter as long as I could. I'm like, no, I got, you need me, and my grandbaby needs me. Don't, we gotta let them go when to be grown-ups. But I'm like, I'm that type of person where it's like you don't kick the babies out at 18.
No, it's the dumbest thing that has been plaguing the Black community past. I've been on this earth 37 years, past the time. That's the first thing that was told in my house. Once you get 18, you're on your own. And I was basically on my own since I was 13 years old. I've been working ever since I was 12 and taking care of myself. It's just once that 18 happened, it's like a cap. But I already told both my children, I was like, once you get married, then now you're an adult, you're on your own. Until then, there's no need. You don't need to leave. You don't need to go out there and get your own. Save up as much money as you can. That way you can be better prepared when you leave out that door. You won't have to keep coming back home. Oh, I got to go back home to daddy so we can save up again and then go back out there and try again. No, let me help you. Let me get you prepared. Let me show you everything that I screwed up on and all the things that I went through so you can go out there and tackle this thing. Life is about to be a lot harder in the next 10 years. This world is changing. It's never going. Everybody that wants the world to go back to where it was, is never going back. It's going into a totally different direction.
I said that.
Money is about to be obsolete. There's so many different changes. Everything down to everything is about to go virtual. Yep. That's what all this. This was just a systematic practice with this daggone pandemic. It's to see how we would adapt to live in a certain type of lifestyle. That's the way we're about to go into living. People are about to start working from home permanently, all these type of things. So it's about to change, man. And we have to get on board.
I want to acknowledge what Playboy said. Thank you, Playboy, for sharing this. He said, though I was never molested, the abuse I dealt with from my mom made it hard for me to connect emotionally with women. That's what made me such a man whore once upon a time. Playboy,
that's what I know
that you're in a relationship now. If you're not busy, I know you're at the gym, but type in what made the change for you. Did you just get, like Truth said, get tired of the rigmarole of different women and it wasn't fulfilling? Was it religion? Was it therapy? What was it that brought you out of that and you decided, I'm not doing this anymore? And then I want to thank Ill Doctrine for the super chat break. He says, Reese, you are correct. Sexual assault increases risk of adult violence. Interestingly, spanking has the same effect on a child's neurology as sexual assault.
Wow, that's deep.
Both experiences are interpreted as predation by kids. Oh my goodness.
That's 100.
You're about to open up a can of worms because I am so anti-spanking, and it is so it is such a staple in our communities. Like it is, I get into verbal fisticuffs with people who insist, like, well, I got beat, I'm okay. I'm like, you're not. There are engrams in there. There are
nope.
That you not know are in there. Do you know getting beat is trauma? Getting beat by someone bigger.
Yeah. And they not beating you out of discipline, they beating you out of frustration.
I might disagree with y'all a little bit. It might be because I'm an old man.
Hey, Jen,
I'm glad that my father put his foot in my ass. I am glad that he did it one time. All right. I wasn't abused. Like, I didn't get in a lot of trouble. When I got that ass, I'm grateful for that one ass whooping I got. That's all I got.
You're not grateful.
I am. This one thing, since we're on the subject about, beatings and everything like that.
Yeah.
I felt, again, because that's the way I grew up. Initially I fell into that with my children. But then once, like I said, I'm very self-aware, and I always said, I'm not going to, the way I was raised, I'm going to change it. So the first thing I noticed, and this is why I'm a proponent of that, like, I don't want to hear it's the kids, it's the parents. Soon as I changed up my parenting, my kids changed immediately. It didn't take no time at all. Soon as I changed up what I was doing. And then you got the people out here so frustrated with their kids. That's your DNA that you're dealing with. You create frustrated at what you created.
Exactly.
All they are little you. So once I changed up and remembered back to when I was a child and when I was frustrated and the things I was thinking about, because kids think about a lot of stuff like you would never think about that they thinking about. They think about a lot. They got a lot of stress on them. And that's the one thing I went back to when I was, and once I started talking to them and changed up the way I parent, and like I said, ingratiate myself with my children, get to know them as individuals, everything changed. No more beatings.
That is, let me tell you something. Thank you for sharing that truth. And what Ill Doctrine wrote is so profound, because I didn't know it was that deep, where you're talking neurology and it's interpreted as predation by kids. Because like you, Truth, I grew up, my dad was iron fist, iron foot. My dad was tyrannical. Okay. Very, very violent man. Okay. And like you, when I had a child, I was like, oh, well, this is how you do it. Like, you scare them into, and I was just like, hold up, wait a minute. I am not going to beat this little girl. I am not going to have her fear me. And I was just like, I'm not doing this. So shout out to everyone who is breaking those generational chains. And I ain't coming for your daddy, Reese, right? He did what he had to do. I'm just saying that I
never heard any of mine.
I was like, I know that there was a way, whatever that lesson was, could have been communicated without violence. And I know it's a huge debate in our communities, because I know Latin and Black, it's like, you don't hit your kids, you crazy, something wrong with you. That's why they act that way. Oh, they always bring up the white. Hold on, they always bring up like the white factor, like, oh, but the white kids, and I'm like, the white kids are running the country. So let's be intellectually honest.
Right.
Much as they don't get beat, okay?
Let me say something else.
We working.
Let me say something else. I left a little bit out the story. Men weren't just going around trashing their sons back in the day, like the way you see some people beating their kids today. When you got punched in the chest or whatever, your dad would pull you to the side and explain to you, son, this is why I did this, because I don't want A, B, and C to happen to you in the future. You know what I'm saying? Blah, 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 blah. And then he would take you out to eat, or, you know, throw the ball with you in the yard. It wasn't like abusive. You know what I'm saying? A lesson came with it, and you understood why what happened just happened. And 9 times out of 10, you didn't do that no more. You know what I mean? And it didn't have to be a long thing of years and abuse. Most of the time back in the day, when you got your, you know, a foot in your behind, it worked. Today, people are a little crazier. I mean,
they were crazy back then. They had you kneeling
not
on
really. Not in the 70s. Not in the 70s.
What? Are you kidding me?
There wasn't no cities nowhere with 100 homicides and 80% divorce rates and all that in the 70s. It didn't exist.
In the
We were
70s, I'm talking about violent discipline in the 70s.
Hell yeah. Definitely.
So Playboy says, I started questioning why I was doing everything and it didn't make sense. I started to investigate. I was tired of the same old meaningless things. I didn't even like being around the women. He goes on to say, I think maturity and really wanting to be a better person just brought all the trauma to the surface. So some of you are doing self-reflection and getting there that way. Some people use religion, some people use therapy, but I have to listen. Big shout out to anybody.
Salute to you, Playboy. Salute.
Yes, sir. You gotta be a special kind of man to address yourself. You know what I mean? Yep. It's the only way to get rid of the problem. You have to acknowledge it. Look,
ain't that what I said, Jen?
I'm the one who did.
That's the only way to get rid of the problem. That's the only way.
Yes, sir. 100%.
Full Circle Essential says, yes, in the same time, kids are still being born. So what is the solution? Do we keep going in this direction or go in the direction of China? Reference to the number of children produced. The same children you speak of will grow up one day. Depending on the parenting, teachings, peers, and social media will determine the direction they will go. They will have children and grandchildren. And we have Annalicia back. Hopefully we can hear her. Hello, lady. You're on mute, I think. Say again?
Oh, no. You can't hear me?
Now
there you go. There you
it's
go.
right now.
Oh, thank God. How are you? Hello, hello.
Hello.
This is a good topic, Jen. You know I like this topic.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you're here.
This is, I'm sorry, I wish I could have been here earlier. I'm so sorry, but I'm here now. So let's get into it. What did I miss?
Let's get into it. So basically, the Kevin Samuels clip about Black men leading with their penises and other races don't lead like that. And it's basically they should be ashamed of leading like that. And they think that that's, that it determines that they're a man if they can bed many women. So I wanted to dissect it beyond other races aren't doing it. And just stop doing it. So I brought up PTSD and mommy issues and hypersexuality and a phrase that I coined, Plantation Buck syndrome, which is something that I think about a lot, why men are conditioned to just carry their bodies and their penises the way they do. I'm thinking it's very reminiscent of what was going on the plantation, where their only value was sexual. They were even, they were convinced that they were only good for breeding, and they only wanted white women, and they were hypersexual beings. So, and I think that carried over, but there's so many factors. So what do you think leads to the hypersexuality of Black men, and why it's such a badge of honor to have good D and slay lots of women, even if they don't have a pot to piss in or window to throw it out of? They still get credit for having good D and nothing else.
Yeah, see, I love this topic. It's a problem. Like it's a problem. And the thing is that it's such a big problem that people have actually studied it. Like they've analytically looked at the behavior of Black men's sexuality, because I mean, sex can lead to children, and in Black men's case it almost always does. So what the studies that I've read and everything that I've learned, it kind of concludes that Black men reject monogamous romantic relationships in favor of hypersexual masculinity. And so at the core of this behavior is a very deep rooted sense of insecurity, because it's a overcompensation for their inability to fulfill traditional gender roles, the breadwinner role. So they look and see women as conquest rather than partners. And so this is how this is absolutely plantation buckery. They've been on this buckery for millennia, and it was a problem then, and it's a problem now. But at the core of the problem, in my estimation, it's a deep sense of insecurity. It's an inferiority complex. And also Black men are just, they're not the best mates. They're just not. Unfortunately, they're not. So, I mean, if they don't have, stop crying already. But if they don't have, I mean, if they don't have what it takes to be a man, and in most categories they don't, because being a man really and truly is your capacity to provide, right? Like other men have created that standard. They can cry as much as they want, but they still benefit from living in this system and living in the patriarchy. But they've set the standard for manhood. And if you don't meet, or you can't step up to the mantle of manhood, yeah, you're going to lead with literally the only thing that you have, or in your mind, what you really think you have. But it's a problem.
Can I respond to that? I want to.
Hey, don't do it, bro. Don't do it.
No. I'm not going to disagree with the sister at all.
Wait a minute. We're going to be fair, because everybody had their time. Okay.
Definitely.
So please, like, Anna Alicia just got here. So, but I did want to, I think conquest versus partners is profound. That is a topic on its own. Okay. So I love that. I made note of that. Okay, who wants to address what Anna Alicia said first? Truth, Reese, go ahead. Please.
I want to tell that sister that I remember a time when what she just described was actually inside of my head. I remember it. I got to be honest about that.
Okay.
All right. when a man is in that state, that's a dangerous place to be, man, because you could destroy yourself very quickly like that. I came close to doing that. Now, when I look around YouTube and when I'm in barbershops and stuff like that, and I hear men and women going back and forth, and you listen to the divestors on YouTube and the women from the gynocracy, they're a bunch of fire-breathing dragons, but everything that they say is true. They might get some statistics wrong and, you know, make some accusations that are off, but when they're talking about the behavior that they observe, they are not lying, because every black person knows when they go out of their front door, they see exactly that right in front of them in their own communities. See what I'm saying? So we can't deny that. The same thing for the men. The shit that they're saying is true. It's what they see in their lives. The people going back and forth about it don't even act like the people that they're talking about. So there's no reason for us to argue up here because we're not talking about each other. All right. So I want to agree with that sister, first of all. But when you look at the collective body of men, it's easy how you could take on that, you know, perception of us, because there's enough of us out here doing those things to where you might be, you know what I mean, generalize us and be on to something. I mean, I can't deny it. We do a lot of fuck shit. It's the truth. You know, I'm trying to better myself and not, you know what I mean? I've been on a betterment mission for 10 years plus now. I still don't think I'm there. So I'm not here to go against you, but I'm gonna tell you something. It's not all of us, man. I know some divine dudes, especially like the brother down here. I love hearing him talk about his family. So that's a perfect example of there are guys out here like that, and it's not the end of the world for y'all, man. If you have a little bit of patience, you see what I'm saying? A dude like this will come land right in your lap.
So I want to really quickly, I want to address what Haran DeMarco said, because that is not what I said. I don't know if you mean my comment. He says, I know many of white men who were beaten by their alcoholic fathers. We really need to detach from the utopian ideals we have about white culture. I have zero utopian ideals about white culture. And within your comment, you proved my point. Actually, you said white men who were beaten by their alcoholic fathers. There has to be some sort of toxicity, or there has to be a very low tax bracket, or even white trash, as they say. You're not going to find a regular corporate white guy pounding his son out when he comes home from work at 5 o'clock. So I'm not saying that there's some sort, it's not a utopia. I don't view white people like as above and superior. When you talk about the lowest form of communication is violence, look at what you just said. They're alcoholic fathers, right? So there's something, therein lies the problem, right? It's a toxic situation to begin with. So it's interesting, Haran, like you proved my point, right? Reese, I love what you said, and thank you. It is refreshing to hear a man say, this is happening, this is what women see, these men are out there. And this was made very sarcastically, because every time I made a point, people would say, not all, some. So to bring them some sort of consolation, I wrote this, but it's like, it is a reality. There is truth in stereotypes, and why the hell are we so afraid to speak about it? When we walk out our door in our communities, that is what we see. But it seems like it was only accepted when Kevin Samuels, no shade, was saying it about all women, then it was acceptable. But when women say it, you know, we get the, right? So it's refreshing to hear a man, you know what I mean, not only acknowledge, but address, yeah, this is happening. This is what women are dealing with. This is the litter that they're picking from, right? And we could have these conversations without the triggers, right? Because the truth can be triggering, but the truth is still the truth. Yeah.
Do you know who your real enemy is? Your real enemy are these women that keep these dudes relevant.
Let me say something to what he was saying, because I agree and I disagree in some regards. But I think it was very poignant of you to have said, listen, I'm not talking about you. You're not talking about me. That, I think that's one of the biggest problems in the YouTube Blackistan. It's like you can't have a dialogue in a Discord without someone, not me. I'm a good black man, not me. Like, I don't know you. I'm not talking about you, right? And even if you think you're talking about me, I don't care because you don't know me. Like, this is a general conversation, and we're having this conversation because we're in the Black community, we're around the Black community, we have experience with the Black community, we're Black people. Whatever the variables are, we can have the Discord without personalizing it. Too many times I see Black men running on these panels, and they get highly chronically triggered and very emotional and very erratic because they personalize every word that comes out of my mouth. It's like, enough already, forget about it. I don't know you, I'm not, but it clearly applies. Like, if you're triggered to the extent that you're calling me out of my name, you're snapping, you're crying, you're copping a plea, then obviously it applies. Like, for me, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. With that being said, I'm not going to sit around and differentiate between the good men and the bad men, and like, that's not important. We know what's going on in the community. We know what's going on in the hood. We know why the hood is a hood. So I don't need to sit here and pontificate about, but there are, not all men. No, if that's a problem for you, then you quantify it yourself. I've seen the numbers. I'm in the community. I know what I see. I know what I know. I'm not going to sit around and like cop a plea for any Black man. If you feel like you're a good Black man, you differentiate it, right? That's for you to do. I'm not going to do that for you. But this topic, I feel, is a really good topic, and it's important because we were talking about the way that Black parents, or I would even say minority parents, immigrant parents, the way that they discipline their children and the trauma that it causes. Because I said, in the Black community, in a lot of minority groups, the way that they communicate or the way that they discipline is with their hands. And there's a lot of trauma. A lot of people don't realize how much trauma is young children experience through that form of discipline. And I don't care I'll go toe to toe with anybody who tries to advocate for physical discipline. There are so many ways to discipline your children. In the Black community, there's not enough information. There's not enough conversations. We sit around and we can have conversations about the NBA and basketball or social media or Booty Goon, Kitten Heel Samuels, but we don't talk about the need for therapy. Like, it's imperative that Black men seek out therapy. It is imperative. You guys, like, it's easy for me to say, hey, I'm going to fix myself, I'm going to build myself up. But truly, when you're really broken, you don't really, like, you're completely fragmented. You don't know where to start. Therapy is always the best starting point. I can't advocate. I love therapy. I hope to be in therapy for the rest of my life. Even when my therapist says, hey, I think you're okay, I'm gonna advocate to stay in it. That's how much I like therapy. I understand it's expensive. I understand it's difficult, and in some places it's not as accessible. But if you are saying that you really want to do the work, and you've been doing it for a year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, start with therapy. That's like, I can't advocate enough.
Truth, do you have something to say? I know you said that you had to go.
Oh no, just say this was a great subject. Definitely, like I said, it's problematic and it's very prevalent. We need to work on these things, especially the men. We need to set a better example. I spoke about this, that we need to have what is called a template of what a man is supposed to do, how a man moves. And that will eliminate a lot of things, and we, advocate for people to hold themselves accountable. Stop. Everybody uses this word accountability, but it starts with self first. You have to be your toughest critic. And, a lot of us are dealing with issues and we're not dealing with our own issues. But we're worried about other people's issues. And that's the problem. We're not doing the work. And then, like the one gentleman that made the post that was saying it goes to the children, to the grandchildren, that's what happens. The curse continues to travel down until we stop it. You got to deal with it. So, but yeah, Great subject as always, sis. Y'all have a great night.
Thank you, Truth.
All right.
So Reese, what do you have to say about that? I love the conquest versus partners. We have to do like a whole topic on that because that's big. That's big. Necessary evil. Thank you for the super chat. It says thanks, Jen, for being bold enough to tackle this subject. Grab a smoothie. Thank you. they get my smoothies. Stephen Hill says, wait, did she just say dudes are offended to the point they call her out her name because what she's saying reflects them? Then turns around and says, booty goon, kitten heels, Samuels, laughing, dead.
Right. Well, Kitten Heels, the booty goon, also runs around calling black women linebackers. So slap yourself, sir, with that comment. I don't care.
Not slap yourself. Steven! Steven's always making jokes.
A lot of women hate that man.
They do. You know what it is?
I like him.
I don't like him. I don't dislike. I'm neutral because I see him as entertainment. It's the same thing as me turning on. It's the same thing as me turning on Saturday Night Live and watching a skit. How anyone takes his gospel is insane.
Listen, if you look around the manosphere, right, you see a lot of really vicious guys that are saying be this and be that and saying some really horrible things about women and generalizing. You know what I'm saying? What separates Kevin Samuels from them is that women actually do seek him out for assistance, and he does help people. He has helped people get married years ago that are still married today. You see what I'm saying? So nobody else is listen. He's a beast. He says some things to women that are questionable that I wouldn't say. You know what I mean? I'll give you that. But compared to the other guys, you know, that's the best you got. I mean,
okay, hold on. If the best that you have is a 2 times divorcee who between 2 marriages was 4 years. 4 years between 2 marriages. If that's the best you have, you're in a bad spot. You are in a bad.
You're right about that. That's almost like saying I'm the best they have.
This is someone who can't maintain a healthy and functional relationship with a woman. I don't know about men. I'm saying women. But if you have black men who are propping him up, and like literally, this is your point of reference. This is the Godfather. This is like your father. You're in a bad position as a black man.
He's not my godfather. I'm my own godfather. But I do listen to guys around the manosphere. I call in the man shows too. You know what I'm saying? I'm practicing. I want to be a content creator one day, so I'm practicing talking to people.
I gotta question that because I know it's his running thing. He's trying to. He's even if you watch Kevin Samuels, you'll notice he's now trying to change his brand. Now he's a matchmaker. Now he wants black marriage, and he keeps running this narrative. Now people are getting married because of me, and if anyone half a brain is watching, you just see he's changing his brand, right? Because he is losing viewership and things like that. So he's like, okay, what'll work now? I just think that he's a hustler. I'm from New York. We know hustlers from 2 miles away. I think he's entertainment. People, they worship him. And he's their godfather because, unfortunately, human beings don't know how to, the saying, eat the meat and spit out the bones because they have too much PTSD. So you resonate with them just a tad and they'll worship you just a tad, right? And that's what Kevin Samuels has done to these incels and these assholes. He resonate with them just a little bit. And you can put not all, some, wherever it brings you satisfaction. But that whole now that's his new defense. Well, people are married now because of him, and they're married for. How do we know that? How do we measure that? Right? Because one of his fans said, "I listened to you, and now I'm married." So that woman wouldn't have got married otherwise. There's no way we can measure that. That's why I don't like that quote. And I notice he uses it all the time now because even if it's a lie, the Trump school of thought is keep repeating it until it's true. And now people that listen to me
testified. Few people said that he helped them. Because remember, he's on YouTube for you.
Right, but people that watch me will say something about me is what I'm saying. And even when something is a lie, I mean, Psych 101, if you repeat it enough, you'll get other people to repeat it. And guess what happens? It becomes the truth across the board. It didn't even have to happen.
Welcome to YouTube.
It didn't have to happen. But because he says it, and I notice he says it a lot, and now his fans are saying it, and his viewers are saying it, and now Kevin Samuels is the guy that got people married. And that's how it happens. That's how it happens. You just have to say it enough. But I call it, as the kids say.
Yeah, he created a narrative. It's a narrative.
But he is a lot
black
less
men are going to
abrasive
jump on the narrative. Of course.
I'm sorry, sis, I didn't hear you.
No, I said what he's doing. He's creating it. She's exactly right. He's reframing his brand. He's revitalizing his brand because black women maybe are waking up. Or maybe I don't really know what it is. What I know is what's not going to work is him telling black men you need to go to therapy. Him telling black that will never work for him. So now he found a new niche in which he can say, "Hey, I can get you married. You know, take my advice." He'll come out with a book, a step. He'll be a coach. Why can't he get himself married? Is my question.
I think this right here is
big business. Getting people married, big business, because there's such an emphasis on marriage here. People put their value in having rings on their fingers, and it's big money. But I see what you do. Like I said, I see what you're doing, Kevin. I see you. You know, matchmaking is big business. And in a couple more years, he's going to have the Kevin Samuels marriage app. That's where it's headed. Mark my words, okay? The average at best, the viewers are tired of the redundant theme. Like, how many times can you tell a black woman she's not enough, right? It's getting boring now. So now I'm a matchmaker. And it's easy to put out there because, look, and no shade to you, but you just sat here and you said, hey, he got people married. You don't even know if that's true. You just know it was said. See, and
I heard one person call in. I only heard one person call in.
Well, he said it like he literally said it when someone told me that he was on with Nicki Minaj. And I don't watch Kevin Samuels, but I was like, well, let me watch this because I thought it was going to be, you know, eventful. It was not. It was just two people peacocking and, you know what I mean, throwing their weight around with each other. But he even said it then. So I was like, okay, so he says this a lot because he even said it with Nicki Minaj. And of course, he's going to say it when someone who's going to get him the most views he's ever going to have, Nicki Minaj, right? Of course, he's going to say it then because everybody's going to tune in to watch Nicki Minaj and see that now he's a matchmaker. It's all a hustle. It's a con. And it's sad that people are worshiping this man, but all it takes is a little nudge of resonating. And it's like, no, everything he says is true. And I said earlier when I first started this stream, that's the problem with humans, that they have no discernment. It's like, no, everything is his all around message. It is what it is. And I'm like, but you agree with what he said? Okay. Thank you for the super chat, Ill Doctrine. He said, Jen, sorry to interrupt. This is a quote from researcher. Spanking elicits a similar response in children's brains to more threatening experiences like sexual abuse. Can't post link. Damn, Ill Doctrine. I did not know that. That just
it's bad. It's like it's really, really and parents don't understand it because they were beat as children. Like that's how they were socialized. That's how they learned to handle conflict. That's how they learn. And it's so detrimental to a child's psyche. And then they grow up and you wonder why they're so violent. You wonder why they don't know how to really, I know this sounds simplistic, use your words. Like you wonder why. But I think I love what Jen is saying because she's 100% right about Kevin Samuels. Because what's interesting to me is black men run around and the long-standing narrative has always been choose better, right? Like black men were bums in the 60s, choose better. Black men were bums in the 70s, choose better. 80s, 90s, today, probably in perpetuity and forever, choose better. It's interesting that you are saying black women, you know, you don't know how to use discernment. You don't know how to choose. But who are you choosing? Like he has over 1 million subscribers. You're choosing him. He has a message that obviously resonates with you. Is this a heterosexual man that you're choosing to give you this doctrine about black women, about dating a man who is not married? Choose better, black men. Choose better leaders. Choose better influencers. Choose better black men, for real.
You're not a leader.
Tristan, yes, they call him the Godfather.
That's a nickname. That's a YouTube nickname.
A what?
That's a YouTube nickname.
Yeah, but there's power in it. I mean, anytime you use the word God and father together, right? And then grown men, I've seen men older than him call him Godfather. It's deep. It's deep.
I like him a lot better. Listen, I like him a lot better than the other guy. It is hard to align myself with the men on YouTube. Very, very difficult. But I don't see this gender war as me being part of it. Because I go on Manosphere live streams. I've talked to dozens of women on their live streams. And, you know, this is therapeutic for me because the sister was talking about therapy earlier. You know, like I told you earlier, I'm on a self-betterment mission. So every time I come into one of these, yeah, I spit some jewels, but I hear something from you, her, the guy that was just on, the married brother, and I'll go away with something too. It ain't about me. You see what I'm saying? So this is therapy to me. You know what I mean? So I give everybody a fair chance across the board. And I like everybody. I don't want to pick a person and hate them. Like I like Kevin Samuels, I like Cynthia G, I like you, and I like the sister underneath me. I don't want no enemies on here.
Okay, Michael Richardson, dude, you killing me. You see his comment? What's so funny to me, if spanking was so psychologically damaging, why was our generation better than the current one? Why are we not sensible and soft like this generation?
It was a different world back then. I mean, everything was different. The behaviors were different. Family, social life was different. Sexual patterns, it was a different world. Today, apparently, you know, you can't beat your kids for whatever reasons. I don't know. I'm not young. My kids are grown.
You can beat them, but today but today what we know, psychologically speaking, what the science behind it is, you should not. And the reason that you should not is because a child's mind, because he's speaking from the position and looking at things through the lens of an adult, but try to look at it from the lens of a child, right? A child sees their parents as the people who are supposed to, by default, love and protect them. So when a child is being hit by a parent, the child's mind they can't reconcile with that. They don't, it doesn't make sense to them. That's trauma. That's what trauma is. Trauma is something that is so impactful, is so detrimental, you can't make sense of it. Parts of your brain literally will go offline. That's what trauma is. So yeah, you can do what you want, sir, but you shouldn't. Like, we're not animals. This doesn't mean that you don't have to discipline your children. Discipline is love, but does discipline mean literally physically harming your children? In what world? It's not that the world has changed like drastically and things like that. And some parents will take it to the extreme where it's like, hey, I let my children choose what they want to do. Like it's a pendulum or it's a spectrum, right? Some parents are on the extreme end of letting kids kind of parent themselves. And then you have parents on the other end of the spectrum who are like, no, this is my house and I'm going to beat your ass. So you kind of have to find a sweet spot and find what works for you. But you also have to acquire the knowledge. You also have to learn that there are better ways, more effective ways to love and discipline your children. I can assure you, I've looked at the research. It's abuse, and it doesn't do anybody any favors. I'm telling you, that's not the difference between this generation and now. That's not the variable. That's not it. There are a lot of things that have changed between then and now that are contributing to the way that, or to this generation being soft or whatever he said. But go ahead, beat your kids, sir.
So that Reese, that's a great point. When people always say, well, the kids back then were better. If the kids back then, the way we were getting beat, okay, had the internet, we'd all be locked up. Okay, so there are different variables now. There's social media and there's politics, and things are different now. Kids are exposed to a lot more things, but I really don't think the reason why things were calmer back then is because everybody was getting their ass beat. I can't subscribe to that one. Reese, would you like to answer that?
You know what? I don't beat my kids because I've seen other people really like destroy their kids. I'm from the hood. And I remember that look of terror in the child's eye while the parent was going, you know, ballistic on him. I never stepped in because I never thought it was my place to, but I remember that look of terror, and I just never wanted to give my children that kind of terror. You know what I'm saying? So I tried to communicate with them best as I could. And I was an S&T father anyway. I didn't feel like I had the right to be putting my hands on nobody. You know what I'm saying? I went to jail on my kids. I went to jail on babies and came home and they was taller than my hip. So I didn't, you know, I had to like work my way back in to get people to respect me. It's a dark thing, but it's a dark place to be, but getting violent is the last. That's not going to help a situation like mine, which a lot of black men fall in. You know, the absentee father thing. And then they try to get violent with their kids. I don't really think that's okay. Believe me, my daughters have made me want to go upside their head dozens of times. I never did this shit. You know what I mean?
Ooh, let me, I gotta address this. Tristan, you are opening up a bag here. Tristan says the issue I have is this is a systemic problem and people don't take the gender issue serious because it's on YouTube. So people are looking at it in the lens of entertainment instead of a problem. I agree. It's laughable to me when I see a panel, people like, let's get to solutions. When are we gonna get to the solutions? I'm like, is that what you think is happening here? Solutions. It is laughable to me. I'm like, all of this is entertainment. I don't care who it is. There are no therapists up here. I don't care how nice and educated the person is. I don't care how docile and quiet speaking they are. I don't care how welcoming they are. I don't care what philanthropy they do. No one is here for solutions. So I love that he said that because I'm like, the solutions are not here. They are not in this box. They're in therapy. If you're religious, they're in your religion. Okay. They're breaking generational curses. They are not here. So it's laughable to me when people are like, all right, let's get to the solutions. Let's stop arguing. Let's get to the solution. I'm like, what solutions? Are you insane?
Yo, this is conversation. There are no solutions on you. My solution is right there. Right. It's not on YouTube. It's not on YouTube.
A conversation about what needs to be done.
We're having fun. We're in a bar right now. You know what I mean? It is what it is. For real, for real. Come on now.
Full circle. He said, shout out to the critical thinkers on the panel. Thank you so much. I
got to say this, though. I get help from these live streams and these shows, so they're not worthless. You know
I get enlightened too. Don't give me. I get enlightened too. I take my notes, right? Because there are a lot of critical thinkers on here, but there's a lot of riffraff, a lot of money. Tristan said Michael Richardson can't agree because your generation did not have social media nor smartphones. Humans literally haven't evolved, just technology. It's the same generation. It's just being recorded now. Gotta agree with that.
Yo, I understand that the young people feel that way, and there is a gap. I mean, I'm talking about in terms of thinking. Like, they don't see things the way we see things because, you know, we live differently. So I don't argue with the younger people that disagree with me because you gotta understand, somebody who's 30 years old right now, right? They had a cell phone when they were 10. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I had my first cell phone at 22. It was $1,000 and $1 a minute. Imagine that. We didn't have that. And what it did, it broke the human spirit. That connection that you have when you're in front of another human being, that's gone when you have a device on you. You see what I'm saying? And your well, I don't know how old you are, but the two generations behind me, the 35-year-olds and down, they were born into madness. My generation didn't leave anything behind for them. I'll admit to that. But they think differently because they were raised on devices. We live differently. When I grew up, my mom could send me down to the street to any one of my neighbors, and I could just walk right in their house. She ain't have to worry about nobody touching me. The neighbors ain't have to worry about me stealing nothing. Nobody locked their doors. Everybody loved each other. It was harmony, man. I don't know what happened to us. So your generation was born in hell. You see what I'm saying? So they see things totally different. They are the children of our fuck ups. That's why they don't. That's the way I'm gonna put that.
Right. Well, if you don't have, the thing about kids is they model the behavior after the people that are around them. right? And it could also be people in the community as well, because they're seeing them every single day. But unfortunately, in the community, the elders, or the Black men, they're modeling extremely degenerate behavior, right? And that goes back to physically disciplining your children. It's not about the idea. It's not the idea around, oh, well, if you scold them, then they cry or whatever. Listen, crying is not a problem. We don't have to treat crying like it's a problem. It's, who cares? Everyone cries. Let them cry. But it's the idea that these children are literally molding who they are, predicated on your behavior. They watch your every move. It's not a plaything. Their mind is a sponge. So if they are growing up in an environment that is particularly dangerous, and violence can be enacted upon them if they move a certain way or do a certain thing, whether it's justified or not, they are going to learn that whether it's right or it's wrong. You could tell them it's wrong when they go out in the world, but that is what you taught them. They have learned violence is the answer in every situation, and violence is not the answer ever, right? Like let's be in the Black community. It's like that's the first thing that they reach for: the gun, the knife, the hands. It's like, have a conversation. We're adults, right? You're molding your behavior so that you can cultivate children who are going to grow up into productive, well-adjusted, well-rounded adults. That's the goal, right?
You know what?
Thank you. I want to say thank you really quickly. Super chat break. Thank you, Old Doctrine. He said, let's be serious, okay? Simping is the only solution. Stares eating grinningly at Tristan. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Reese, because I wanted to say something to Annalisa.
I was just about to say that a lot of these men have taken on feminine characteristics, but in my opinion, that might be a shot at women on some real shit.
Can I say something to that? I'm so glad you said that, because it was in my notes, okay?
What?
When I was discussing this topic with a friend of mine, he said men that are constantly sleeping with an abundance of women and bragging about it pick up feminine traits. And I was like, boom, because the men I know who are hypersexual do come off as feminine. I have one person in particular who was constantly texting me and calling me about gossip and gossip and gossip. And I'm like, but he, in the same vein, he was always bragging about how many women he was sleeping with constantly. And I was like, to the point where I had to cut him off. I was like, I cannot do this. I feel like I'm back in high school. There's screenshots running around. He said this and she said that. I'm like, dude, we're too old for this, right? I can't do this. But then when he said that, it hit me. I was like, this dude does like claim to sleep with a lot of women, and he says it openly and publicly, so I'm not the only one who's heard it. But do you think there's a connection with that, what you just said about the feminine traits? And Annalisa, do you think there's a connection that men will pick up feminine traits when they're hypersexual like that? Do you think there's a connection? Was my friend bugging out? Because I know I did see that in this guy that I'm talking about.
I think
go ahead.
Sorry. No, I think that any disordered behavior, there's, when I look at someone and it's, to me, kind of, I want to articulate this properly. It speaks to sort of a fragmented identity, right? Like they don't know what it means to be a man. They think that using their penis is going to bolster their manhood. But what I see with hypersexualized, hyper promiscuous individuals, Black men like this, I see arrested development. Like these are men who haven't cognitively or developmentally progressed past like high school. And they still have that frame of mind as 40, 50, 60, even 70-year-olds, geriatric fools, like just running around. So I absolutely agree that they pick up feminine traits because they don't know what it means to be a man. They're also probably coddled. Let's be honest. Black men are hyper coddled. Like it's a problem. But I also think it kind of goes back to them not really having or knowing what their space is or what their place is as a man. And I mean, it's sad. Like it's arrested development. They have not developed. emotionally, they're emotionally stunted. They're psychologically stunted. These are teenage boys in the body of a grown man. Like, it's a problem.
So I want to backtrack a little bit, Annalisa, when you were talking about the violent discipline and how you grow up and view things like that. My dad, love him to death, but he was tyrannical. I mean, everything was the fist. You said, what? You did this, very violent. And I grew up thinking, oh, this is the answer to everything. I disagree. Let's have a fight. I don't like you. Let's have a fight. Why'd you say that? Let's have a fight. I don't think, or I could sit up here and say, I turned out fine. No, I didn't turn out fine. You don't turn out fine. It is trauma. I'm going to stress it over and over and over again. Thank you, Queen Nita. Tristan says, yes, fellow simp cardinal at Ill Doctrine. Simping is the only way to true divinity. Let us bow to the women, rub their feet, run their bath, and pour wine. You damn right. Okay,
Simping's the only way.
Simping is the only way.
Is the only. I'm being, and simping for Black men, like, simply having respect for women, you're a simp. Like, you know, when that's the conversation that Black men are having, like, I'll be on a panel and a Black woman will be like, oh, you're pretty, or you're well spoken. You'll have simp. You know that the culture is extremely degenerate when you can't have respect for women without another Black man indicting you for simping. It's like, do you understand? Like, I am attractive. It's okay to acknowledge something that's objectively true, right? Like, even just saying something nice, like, hey, I like your hair today. I hear Black. Ooh, you're a simp, dog. She doesn't want you, dog. Like, you don't know what I want. But actually, I would prefer a simp over you. And sorry, back to what you were saying, Jen. And I think that it's revelatory that and to get where you are, and people don't realize, it takes a lot of introspection. It takes a lot of looking inward. And that is a lot of work. It's a lot of work to say, hey, what I experienced as a child really had a negative effect on me, and it changed my worldview. It changed the way that I developed relationships. It changed my interpersonal capacity, my interpersonal relationships. It changed my emotional capacity. It changed me, right? You have to sit down and really look inward. Everyone's looking to blame mom, the system, white supremacy. Like, sit down and really, like, observe and analyze what you've been through and how you got to where you are. Without the capacity to introspect, you'll never seek help. You'll never truly get better. As a human being, you'll never grow. That growth, it will never come. And the only thing in life that is constant is change. So, right. I mean, you're either going to get left behind through the evolution of things, or you're going to keep up with the times and yourself, right? You have to change, you have to grow, you have to evolve. But it only starts when you look and you say, hey, my dad beat my ass, and I can sit here and I can be in denial and compartmentalize and say, hey, I'm fine. Or I can say, no, look at my relationships. I'm not okay. Look at the way that I deal with my children. Look at my relationship with my children. It's not okay. And then you go to therapy. Then you really do the work, right? So thank you for saying that, Jen.
I want to second what Annalisa said. I'm for the simp too. I prefer simp any day over what's going on out in these streets. Just for the record, got two beautiful women saying simp all day. Michael Richardson, thank you for the super chat. He says, what happened to the village when it comes to raising kids? They're really missing. I don't know. I hear the village thing a lot. I didn't have a village. I grew up in the Bronx, New York. There was never a village. There was just my family. I want to go back to something you said, Annalisa, the coddling thing. Black men are coddled. Have you been in a Puerto Rican home? Okay. One of my biggest turnoffs is how we are raised to praise the king with no kingdom. Our fathers, our brothers, our uncles, our cousins, our nephews, like Puerto Rican men, I feel, and Puerto Rican women hate when I say this, and it's okay, you'll get over it, but they are coddled to the point where there's a word for it in Spanish called mamá, right? So it's sort of like a mama's boy, but kind of worse, right? And it's something I watched growing up, and I became so resentful because the boys in our culture are so coddled. And I know someone's going to come on here and say, not me, not my family. I'm talking about my experience in my home, going to my aunt's house, going to my cousin's house, seeing my grandma, seeing my grandpa. You know, see, this was a reality. So it doesn't matter that it didn't happen in 1.5 homes, you know, Puerto Rican homes in the Bronx. It's everywhere I went. My friends, my family, my extended family, friends in school or whatever. And I think coddling is a huge issue, that you are raising these little boys and you're putting them out there, and then you throw around the phrase, like you said, Annalise, pick better. This is what's out here. Like, you want me to find a needle in a haystack? Like, you have to be intellectually honest, as they say. This is what's out here. This is the litter. I got to pick if I'm a heterosexual woman. I got to pick eventually, right? But why does it have to be such a crapshoot to pick?
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's like, and I really feel like it's a manipulative tactic for Black men to run around and be like, hey, choose better, choose better. Why don't you be better? Right. Like, I think it would be more prosperous socially and economically if you simply chose. It's a choice. It is a choice to be a good person, and it is a choice to be a degenerate person. If you simply choose to be a good person, we could progress as a couple, as a family, as a society, as a community. But if you're choosing to be degenerate and then you're running around manipulating women or gaslighting them and saying, no, you chose me. You know, they choose better. You know, you chose Pookie. No, but Pookie chose to be Pookie, though, right? Like, Pookie could have been Sean or Jeff or Jim. Like, I don't know. Like, but choose to be better. I don't like, Black men are the most coddled group of men. I would venture to say people. I don't even know if white women are coddled as much as Black men are coddled. If you think about all of the movements that have been created, it's for Black men. Black Lives Matter, it's really Black men's lives matter. Black men are the ones who are running around becoming hashtags. Black men are the ones who can't protect themselves. Black men are the ones who are the lowest caste of any society. It's protect Black men's lives. That's every movement is about Black men. It's their pain. They're the ones who have been oppressed. They're the only ones who have experienced slavery. Like, it's enough. It's enough. Choose to be better. Choose to go to therapy. Choose to look inward. Choose to go to school. Choose to make more money. Like, it's enough. Stop crying already. Like, it's enough. Be better human beings. Stop being degenerate. Change your degenerate culture, your pump and dump culture. It's enough. Like, stop coddling them.
Be a high school teacher, yo. Be a high school teacher.
Teaching today, okay? Tristan says the village destroyed itself when the kids kept saying they're being touched inappropriately and it kept being swept under the rug.
Ooh.
The people lost is discernment. Woo! Michael Richardson said that never happened in my neighborhood, but I do see your point. Well, it happened in mine.
Mine too. Thank you, Tristan.
Yo, I want to ask the sisters, like, do you think that there are places you can go where you can be around better men, or there is no such thing? Because I'm a bartender and I meet some pretty okay guys bartending at corporate events and in museums and stuff like that. That would be real good candidates for y'all.
That's a good question, and it's a fair question. I'll say this: when I started venturing outside of the Bronx, New York, and I went into corporate America, there was a different caliber of men. I will say that. So we can do the not all right, but it doesn't matter when most women don't have access to that because we come from these neighborhoods. But when I ventured out, yes, there was a different caliber of man, but that doesn't help the huge demographic of women that have that litter to pick from that we spoke about before. Big Hef is in the building. Hey, Hef, you should be up here, Mr. Polyamory. We are talking about Black men and hypersexuality.
I also have to say that not only do Black women not have access to these men, Black women, historically, if you look, they're an extremely race loyal group of women, right? Like, they haven't really been interested in other groups of men. I don't think it's because other groups of men are not interested in them. I think it never occurred to them. I think that they have been so beholden to Black men. They have been all they want is Black men. That's the reality. So if you have a group of women who are race loyal to their detriment, is what we're seeing, right? Above all else, it doesn't really matter. They just want a Black man. They want to make children that look like them. They want to build up their communities, right? What they're getting versus what they want are two completely different things, right? But I think historically, if you look, Black women have been very, very race loyal. So that's a problem as well. That's going to stifle or sort of impede the selection process. But now Black women more and more are starting to say, hey, I just want the best man for the job. And sometimes what that means for Black women is not Black men. That's the reality.
Well,
It's
I want
sad
to try
to see from. Go ahead, Reese.
I want to try to bring some light to the situation best as I can.
Go ahead.
I see what you see in front of me too. All right, but here's the thing. You may have had 560 homicides in Philly last year, but if you go down to the Parkway where we have our events on the 4th of July and New Year's, Live Aid, the Jay-Z, these type of things, you will see in front of you tens of thousands of Black families, men and women holding hands. They're holding hands with their kids. Maybe 100,000 of them. You know what I mean? All over the place. Just no bullshit going on. And these people don't give a goddamn about the gender war going on YouTube. So, wait a minute. I say that to say this. The things that we talk about do exist. But for the most part, our race is okay. We're going to be okay. I do like talking about the nonsense that's going on because it does affect us. And it looks bad. And it hurts to see other people looking at us and seeing us act this way. You know, even if you don't act that way, it hurts to see other people looking at us. You know what I mean? Like a tear comes down my cheek every time I turn on the Maury show, or you know what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to I want y'all to understand that we're not doomed. All right. So you can go out in certain places and see Black people in harmony by the thousands, man. But we do have an issue. So I'm not going to act like it's not real.
Okay.
I just want to try to bring some light to the situation.
But also don't act like it's a utopia. And I think those numbers are inflated. I'm not going to hold you. But I also think that when you're dealing with the problems that we're dealing with in the Black community, it's more important to address the problems than it is to just look at the positives, because it's like cognitive dissonance, right? It's like it's a psychological process of like, it's not that bad, or you have to, when you go to the doctor doesn't say, hey, take a bunch of pills and then tell me if you feel better in the morning. The doctor runs tests, right? They run scans. They have to address the problem. So in the Black community, I'm getting really resentful when Black men come up. And for me, it's plea copping. Like, stop copying a plea. Be honest. I don't like when Black men come up and they're just like, you know what? There's so much good things in the Black community, and I see thousands of Black families, and you know what? That's fine. But I mean, even in the thousands of Black families that you see, those Black men are not married. So only 26% of Black people in the population are married. Marriage is an extremely social, important social and political and economic construct, right? So, I mean, I think it's more important to say, hey, this is happening in the Black community. Abuse is pervasive. Trauma is pervasive. Violence is pervasive. Let's deal with that because it's happening more, right? And even if it's not happening more, the impact is greater. It's so great that it is affecting the Black community as a whole, the Black people as a whole. It is affecting their ability towards upward economic mobility, right? Like, if you look at what their net worth is, it's zilch. If you look at what it's going to be in the next 50 years, it's zilch. That's a problem, right? That doesn't speak to progression. That doesn't speak to family. That doesn't speak to anything that you're speaking about, right? That's what I'm saying. You want to focus on what's great. You want to ignore what's not great, or say, hey, we can talk about it. It's a great conversation. I liked the Discord. But no, something actually has to be done. And nothing will be done if we're constantly focusing on 1,000. And you inflated the numbers. Like, let's be honest. There's not that many Black families. They're still head by and run by Black women. Like, let's keep it real.
Ooh, that is a word. I like when you said, even if it's not happening more than functional families, right? I'm paraphrasing. The impact is greater. I agree, because the dysfunction of us all is what's on the front page. It's what's on stage at the Grammys. It is what's on YouTube. It is what's on Instagram. It's what's being celebrated. We have a very degenerative culture that is very lucrative to this country. So that's what's shoved down your throat, right? It's not the Obamas. It's not the Cosbys. It's Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion. So the impact is much greater and the effects are negative and in a much greater form than saying, well, hey, there's Black families out there and, there are Black couples that love each other. So it is something that should be addressed. And you can't do that by saying, hey, I know Black people that love each other, not in my neighborhood, right? I think it's just, it's dismissive and dangerous as we see. And I do think that it's going to get worse. I want to thank Il Doctrine for this information and the super chat. He said, published separately in Journal of Neuroscience, male brain and endocrine activity during sex, orgasm, heroin rush, overcoming physical hardship, and unreciprocated violence are all eerily similar.
Yeah, I've read that. Yeah, it's a problem. It's dangerous. It's a problem.
That's interesting.
That's why they engage in. They have so many violent and deviant proclivities. That's why.
That is really welcome, Big Hev, to On the Block with Jen. You pulled up. Oh, I'm sorry, you're muted. Go ahead. I'm sorry, you pulled up. Hola.
Yeah, I gotta come show my love and support.
I see we doing the
chat? How
brown.
everybody doing? Yeah, we great minds.
Everybody hide their erogenous zones. Hef is in the building.
You funny.
So Hef, I think you'd have a very interesting point of view on this because you are polyamorous, and we're talking about I'm not saying that polyamory is synonymous with hypersexuality.
I understand. I follow.
Okay. I'm just saying that the subject is hypersexuality and why specifically Black males are so hypersexual and put so much emphasis on what their penis can do to how many women. So we're covering the PTSD, the Plantation Buck syndrome that I coined, I made it up, the mommy issues. So let me put you in the hot seat for a minute.
Come on.
How do you separate polyamory from someone saying, no, that's hypersexuality? How is that helping the community?
Well, in terms of how these things differ, I have 2 girlfriends right now, and I haven't slept with either in the last week.
Oh.
So, I mean, a relationship is definitely more than sex. And any man thinking that he can change the world with his penis, well, this is a man with very little ambition. He doesn't have big dreams and goals at all if he think he can solve it with his penis.
You hear that?
So you're polyamorous?
Yes,
You're polyamorous?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it your position that is something that is beneficial to the Black community, or it's just beneficial for you?
Definitely would change the narrative of a lot of the predicaments that the Black community in. Just if you take the financial gain alone, and you have multiple incomes in one home, that right there would change a lot of things that go wrong in the Black community. A lot of our circumstances come from financial issues. A lot of divorces stem from financial issues. So this solves a couple of those in that one facet alone.
Sorry, how does that solve the economic issue? I'm sorry, because that doesn't hold up. How does that solve that issue? So and the issue being the Black people as a collective have nothing. But so how would that potentially progress that economic situation?
Well, I'm not an economist or anything like that, but just from my own circumstance, if I was to extrapolate that across the board, 3 incomes and what's typically a single or dual income home, that the more spending power you have, the more of ability that you have to do progressive things.
Right, but so you have a lot of money then.
I have a lot of money.
Well, that's the only way that model would work.
Well, I mean, I made more than the average American did last year, if that matters.
Right. Well, depending on where you live, it might not matter, right? But you haven't really answered my question, probably because that's not the solution to the economic crisis in the Black community. Like really what would strengthen our economic foothold or our position, it would be marriage. That's the bet. That would be and because there's a reason that polygamy it's not going to catch on, right? It's not.
Well, I don't believe in polygamy.
What do you believe in?
Polyamory. It's slightly different.
What's the difference?
Polygamy is typically a male-oriented relationship where the man has multiple partners. Meanwhile, the women are like subservient to him. Polyandry is the inverse of that, where it's female-oriented, and polyamory means that it's open, depending on the way you organize your relationship. The individuals have the same freedoms.
So it's basically one big orgy, one big open relationship.
If you base it around sex, it could be.
Well, sex is a part of every healthy relationship. So if it's just an open, they're open to do what they want sexually, and you're also open to do what you want sexually. So where do you you really think that that's the answer? You really think that is beneficial and
I wanted you to finish the line, the rhetoric that you have going down the line of you're trying to allude to a big orgy. Meanwhile, that's not even realistic, that we're just having a big orgy every day.
Well, no, I'm kind of I'm playing around with you. I'm being facetious, but it's still one big open relationship, right? Is that fair to say?
I don't know why you use the one big like that. You make one big sound like it's.
Okay, well, don't worry about my cadence. Just focus on what I'm saying. It's one big open relationship. They're open to do what they want, and vice versa, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that is gonna can somebody help me? What am I missing? Because I mean, based on everything that I know, that's not going to change the economic situation in the Black community at all.
So as I said, more income in the home would obviously create more spending power in the home. I don't know what's not clicking there. Like I said, I'm not an economist. I don't study these things, but the more money you have, the more that you're able to do, the bigger the difference is that you're able to create.
Right, but you could accomplish that household income with two people with two great jobs who are both educated. You could accomplish the same thing.
Well, if you
could make it, depending on the job, you could make more. So that's it's not necessarily about the relationship modality. It's about the individuals and what their personal economic strata is, right?
Well, you're using the term could. So in terms of could, there a lot of things could happen, but with the example that you use, two educated people will add a third educated person, add a fourth educated person, add a fifth educated person. You're telling me that a house of 5 doctors all dating each other wouldn't be able to do more and accomplish more than a house of 2 doctors dating?
Yeah, that's not okay. We're gonna be honest. Doctors are not gonna subscribe. Okay, let's be honest. This lifestyle, it's not okay. You have 5 doctors in the house, and now you have kids. Then what? Walk me through it. How does that work?
Oh, in terms of parenting or finance?
In terms of everything. I'm honestly trying to understand. This is sort of new for me, so I'm trying to understand it myself. So now everybody wants kids. Now what do we do?
So obviously you're going to have to organize the situation in a way that makes sense. Is it 2 women? Is it 3 women? How is this dynamic broken down? So if all of the women in the household, or matter of fact, if everybody in the household, men included, want children, well, now you're rearing kids. There are many homes that have more than one child, and they either struggle to make ends meet by taking care of these kids, or they have their finances in order. Whatever the predicament is, this is only going to be amplified with the addition of other financially successful people in the home. So five doctors, as the example has it, they would have the emotional maturity to raise these kids in a way that allows them to be productive members of society.
Right. And you think that this is you think that this is going to work. You think that this is advantageous as opposed to, or as compared to, monogamy and just husband and wife getting married and having kids and doing it the more traditional and economically advantageous way?
So I'm not pushing polyamory on the world, but in my personal opinion, yes, I feel like a lot of relationships, a lot of situations would look way different if we had the emotional maturity and honesty that it takes to have a healthy polyamorous relationship. A lot of polyamorous relationships, like a lot of monogamous relationships, aren't healthy. There's a manipulator in the picture, there's a liar in the picture, and you take those things off the table. You take your healthy monogamous relationships in comparison to a healthy polyamorous relationship. Well, now you have the ability to do more, accomplish more, and achieve more. Meanwhile, you could be, or you should be, using up less resources because there's 5 of you in one home. Maybe you guys collectively only have 2 to 3 to 4 vehicles. The resources that you're using minimize while your spending power is maximized.
In this scenario, are you guys all are you married?
Well, if you believe in marriage, that could be a thing. To me, marriage is a human construct that is only as meaningful as we make it. It's not grounded in any logical reality. It's just something that humans like to bide their time with while they're here. If it means something to you, it means something to you. If it don't,
No,
it don't.
I'm not talking about the institution of marriage.
Mhm.
I'm not talking about, like, I don't need a theologian. Like, I just mean, in this scenario, would you guys all be getting married?
Yeah, so as I said, if that's something that you're interested in, it wouldn't be mandatory for me. If I was to engage in such a thing, it would be just for the show of it. You know, women like a big, beautiful wedding. But as far as the benefits of it, if we're not talking about the government and taxes and stuff like that, there's no real benefit to just adding rings. That, like, we can buy rings without putting the construct of marriage to them.
I don't. Maybe somebody. I
No,
don't
I'm gonna
see
speak on
this.
this situation. I'm
I
gonna speak
think
on
that
this situation.
I think in the Black community, relationships between men and women are complex enough. I think you're going to bring kids into this union or into this relationship. That's going to create a nuance lens that you're going to have to add, and they're going to have to navigate through. That, like, I just think it doesn't make sense to me. But, and I'm not. This is not to indict you, your world,
No,
your
I don't.
worldview. I'm
I'm
just saying,
totally
for me,
unaffected. I'm happy.
I just think it's because the society that you live in, to a certain degree, you have to adhere to the social constructs of it, right? And I'm just saying, in terms of wanting to be progressive and in terms of wanting to be successful, so I don't know how that would work, how the taxation part of it is going to work. I don't know how, like, there's just too many complexities, especially with children involved, if that were to happen. But yeah, no, I don't see that working.
Yeah, let me jump in right here.
So let me report. Let's do that. Wait, super chat break. Thank you, El Doctrine. He's loving on me today. He said, my opinion, men without many skills, competence, raising activities, or shit to do, and all day to live, life is kind of a drag, and they engage often in a physiological, compelling, and pleasing act, sex. I wanted to answer Jabari. No, polyamory does not equal hypersexuality. I was asking Hef about it being viewed as hypersexuality. So I'm definitely not. I didn't stamp him that. I was just saying, could it be looked at like that? Because when people hear polyamory, they automatically like, oh, he just wants to have sex with a bunch of different women. That's why I said that, Jabari. Go ahead, Reese. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you remember the last time I was on here and I described to you how I believe two people should go into a relationship with the intent to build on themselves, each individually, starting the next day after the union, that it's not over, you haven't achieved anything really, just united. So if what this man is describing is that he found two people do that, and they're all on the same page and in agreement with each person bettering themselves along the way, and by default, they make each one of their lives easier because they're sharing one residence, and the income will be spread a little bit thinner than versus two people or one person alone. Now, if all three people are in agreement, then that's a divine plan, as long as everyone's in agreement with each other and there's no, you know what I'm saying? And even if children were involved in that situation, you can almost look at that as extra protection for those children and resources for those children. As long as if the three adults come together in that, because mathematically, I told you before, women outnumber men. You see what I'm saying? So if everyone was monogamous, a great deal of women would be left out with nothing, no reason to live, literally. See what I'm saying? So polyamory and men having multiple women is going to happen naturally by default, regardless of how anybody on this panel feels about it. So if that man has his thing together and those things make all of their lives easier, you know, if other people looked at that and did the same thing, I don't see how that could hurt the community at all. Maybe it is like a small part of a new answer to put funds together and, you know, work together and organize funds. What if everyone on this block did the same thing? What would the math be at the end of the day? Fuck the feelings. You know what I'm saying? What would they have in front of them? Maybe their own bank, possibly. What you think about that, bro?
I mean, essentially, that's the idea. More than a relationship, I wanted financial security. So before I was willing to settle down with anyone, we had to have some like-mindedness in our goals and our ambition and our direction in life. So, you know, you come across one individual and you're like, hey, this is what I want to do. And you're happy with them and y'all good, y'all thriving. And it's understood that we both have the capacity to love more than one individual. So once you encounter somebody else that fits the mold, well, now you're welcoming in that third, so forth and so on. So things just infinitely get easier. And the idea that that monogamy can be the solution to anything, it's like the way that we've conformed to adhere to monogamy is the reason why so many people are in loveless homes and hate their significant other, and now they have animosity towards somebody that they once wanted to give the world to, because they tried to conform to this idea that is pushed on us as a society and as a whole, as like Daryl said, the golden ticket, which it ended up not being the golden ticket. A lot of us have those grandparents that we look at as the rubric for a beautiful and harmonious relationship. Meanwhile, you go sit down and talk to half of those grandmas and they're like, baby, he was the one that was there. He was the one that acted right. And I had these kids and I did what I had to do. They were just in a time period where women were much more subservient to their significant other, and they played their part. They were the homemaker. He went out and got the bacon, and he brought it home, and she cooked it. So you know, it's obvious that marriage is something that's broken for most people, and not saying that they could dive into polyamory and that would fix everything, because majority of those people don't have the emotional maturity it took to have a successful monogamous relationship. But I think if you can understand the benefits in polyamory, you're definitely going to have a much more successful monogamous relationship if that's what you desire.
Say that last part again.
If you desire to have a successful monogamous relationship, I think you'll have a much better chance if you understand the benefit and value in polyamory. It's you're comprehensive of the fact that your significant other could be open to other people, or the value in having openness in your guys' life, as opposed to this commitment that locks you into a verbal agreement, a contract for the entirety of your life. 10 years in, 20 years in, things start to get a little stale. They start to get a little dry. If you can comprehend how having the ability to go out and have your, well, what do they call it? Your hall pass here and there. This could be very valuable. You know, if you were able to comprehend that, then you can go into your monogamous relationship with a better outlook and handle yourself better.
Interesting.
That's just my opinion. You know.
Do you, and Alicia, do you think that the cure for the Black community is marriage? Is going to be more marriages?
I think the problem in the Black community is absenteeism and low academic attainment for men, and which ultimately is going to lead to your economic status being obviously low, right? Because your education correlates with how much money you ultimately make in life. But I think that marriage as a foundational piece. Okay, this is what I actually think, and I don't think it matters whether it's polyamory or monogamy and marriage or polygamy. I think that 2 people coming together, 3 people, 4 people, 5 people coming together, I think if those people are broken people, I think if those people have emotional, psychological, I guess, trauma or baggage, it doesn't matter what relationship modality you use, it's going to fail. That's what I think. I think that a marriage can be what you want it to, what you make it, what you put into it. Any relationship can be what you put into it. And I don't look at marriage as, a badge of honor. It's not. It's hard work. But it's you give what you get, right? You get what you put into it is ultimately what a marriage is, what a relationship is, and what he's describing. It sounds like the same thing. So I don't think it matters whether you're married or you're polyamorous or you're polygamous. If anybody that's in the relationship has anything going on that is negatively affecting their emotional stability, well-being, and mental health, they're not going to be good in any relationship. That's what I think. But in the Black community, absenteeism is such, it pervades in the community to such a huge degree. And I think that that's where we need to start. And I think that marriage as a foundational piece, it could absolutely address that. But prior to that, I think you need a lot of therapy. You don't just want a man in the home just because. You don't want to, it's like you said, you don't want a tyrannical maniac in the home just because he's a man, right? That's not the solution. You want a whole man, a man who loves himself, who values his children, who values his wife, who values the community, who has his head on straight, who values education. Like it's not that simple. But yeah, I think that those are some of the issues in the Black community, and those are some of the things that need to be remedied and addressed.
Jabari, thank you for the super chat. Jabari says, marriage is failing in the US because people in the West are broken. Ironically, marriage in most of the world still has the same success rates. Yeah, going back to what you said, Annalisa, and what Jabari I think is echoing, marriage is that's why I asked you how you feel about marriage. Marriage is pushed a lot. I'm not into the whole marriage thing and the whole badge of honor and women feeling worthy when a guy puts a ring on her hand. I'm not from that school of thought. Marriage, when it works and it's beautiful and there's harmony and love and nobody gets the 7 or 10 year itch to go sleep with somebody else, they're great. I just think that the majority of them fail. So when you say, well, broken people getting into marriages, that's going to be a broken marriage. I'm like, but most people are broken. When you think of 50% and plus, I'm sure it's growing in the age of social media, 50%, that's a lot of people who are broken. And I'm just saying we can't ignore that. Again, the litter that we have to pick from, right? And we do marriage thing because it's like you said, it's a badge of honor. Women we want the dress, like have said, we want that big wedding. It's very important. It's a rite of passage. It's an honor. You know what I mean? That a man gets on his knee. I'm not from that school of thought. If women are, great for them. If they feel more valuable because a man said, hey, I'm put a ring on you, great. Not my thing. But we have to look at it. We're broken. How can we even do marriage? So it's like the chicken or the egg, right? We have to address this broken thing first before someone is pushing marriage as a solution, is what I think.
I think so that, and I agree with that. When I think of marriage, I really do look at it as an economic proposition. Like that's truly what it's the foundation that you're trying to set. You can't set your foundation is going to be shaky if you're broke, right? If you're living in poverty, it's going to be a problem. So for me, it's a way to create upward mobility for your children and your children's children. So yeah, Black men they're very far away from that if you look at their position socioeconomically, right, in North America. So yeah, marriage it's not a Band-Aid. It's not going to fix things. I'm saying to first address the individual at their core, their consciousness, with therapy and looking inward, and then from there you can tackle education, you can tackle economics, and then you can come into a relationship whole, and your chances of it being a more sustainable and successful relationship long term, i.e. marriage, if that's the end goal, are substantially higher, right? Like that, like most marriages fail because of finances. That's the reality. So I think a lot of work needs, in the Black community specifically, a lot of work needs to be done. But if we're going to look at the problems, it's economics, and it's absenteeism and violence, a lot of violence. So a lot needs to be done.
Hef, what do you think about this statement? And I don't even know if this was directed to you, but I'm thinking polyamory, too many heads leads to, no pun, too many heads leads to confusion, not building a community. Do you think in the life of polyamory, y'all are too busy trying to maintain these multiple significant others, and the community itself is kind of like the last thing on your list because you're trying to maintain these relationships with 2 or 3 women at a time?
Well, everything that we're talking about in this discussion, the education level, the violence, the broken marriages, the absenteeism, all of it is derived from either a lack of education or the lack of emotional maturity. So there are going to be people who try polyamory who probably shouldn't even have the right to own a vehicle to drive on the street, let alone to engage in a relationship with another human being and try and cohabitate. I think the worst thing that we do is get a panel of thinkers like we have right here and then we talk about the mindless ones and lump them into a category as if they can be a part of this progressive thing that we're trying to accomplish. A lot of people just don't care. A lot of people aren't in position to care. You can go to communities where there's kids that are thinking about only getting to school so they can get their free meal at lunchtime and breakfast. Meanwhile, they don't have the ability to focus on their studies or improving their situation. And if they do have the time to focus on these things, they don't know the heights that they can reach. They don't know where education can take them. They don't know what being steadfast in a career can take them. There's too much simply going on. There's too much bogging them down. And we get on these panels and talk about these things like everyone is in a vacuum. The way that we see things, our outlook is specific to us and our opportunities, however good and bad. Something led us to the place where we are, to where we have the ability and opportunity to think about these things. Meanwhile, the rest of the world that are making up the percents of negative things, whether it's education, imprisonment, broken marriages, broken homes, these people didn't get the opportunities to get where we are mentally. And maybe they had too many opportunities, maybe they had too little. Who's to say what led them to where they are? But we make up a very small percent of people who are trying to problem solve these things, and we can't help the ones who don't have the ability to care about this. There's somebody right now that could benefit greatly from this conversation, but they got to be up too damn early in the morning for work. They don't have time to sit up on YouTube with us. They got bills to pay. And that's what's going wrong. There's a disconnect that's happening, and we simply won't be able to reach everybody. And you're talking about people coming out of slavery, however long that was, 300-400 years, and then you're thinking about the transition of their first generation out of slavery and what they had to do to make something of themselves. Can you imagine the ones that was the first generation out of slavery who became successful? You know how much wherewithal and intuition they had to possess in order to be the first generation out of slavery to be successful. That right there is genius intellect. And then to go into the next generation and pass that down, so forth and so on, it's the exact opposite of that. You came out of slavery and you barely knew how to read or write, and then you worked your life away and you had kids and they had a little bit more opportunity than you, a little more advantage than you, and they used that, and it was all so incremental. It was all so small, such small wins. And now you have these neighborhoods, these project ridden neighborhoods where there's hundreds of people that were project kids who are now project adults. And we want to get on panels like this and talk about these people as if they have this same wherewithal that we have, and it's just not realistic.
What's up, crazy legs? Hip hop pioneers in the building. What's up, legs? I gotta call you. How you doing, love? Good to see you. Okay, so I need to think now because I have a very rigid black and white. Either you get it or you don't. I don't care. We got people over here that are getting on the boat. You coming or not? Well, we're leaving the dock, right? I'm the person that cheered when I was watching the movie 300 and they threw away the damaged babies. I'm like, that baby's gonna be a problem as an adult. Get rid of it. Come on, let's go. Let's go. We got things to do over here. We got 300 to do, right? So what are you saying that this demographic because I get it, like some people just not gonna get it. We're up here all educated and smart and intuitive and we're like problem solvers. So what are you saying exactly? Like, should they be more coddled? Should we be more kind? Should we be more understanding? Because these people are ratchets. They're making us look terrible. They're horrible in the community. There's like, I'm sorry, like my heart just doesn't bleed for them unless you are elderly, an animal, or a child that's helpless. I can't do it.
Yo, I want to go in on that, right? So when the women talk about the savagery and bullshit that they see, and then they look at that pool to pick from as hopelessness. You see what I'm saying? So that's the real problem. So what I'll say to anybody, if you're falling into that, right? Because I've been on the savage side of that, and I'm gonna give you an example of how I got myself together. I really believe in health and diet, right? So I took all of my bad habits and I got rid of them. I did a self-diagnosis and I put all the bullshit to the side, and I stopped eating meat and I started eating vegetables. I started reading every day, 4 or 5 hours a day, going to the gym. You know what I mean? And I worked at it every day, even when I didn't feel like it. And it hurt sometimes. You know what I'm saying? There was many times when I wanted to go back at the savagery because savagery was much easier. You see what I'm saying? But when you look at the word manhood, right? Your ultimate test of manhood in life is going to be when you fall. What do you do then? You see what I'm saying? What are you going to do to make yourself valuable to even be in a woman's face? You see what I'm saying? You know what you've done to yourself, what you're going to do about it. So I've made a proactive decision. I'm cutting all the nonsense off. And from this day forth, I'm going to better myself every single day until the day I die. And I started it with food. And I'm going to tell y'all something. That old saying, I don't believe in sayings. I think they're all bullshit. But if you, the one where you say you are what you eat, there's something to that. There's something. My mind changed when I started taking healthier input. I drink a gallon of water a day, 4 juicer cups for breakfast. It's very expensive lifestyle, but it's worth it to me. I'll sacrifice driving for my own health because I know it will do to me mentally. And I don't want to be a danger to anybody out here. And I want my example to other people who might feel like they might be a danger to someone, or just pass the information to someone in your family who might be displaying dangerous behavior. You can change it, and it's not the end of the world. Because, you know, people who are dangerous and toxic, they have things in their head that are causing them to act that way. And they're not always man enough or woman enough to share it with everybody. You see what I'm saying? So I always push, you know, make a proactive decision yourself. And it's going to hurt a little bit. You deal with it. You've been punched in the face before. You've been shot. You can deal with pain. You've been hurt in a relationship. You know what pain is about. So, you know, making a change is going to hurt. If you did all that other shit, then you can do this too. If you're claiming to be an adult or a man, you know what I mean? I did it. I was the lowest of the low. I wouldn't hurt a fly right now, man. I treat women like gold. You might even call me a simp. But I just wanted to be the opposite of what I was before. And I chose to do it through my diet. And it took it happened really about 30, 40 days. I was an entirely different human being just because I changed the way I eat. That's what I got to push to everybody because I don't have any other answer. All I see in front of me is mental illness to a degree. There's nothing I can compare it to except maybe the dark ages, maybe. You know what I mean? This is really bad. We damn near burned down the earth for a fucking dope fiend. All right? So we are clearly crazy as a species. All right?
Can I ask him a question?
So I'm a
go ahead. I'm done. I'm done, y'all. I'm done.
So, Jabari, the Spartans failed, but did they really fail? In 2020, we're still talking about them. That's not a fail to me, okay? We're still talking about the Spartans today. We're not talking about them other societies you said survived them.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
Oh no, sorry, not Have. Sorry, Reese.
Oh.
I'm so sorry, Reese.
Yeah.
What are your honest feelings about therapy?
Therapy?
Yeah.
I think therapy is like an individual type thing. I don't think it will work for everybody. You know, somebody turn their nose up to therapy and say what they want to say about it, but it's going to be good for somebody. I've heard of situations where therapy helped people.
I'm asking about you. I want to know what you think about therapy. You as a man, you as an individual man, what do you think about therapy? And what do you think the likelihood is that you would ever seek therapy?
I I'm not going to say that I was afraid to dive into the realm of therapy, but when I knew I was in a state of savagery, I knew something had to be done, so I considered it. But I wanted to try my way to see if it worked first. You see what I'm saying? Maybe that doesn't work for everybody else. So I wouldn't, me personally, this is therapeutic for me, calling around to live streams and getting input from other people and hopefully touching their souls myself. You see what I'm saying? Because when you can get some symbiosis, like I can't come in the room and hug all of y'all or buy y'all a drink, but we can all share ideas, at least get the, the mind going. You see what I'm saying? This is therapy to me. I've got something from everybody on this panel and the brother that was here earlier, the married brother. So this is therapy to me personally. But I think this works.
We get something from you because last time you blew my mind. So we definitely get something from you. It's reciprocal. Thank you, Jabari, for the super chat. He says our society is risk or at risk, failure and competition adverse. Yep. We don't handle anything. This is reflected in most interpersonal relationships, not just marriage.
Thank you.
And it's getting worse.
This is what I'm talking about. Jabari seems like he has a very firm grasp and realistic understanding of the plight in the Black community. Like people can say, "Oh, but they're married. Oh, but they're there for their kids. Oh, but." You have to understand, like you have to understand trends. You have to have some foresight, some economic foresight to have an understanding of where the Black community is headed and why we are where we are. And it's absolutely an adverse to competition. And I have to, and I know everyone gets tired of the gender war, but we have to be honest. Black women have been competing. They've always been competing in the marketplace, in the workplace. They've been competing in, Jen, you said you were corporate, but Black women have been competing in all of those disciplines, in all of those areas. If you look at Black men from the time that they stepped off the plantation, they have not been competing. They have not been competing, not fiscally, not academically. And even in the small spurts that they did compete throughout history in North America, if you compare it to the amount of time that everyone else has been competing, it's abysmal. It's almost nothing. It's negligible. And this is the problem. There's no competition. And so what they do is, rather than looking at what other groups of men are doing, they say, "Oh, well, Black women, you did it. It's your fault." They compete with women. And this is why this is why they're so feminine. This is why they'll get on panels and they cry and they scream. This is why they can't be accountable, because they're competing with women. They're not competing with other groups of men. They couldn't. They can't. Historically, they never have. They never could. It's a problem. We're headed towards, as a people, permanent underclass status. And the economists are saying, well, if we're gonna point to a group of people, I mean, the men are supposed to be competing. The men are in a position where they can out-earn women, and they're not. So yeah, there is a catalyst in the economic trajectory of Black people. I don't like, people can get mad. You can cry as much as you want. I don't care. You look at the numbers, look at the data, like it's all there. Black men have lacked foresight for millennia, for hundreds of years. It doesn't surprise me that we are where we are. Like it doesn't surprise me. No competition, none, no education. It's not really changing. So yeah, people can cry as much as they want, but Jabari is absolutely right.
So, okay, so I want to address two things. Chemo just said, Chemo, sorry to see you go. Chemo said, "Oh my God," capital letters. "I can't listen to this bullshit. I'm out, too toxic." I think that you're actually confirming what Annalicia is saying. We can't even sit and just listen to someone give their point of view, like, and the fact that you're a man saying that, no shade, proves her point, where men can't even just sit and listen to where she feels they are lacking, right? So I'm sorry to see you go, but I get it. If you feel something is toxic, you really shouldn't expose yourself to it. I'm against that. If you're feeling like it's too much for you, I will bid you adieu and wish you a good night. I just wanted to make that point. And Lucky says, who's going to prove her wrong? And Jabari said, I can prove her wrong. Jabari, do you want to come up? I dropped the StreamYard link in the chat.
Yo, do you know what I wonder sometimes?
You know, if Daryl's gonna come up here, I'm gonna have to bow out because Daryl is. I'm not gonna do it with Daryl tonight. But he's a problem. He is a problem. I'm not gonna engage in discord with him. There's absolutely no way. I don't know Jabari. I haven't had any negative interactions with him, so
Jabari's
probably good.
Super cool. Jabari, him and I go at it, but he's like a man's man. He's like, it's whatever at the end of the day, and then we laugh about it. So it's cool.
I just wanted to respond to what you said to me about not having any remorse for the have-nots, or however we want to label them. In my opinion,
but me though. I wasn't saying
No. I'm saying I'm responding to when I finished and we let Reese take over. So to respond to what you were saying to me, we have to acknowledge.
Jabari,
I'm getting some feedback.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I think that was Jabari.
We have to acknowledge that the plan for these things to work was successful. The plan to put the Black man where he is mentally and financially was successful. It's similar to people crying for the natives losing their country. Their country wasn't stolen from them. They lost a war. And throughout history, that's what losing a war looks like. Your land is taken from you. And they lost the war to the Europeans, and the Europeans own this land now. Same way, the Europeans implemented plans that were very successful for them, and now somehow, in some way, shape, or form, we have to become cognizant of how these things have affected us, and slowly and surely little sects of people, little groups have to come together collectively to eventually overturn what has become. But it's going to take a lot. It'll take a lot of time. It will take a lot of work, and there is no overnight solution. We can't just grab every person and take them and say, wake up.
Who is that?
He coming up here with the COVID cough.
No, he said his throat hurts, but I do want to let him speak because he said his throat hurts and he can't stay long. So Jabari, you always have the most dope perspectives and alternate views. So please, sir, what do you have to share with us?
Okay, first off, I do want to apologize for the cough. It's not COVID. Every cough is not COVID. Every cold is not COVID. That said, I have to push back against. I'm sorry, in the screen I'm on, I can't see your name.
Annalisa.
Yes, I apologize. I would argue to the contrary of what you're saying. Black men not competing. You have to understand. You have to look at the country for what it is, and look at it holistically. Where else in the world have in 200 years, throughout the history of the world, have in 200 years a group of people gone from being enslaved to the heights of power in politics, in finance, in entertainment, and in any other spectrum? I would argue Black men have competed better. Black American men have competed better than any men historically have in any nation. And then if you look back, this isn't a recent phenomenon. If you go back 100 years ago, 80 years ago, you had Black men in the midst of hardcore Jim Crow national overt systemic and institutional racism. You had Black men owning insurance agencies in Atlanta Life. You had Black men owning banks. You had Black men starting movie theaters. You had Black men having movie I'm sorry, having movie studios generating movies. If you look throughout the history of this country, Black men have done more than just compete. I think your comments are a reflection of what we're seeing now across our educational spectrums and a lot of times our political spectrums, the victimization of Black people. I argued in another panel that Jen was on. I don't think she was hosting, but I argued in another panel. Black people aren't victims. We've never been victims, especially Black Americans. We are a people who were in conflict and continue to fight throughout our conflict. And the tide of our conflict is turning in our favor. And I think that if you look at the trajectory of the Black male and reject the idea and the ideals of the cultures that we're adopting, and when I say we, this includes Latinos. If you reject the Eurocentric Western constructs of what they consider marriage, what they consider healthy relationships, and you fall back on what the idea of family that is permeated throughout the African diaspora, and especially in the Black American diaspora, you'll see that our families have been stronger than theirs traditionally. You'll see that our people, our bonds, our culture, we've been able to hold on to aspects of our culture in ways that no one else has. So I think that you have to step back from the view of history that other people tell us about ourselves and look at history from its actual past.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to push back the pushback.
Okay.
So when you say look at sort of the things that Black men are accomplishing today, I think you mentioned athletics and entertainment. Am I right?
Those are very small parts of it, but yeah, very, very tiny parts of it.
Well,
I'm talking about
as small as they are, they don't own those talents, right? The NBA isn't owned by Black men. It's predominantly facilitated and played. Black men will play in the NBA, but they don't own their own talent. The same with the entertainment business, same with the music business, right? They all have shareholders, they all have owners, right? They're all managed. They all have to sign on the dotted line. So I wouldn't use that as a point of reference. What else did you say Black men are moving and shaking and doing today?
Now, before we go any further, let me step back and push back against your pushback for my pushback. You just talked about ownership. I own stocks in different companies, a lot of different companies.
No, not you.
No, allow me to finish.
Not you, though. Not you. I'm talking about Black men.
I'm a Black man. And when I say
I'm just addressing people, what you said. You brought up athletics and entertainment. I'm not talking.
But when I said first, athletics and entertainment was a very tiny part of what was a long diatribe, probably a too long diatribe. I mentioned finance. I mentioned politics. I mentioned Atlanta Life Insurance Company. I mentioned Oscar Michel, who owned his own studio in the 1920s. And I don't mean a small record label. I'm talking about the man put out hundreds of movies. I'm talking about real ownership.
Right, but
entertainment is a tiny piece of that. And if you want to talk about individuals, you want to talk about
I'm not talking about individuals. I would never talk about individuals. I'm talking about the group. I'm talking about a collective and a community of a people. I don't care about individuals. And it's not about you. It's not about me. It's just a general conversation.
Right.
But even to your point, even anything that you're naming, they're outliers. They're outliers. These are not.
Now push back against that idea.
Right, but no, you can't say that this is a common occurrence in the Black community. You can't sit up here and act like every Black man is a business owner. Like the numbers aren't in your favor. If that was the case, Black people as a collective, as a community, they wouldn't be so reliant and dependent on the dominant society's resources and provisions. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Now push back against that, against your contention, and I'm going to use economic statistics. In this country, most of the people that are on government assistance are not people of color. That's the first thing. When we talk about success allow me to finish, because I'm going to use going to take the exact same point that you used. If you talk about most people, most white people in this country are not business owners. Most white people in this country, the success is an outlier regardless of race. The Bill Gates, those people are outliers regardless of race. If you're talking about as a group, as a collective group, you have to look at this because your original contention was black men aren't competing. If you look at the group as a collective, you're talking about a group of people that quite literally 160 years ago were still slaves. 160 years ago were slaves. In this country, we were slaves. If you talk about just the history of this country, we were slaves for about 100 years, not including the colonial period. We were slaves for 100 years. We've been not slaves for, 160 years. In that period of freedom, let's use the word freedom loosely. In that period of freedom, you have had a large emerging black middle class. If you're talking about proportionally for other minority groups, we have our proportion of blacks in the middle class, and I can drop the actual stats in the chat if you'd like me to. We don't have a disproportionate amount of people in the middle class when you remove outliers of all race. The issue that we're dealing with is that something that you said, you're comparing us to other people. And if you look, if you argue that we're not competing, we should not be where we are. We should not even be where we are as a people. We have black doctors. We have a class of blacks. And when I say blacks, I mean blacks, Afro-Latinos, people that look
okay.
African Americans.
I understand what you're saying, but I think you're missing me. What I'm saying is those doctors, those lawyers, those business owners, who do they pay their taxes to?
They pay their taxes to the government of the United States.
Right,
because we're citizens of the United States.
And the government of the United States is what would we call them?
Americans? Are you saying that only white people are in the government of the United States?
Predominantly, of course, yes.
If you're talking about proportionally,
no, I'm talking about
no. Watch,
mostly. Yes.
No. Allow me to push back. If you talk about black representation, you don't talk about government.
I'm not talking about representation.
Allow me
to make my point. The body of government.
Me to make my point.
Want to know
blacks
whether they're black or whether they're predominantly white. That's it.
Blacks represent about 13% of this country. When we say black, we mean the African American, people who identify as black, non-Latino Americans. Blacks represent we are represented in Congress at about 13%. If you're talking about the major metropolitan areas of the United States, blacks are overrepresented in government in those cities. So when you talk about who's the government, are you talking about the federal government? Are you talking about the city government? Are you talking about the state government?
I'm talking about the federal, all of them collectively. And I want you to tell me whether or not they are predominant. So here's the problem: if they're mostly black, then that's a separate issue, because that means that you have black people, black men in government who are not implementing and creating legislation to help the black community, which is impoverished and
that's a completely different argument. But that is the case in many cities.
Well, you're right. It is a different argument. It's a different problem. But if your assertion is that black people are represented proportionately in the government, then that's a different problem. I'm telling you that they're not. I'm telling you that black people as a collective, as a people, don't have any political carte blanche. That's what I'm telling you.
I can give you statistics that I can show you the numbers, and this isn't like guesswork. You multiply you divide the number of Congress members into the number of black representatives, and you put that number up against the percent of blacks in the general population, and the disparity is about 2%.
Well, then that's a separate issue, right? Because if you have that many black people in positions of power and they're not doing anything to combat poverty in the black community, or to help with access in the black community to specific resources, then that's a separate problem. But that also speaks to maybe the fact that they really don't have that type of power. Maybe they really don't have the political clout that you think that they have, regardless of their position in government. My point is, the only time that Black men had even an inkling at prosperity was when they were separate. That's like the only time throughout history that they were able to actually compete, because they couldn't outsource. Everything had to come from the community. You had to have Black doctors, you had to have Black teachers. That is what drives competition. The second that they decided, no, we don't want to be separate but equal, and it was Black men, we don't want to be separate but equal, we want to integrate. That's when you weren't able to compete. So if you're telling me that in 2022 Black men are able to compete, Black men are represented in government, and they're still in the position that they're in, that's a problem. I think that that's a problem, because I can tell you that even they're not getting their education. They are an economic burden for the government. They're not working. They're jobless. It is an economic burden, and their economic trajectory is going to reflect that. So we might have to have a separate conversation for a separate day. If you're saying that they are in the government and they are moving and shaking and they have political carte blanche and political power, but yet the Black community looks the way that it does, Black people don't have access to mental health facilities and resources, academia is also going to be different for Black boys specifically. So that's a separate issue. But I'm saying to you that regardless of how much power you think they have, right? Because thinking and having are two different things, right? Reality and perception are two different things. I'm telling you that the Black community is headed towards economic collapse. They're declining as a people. They're not declining in numbers, and their numbers are going rocketing in education, in the best jobs. That's not what's happening. So you can't have it both ways. So if they're in government and they're not doing anything, are they really in government? Well, are we really dealing with like pro-Blacks in government, or what are we dealing with?
May I push back?
I got a question.
Because I actually wanted to get statistics. To rebut what you were saying. The last part of what you were saying was conjecture. Because I gave a very, very easy to verify thing, which was the number of Black representatives divided into the number of congressmen. And then once you look at the major cities in the United States, to look at the government makeup of those cities. That's not something that we have to guess about. Those are hard numbers. The unemployment rate, by the way, and the most recent numbers are for the end of fourth quarter 2021. Unemployment rate for Black women was 10.9% compared to 7.6% for white women. For Black men in that same period, 9.4%. So you mentioned that Black men were a drain. I'm trying to see what Black men are a drain on. They're not a drain on the family if they have a lower unemployment rate than Black women. And this is not a Black man versus Black woman thing. And I don't
No, it is. You just made it that way. You have to compare Black men to Asian men, to white men. You can't compare Black men's unemployment rates to women.
Well, by that regard, watch this. By that regard, Asians outperform everyone. If you want to talk about just race, watch this. Nigerian immigrants who are Blacks, not Blacks of African descent, only one group of men in this country have a higher earning power than them, and that is Asian men. Did you know that? That's according to the Department of Labor.
Hold on. I knew that, but that's not my point. My point is it's not Black men because they can't compete with them. That's my point.
Okay, wait a second. So a Black man that is an African man, a true African American, an African who has become an American citizen who is Black, is not a Black man.
That's not an African American, and more than likely he got to where he is.
That is exactly an African American.
No, I want to get in here.
African Americans.
No, hold on. Let me finish.
But go ahead.
You're. I understand. It's. You have to understand there is a difference between an African American and an African. That you know that there's a difference, and more than likely, here's the funny part. More than likely, like the Africans, and there are studies, the Africans that are able to come to this country and or North America in general and be very prosperous, they're able to do it because more than likely their family benefited from the transatlantic slave trade. Because we were sold into slavery, right? From Black people. It wasn't white people that they sold you into slavery. So the ones that are coming here and they're prosperous now, they're getting their education, and yeah, they're making more money than you. They're probably in the position that they're in to come to this country because school is more expensive. It's extremely expensive to live in North America. But anyways, they more than likely, if you go down their family tree, benefited from the transatlantic slave trade. They're not African Americans. It's not the same thing. It's not apples to apples. I understand. I understand that might be confusing, but that's why they're in a different. They're in a separate category because it's not the same thing.
Okay, and just so we're clear, to eliminate any confusion, including what seems to be yours in this topic, an African American or an Italian American or any other, when you put the place of origin before American, that means that person immigrated from said country and became an American. We're
right,
Black Americans.
Wait
a second, we're Black Americans. If you want to get technical, which it sounded like what you wanted to do. If you want to get technical, that's the case. Wait a second, now allow me to push back again.
You're saying it's the same thing? You're saying a Black man who immigrates from Nigeria.
I'm saying that is an African American, not
second generation, third generation. You're saying it's the same as someone who was born in America, a Black person born in America?
No, that's not what I said at all.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That's
what I'm saying. So there's no confusion. That's all I'm saying.
So let me wait 1 second. I just want to jump in here. And Alicia, Daryl is backstage and wants to come up and share what he thinks. I don't want anybody on the panel attacked. I just wanted to know if that's okay with you because he did have something to share. I just don't want you guys going back and forth because I appreciate you being on the panel. And
I know exactly what Jen. You know what he wants to share with me? He wants to share the Moynihan report. The thing that he doesn't understand is I know the Moynihan report like the back of my hand. I had to do it in school. So like I'm not going to go back and forth with Daryl. The last time I was on the panel with him, he was calling me all kind of pejorative names. He was screaming. Like I'm not doing it. I'm already dealing with one Black man, and that's enough for me. That is literally enough for me. But what I want to say to him is, so you're saying Black men are competing. So there's a joblessness crisis for Black men, and it's costing $50 billion per year. Did you know that?
Say that again.
So wait, before we go on, Annalisa, are you okay with Daryl coming up and just saying what he wants to say about the topic, not addressing you?
No, he's going to address me, and he's going to say that, she hates Black men.
He said he's not. He doesn't have anything to say about the Moynihan report or anything.
Well, he's not that smart. I don't think he could really contribute all that much.
Ay, Dios mío.
I just want to focus on what I'm focusing on because I can't believe that a Black man is really sitting up here saying that Black men are able to economically, they're the least educated group of men on the planet, and you think they're able to economically compete?
Wait a minute, did you just say on the planet? Did you just say on the planet?
Yeah, in North America, you are the least educated group of men among all men.
Again, you're wrong. Latino men are actually the least educated men.
Latinos not a race.
They also have the lowest earning power in this country. I can post statistics.
You have all that earning power, and look where the Black community.
Wait, Latino women have the most businesses open in this country.
Latino is not a race. Latino is not a race.
Every time I give you a statistic, you respond with.
No, Latino is not a race, but you didn't address what I said. I said that Black men are costing the government $50 billion per year. Their joblessness, it's a crisis. It's a national crisis. But you're telling me they're in a great position.
No, that's not my contention. Your argument is wait a second. Your argument is Black men aren't competing.
Sir,
so by your argument, are white men in West Virginia competing?
You came up here and you said Black men have been competing. They're able to compete. They are in positions of government.
Will you answer my question?
That was your position. I'm telling you that they are an economic burden to the effect of $50 billion annually. It is a national crisis.
Where do you get your numbers from? You saying 50 billion? Where does that number come from?
I'm gonna put it in. I'm gonna put it in the I'll put it in the private chat.
Yo, I wanna get in here real quick, yo.
I just want to say this. I want to bring Daryl up. He said he's not going to address you at all, and Alicia, but I want to see what he has to say on the topic. Okay, so can everybody be cool for a minute? I'm just going to bring it up, and then you guys can. I'm gonna bring up Daryl, and then you guys can continue what you were saying before he adds. What's up, Mr. O? ¿Cómo está?
What's going on? Hello, everybody. Hello, Annalicia.
So I'll send it in the private chat, or I'll even send it to Jen. I'll send it to you via Instagram. But you can't, if your narrative is black men are in a good position, in a position to be able to compete with other groups of men, they can't also be costing the government $50 billion because of their joblessness. Like it doesn't work that way.
Jabari, what do you have to say about that?
One out of
I just want to say one thing. I need one statement. I'm confused.
Go ahead, bro.
About,
go ahead, and then I'll respond. Go ahead.
Are we comparing 36 million people to 300 million people?
Yes.
That's a weird. How can 36 million?
Wait, hold on. So how many Asians are there in the country? How many? You can compare them to any group of men, but even if you're going to do a portion of the population, right? Apples to apples, they're still going to fall behind. That's the reality.
May I just want to say one thing because I can't keep going back and forth. If you compare black men to white men in West Virginia, how do you think black men stack up? Earning power, every statistic that you just talked about. Because I assure you that any citizen of West Virginia is a far greater drain on a society than the blacks in 90% of the country. If you want to talk about blacks in rural Kentucky, blacks in the Mississippi, blacks versus whites in the Mississippi Delta, it's easy to take a subset of the population, as you say, just the blacks who are descendants of slaves, or just the blacks who've been here for multiple generations. Well, let's break down whites, because white, if you break down different groups of whites, if you break down based on geography, if you break it down based on whites of Italian descent versus the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, which we can do. We can actually break those down.
No, we can, but here's another problem. If you're going to also say, hey, white people are also poor, you can't also say that you're being oppressed by them. I
never say that I'm oppressed.
Right, but
matter of fact, I actually started by saying the oppression narrative is the problem. I not?
No, you said that they're not
very articulate.
So you're saying right. So that means that there's no systemic racism. That's also what you're saying then, right?
Yeah, you'll never hear me make that argument today that there's systemic racism.
Okay.
There's a history of systemic racism.
Right. Well, then you're going to have a hard time.
Hard time what?
Analyzing the joblessness among black men.
No, that's not hard. That's actually not hard.
Okay.
Because the basis of unemployment among black men is just like analyzing the unemployment rate in Kentucky or the unemployment rate in Appalachia, in North Georgia, Tennessee.
That's fine. That's fine.
Allow me to finish. The causation for unemployment, for economic disparity is the same across the board. The cause of that is a lack of education.
Right. So, but if your education correlates with your ability to get a job or with your
earning power over the course of a lifetime,
then if they are literally like that's what I'm saying. So it sounds like you're agreeing with me. I'm telling you that they are jobless to the sum of $50 billion annually. You obviously you have to agree because they're also the least educated. So it's either they're educated.
I've already established that we're not the least educated.
So hold on. It's either they're educated, but they're not jobless, or like, what are you saying?
Yo, I want to jump in.
Before you jump in, shout out to the
go ahead and let anybody else talk. I didn't want to. What's his name? I didn't mean to monopolize the conversation, y'all.
No, you're good because we're good because I've been talking for a while. Thank you so much, Il Doctrine. Chat. Il Doctrine says the overlooked field is skilled trades. Black men should flood property value, raising trades up to being licensed. The college route is a standard too far away for Black men to pursue a 4-year risk with risky payoff versus trades. Thank you for that super chat. And really says schooling and education are two different things.
Right, but I'm talking about education, and I'm talking about it directly correlating with your economic strata. So you can't, it's like you have like 10 narratives going. You came up here and you said Black men are able to compete. They have been competing. They're business owners. They're in the government. So they're in a good position then. But then I'm telling you that I have studies, and you can go to cepr.net. I'll send it to everybody. They are an economic burden, and it is because of their unemployment rates. They're also the least educated, which probably translates to the joblessness again, right? So which narrative are we pushing that they're able to compete? Because if you're jobless, you don't compete with anyone. If you don't have an education, you're not competing with anyone. And even economically, you're saying they own businesses, they do this, they do that. They own businesses, but they're still beholden to the dominant society. They are economically still beholden to the dominant society. Like, that's the reality. So they're owning businesses, but is it really their business? It's like property. It's your house. Is it really your house? Because the bank can come in and take the house. Like, the bank can own your house. What is truly yours? If you have not established yourself as a sovereign people, do you have anything?
Okay, I gotta push back against that. That entire contention the entire argument you just made was flawed. It is I don't want to get off on run down another rabbit hole, but in the world that we live in, ownership is a function of civil society. Based on what you're saying, anyone who is strong can come and take from the weak, whether you're rich or whether you're an owner or not. That was Julius Caesar's position, and which is why he was accused of tyranny, by the way, was because he would take land and execute the wealthiest citizens of Rome. These are people who were actually senators. He controlled the army, and might was right.
Oh my God.
So
Okay.
by your argument, wait a second, you made the argument, can you actually own while you are subject to a greater society in which you are not the majority?
You're
obvious
subjugated
answer
group
is
of people.
yes.
You
Wait a
can't
second.
you
The
can't own
obvious
when you're
answer is
subjugated.
yes.
You're subjugated. You're a subjugated group of people. You can't
Okay.
truly
You're-
have ownership. You have to establish yourself as a people in sovereignty, in solidarity, and you have to build your own communities, your own banks, your own
What is your
pedagogy.
because I've already established that there are Black-owned banks, there are Black-owned insurance companies. So I'm trying to understand, and I'm trying to understand when you say, what is your definition of owning?
When the dominant society can't come in and take what you have at will.
There's
When
in
the
that
dominant,
case,
when the
in that
dominant,
case,
you wait, hold on, let
in
me
that
finish.
case-
Let me answer your question. When the dominant society can't take your life at will and make you a hashtag just because. So that's what I'm saying. There's no there's no, on the one hand, you're saying that they have this power, they have this money, they have the political carte blanche, but look at the way that they're treated in society. Black men are becoming hashtags perennially. Like you have really no say. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand.
Hey, Jabari, hold on.
I get it. I just want to jump in real quick. Alicia, do you think, Jabari, I think what she's saying, it's not ownership, it's pseudo ownership, right?
And I want to push back against that.
But wait. And Alicia, do you think it's even possible for Black men, since they're subjugated in this country, to have real ownership?
If they're
still being hashtags every other month, there's a new hashtag.
There's a march, right? There's a new Black Man's Lives Matter march, right? Right, exactly. But so my thing is, if they became sovereign, if they had created their own nation state, or like that's what I'm saying. The biggest mistake they made is when they said we want to be equal. You like, where's the foresight in that? How can you be equal? The footing will never be even. The playing field will never be even. But Black men opted in to integration. That is the problem, and they should not have. They were prosperous prior to that, and that was the downfall. That was the problem. So if we're going to use that as a point of reference, and we can say, hey, and other groups of people like the natives, the indigenous, they didn't want to assimilate. They didn't want to assimilate. And some people can say, well, look at them now as a community, look at them now as a people. And some people say, hey, that's an L. But they didn't want to assimilate. So they were able to be separate but equal. They were able to maintain a sense of sovereignty. And people can say, obviously they're not in the position that they should be in considering. But Black people are, your situation isn't any better. You have a false sense of security. You have a false sense of ownership. You have a false sense of freedom. You have a false sense of sovereignty. Whereas the indigenous, they know exactly what it is. Natives know exactly what time it is, but they also are separate. They're doing their own thing. You can go to Asia. Look, the things that the Chinese have done to the Japanese. I can't even. Some people think that what happened in World War II with the Germans was bad. What the Chinese did to the Japanese, I mean, some people say it's worse. Some people say the violence, the subjugation, the oppression, the slavery, some people say it was worse. But the Japanese people, like as a people, they still were able to transcend economically, socially. They still held on to their traditions, their cultures. They're still a sovereign, distinct people. They still fought. You have to fight. I don't know if you guys know W.E.B. Du Bois. You have to fight. That is the only, you have to fight. You have to establish your own. You have nothing until you do that. That's why the dominant society is letting you play the ass. They're letting you do what you want. Really, truly. All of your opportunities come from them anyways. Your jobs come from them. Your opportunities come from them. But they understand you're beholden to them. You are reliant upon them, regardless of the outliers, because even those outliers are not pumping that money back into the Black community anyways. You don't have your own, I don't understand. What are we talking about?
I want to respond to you.
Wait, real quick, because Daryl has to go. He got his babies to take care of. He wanted to talk something. Jabari was saying, Daryl, what's up?
What's going on? Jen? Can you hear me good?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good. I'm not gonna be here for no more than 5-10 minutes. I just want to throw out some historical, actual facts about Black men not being educated. While white men couldn't figure out heart surgeries. You know who the first person that did figure out heart surgery? Dr. Daniel Hale Williams.
God.
See, look,
oh my God.
We can't even have. I want to have a conversation without being interrupted. We all grown here. I'm not dealing with kids here.
Stop.
At the end of the day, the very first heart surgery done by a Black man.
Heart surgeon.
Right.
Bro, where are you now? How did that translate into the medical field? You were talking about medical apartheid
Jen,
the other day.
Jen, I kept my word, Jen. So I'm gonna keep my word to Jen. I'm gonna keep my word to Jen.
Just let him get this out.
First was Black men don't get educated. Then I mentioned Black men doing educated things.
They are not an educated
Jen, can you please
men,
mute
period.
Jen so I can get my comment out, Jen? I'm not about to talk over nobody.
Jen, they're not.
It's not my wife. I'm not about to talk.
Heart surgery.
I know. And Alicia, wait, I know, because we've all been talking for a while.
Heart surgery isn't education.
So just let him get his point out. It's fine.
Like I said, I'm not here to over talk anybody. I'm not a fucking child. At the end of the day, the truth is, while Black men were getting educated enough to work on white people's hearts, they still couldn't get jobs. That was just one of them. The one who I'm doing a video on tomorrow because it's Black History Month is Percy Levon Julian, who died in 1975. So this wasn't 1,000 years ago, right? Dr. Percy Julian graduated from Harvard University. Now, how many men are alumni of Harvard who can find absolutely no job, who have a doctorate, who have a PhD? How many, right? I have a number for that, but I want to see somebody put it in the chat for me. At the end of the day, this man couldn't even get a job nowhere, to the point where what he did, Mr. O, was, he did, Mr. O and Hef, I can't get a job nowhere, even though I graduated from Harvard. He started a painting company, became a millionaire anyway. So black men have been doing educated things since the beginning of time. The fraternity Kappa Alpha Psi have been around here for 111 years. Alpha Phi Alpha since 1906, putting out college graduates every year, right? Just to name a few: Thurgood Marshall, Supreme Court, Dr. Martin Luther King, A Million Man March, also happened in the 60s. So when we talk about black people, the only thing we talk about is Pookie, Ray Ray. The only thing we talk about is the ones who get the ones pregnant. We're not talking about actual achievement. And when we do talk about black men being educated and not being in positions, what we're talking about is subjugation. And then when we talk about the real answer for subjugation, that's the big G word I'm not even going to say on Jen's page.
You weren't subjugated, though. Remember, he just said there's no subjugation, there's no oppression, nothing's holding you back. You are prosperous, you're able to compete. That's what he came up here and posited.
I have one question. Hold on, because I'm not addressing nobody else but Jen and Jabari.
That's not what I said.
Hold on,
that
Jen.
is what you said.
Jen, can you ask, when they came in with the law affirmative action, right? Matter of fact, I'm gonna address it to you, Jabari. Can you tell me why affirmative action was created in the very first place, why we needed affirmative action as the country of the United States of America? Can somebody enlighten me, please?
Because you were too dependent on the government.
I asked a specific person for a specific.
You said anyone. I'll answer.
No, I said Jabari. I said Jabari.
I know exactly what.
No, I said Jabari. I asked Jabari.
I think it'd be hilarious to see what you think is the reason, but the affirmative action was a result of the Equal Opportunity Act of 1968. That was a result of the women's liberation movement, because white women did not feel like they had the same access to information as blacks. Let's just be honest. Let's call it what it was. The suffrage movement was because white women could not vote and legally, and black men could. Those are the facts. Those are historical facts. They are not in dispute. Go ahead, brother.
No one's disputing the facts, but what I'm saying to you is, you had to be given those opportunities. Do you understand? Like, that's not a W for you.
May I respond to your entire contention of being given or not being given rights in a country?
No, because you guys.
Yes.
No, hold on. He's saying, well, you know, they had to enact and they had to implement the affirmative action. They implemented it, and you are still not educated. Like, I don't understand. So they're saying, hey, you know what?
There's more black boys in college than there's black boys in prison. But we're not talking about that.
That's true. She's not talking facts.
I'm saying, like, I only came here to talk facts, and I address a specific person.
That's what I'm hearing.
That's
right?
literally not true. There's more black boys, and there's more black boys. There's more black boys in college than any other where.
You know what the rate of black men who graduate from high school and then go on to
Can you name somewhere black people exist, black men exist more than college? Can you name, Annalicia, now I'm addressing you. Can you name a place that black men exist more than college? Because it's not prison, so you can't take it there with me. So where else do black men exist more than college? You're smart, so provide data, please. Okay.
Wait, really quickly.
No,
that's what I thought.
Shout out to the super chat. Thank you, D-Mac. Thank you. I appreciate you. He said her stats are so flawed. The biggest burden on our system are poor whites. It's not even close. That
was the point I was making.
Right, but that's not true though. And
but
I actually, hold on.
Factually, that's 100%.
Wait a minute.
Do you need me to post actual statistics?
Hold on. That when you say poor whites, you're talking about white. You're talking about the entire community. You're talking about women, children, men. The study I'm talking about,
Annalisa, you denied my question. I asked you, where did black men exist more than in college? You didn't. No, hold on. Before anybody go, I asked a direct question because she don't want to admit that black men exist in college more than anywhere else. You get what I'm saying? So we ignore my facts. That's why she didn't want me to come up here in the first place.
You can't compete if you didn't go to school.
Let me ask another.
I said a fact, Jabari. I said a fact. Black men exist more than college anywhere else, and nobody else here had an answer for it. That's all I got to say.
Because there's not an answer for that.
Of course, there's not. Yes, sir.
Just and by the same regard,
black men are in college more than anywhere else.
This is like a.
Oh my
kind
God.
of circular, but
you guys don't make sense. You're in college more than everybody else, but you're at the bottom.
No, that's not what we said.
You're in college.
That's not what he said. You're like making things up.
What did you say?
What
Sorry, what did you say,
That's
Daryl?
not what he said.
What did you say, Daryl?
He said there are more black men in college than there are in prison.
Is that a badge of honor for you?
That should be a badge of
That's
honor.
a badge of
for
honor
any
for
society.
every culture. Yes, for any culture.
Any culture,
they would be
yes.
happy to have more people in college than in prison. So to answer your question, yes.
Okay. So you have more black men in college than in prison, but you also are the least educated out of all those groups. Even the ones that are more in prison than in college.
But that's not true.
That is true.
Is not true.
Oh, well, let me guess. You're gonna say black demographics? Like, cut it
Yo,
out.
I want to add something.
Everything I said is come from the Department of Labor, from U.S. government statistics.
Right.
I don't know
the
where
census, and you know what all of those things say? You are the least educated, and you are the most unemployed.
But
I want to answer this.
Once
it
again,
correlates. People
who
are not educated are not getting good jobs.
I'm so sorry, bro. Let me drop statistics, because just like I had to go and drop statistics before. Nate, you brought up Native American men. That's another demographic group in this country. Their unemployment rate was 15%, 15.4 to be exact. So they have a higher unemployment rate than black men. You said we're the lowest. Also, let's go to, you said Latino is not a race. So you want me to break it down by Mexican American, Puerto Rican American, because all of them have a higher unemployment rate than black men as well.
Oh my God.
They also have
can you break it down by race?
These are statistics according to the Department of Education.
Can you break it down by race? Race is Native is not a race. Puerto Rican is not a race. I want just race. Just do the race.
Okay, I say race. So what? Okay, so what are Native Americans? How do you want us to classify Native Americans?
Not a race.
What race do they fall? What group do they fall in? Since they're not a race,
they on job applications.
I'm sorry. Are you saying that natives are a race?
Native American is a race. That is a race. According to the U.S. Census, according to the World Health Organization, according to the United Nations, they're a race. Now, I don't know what you classify as a race. Okay. That's why I asked. I'm not trying to be facetious. How do you classify these groups who are classified by our government and the international community as a race? How do you classify them?
I think that African descent, African, that would be a race.
No. Right? We're talking about Native Americans,
right? And do you know where Native Americans? Do you know where they came from?
The Asian steppes, yes, the Asian steppes. They came across the Asian steppes across the land bridge before the Bering Strait during the last ice age about 11,000 years ago.
What country? What continent?
Asia. That's why I said across the Asian steppes.
So they would be Eurasian. But before Europe and Asia divided, it was Eurasia. So they would be Eurasian, right?
Asia and Europe are still one supercontinent. Actually, it'd be more accurate to describe
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Subcontinent.
But that's what I'm saying. So they would be considered Asian.
But they're not considered Asian by our government.
I want to get in.
But they're also not considered a separate race.
But they are. Native American is a race in the United States.
Yo, can I jump in, y'all?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Jump in, please.
Go ahead.
I'm itching. Let me. I want everybody in here to not trust these statistics. I hate statistics. All they do is cause more problems and arguments. You know what I mean? It's the way they do these statistics is tricky anyway. Like, I'm gonna give you an example. A few years back, Camden, New Jersey was considered the most dangerous city in America because of their murder rate. That's because the small amount of people that were shot and killed here, according to the population. My block in Philadelphia killed more people than the whole city of Camden. So in theory, my block is more dangerous, but the newspaper told you that Camden City was more dangerous, and it wasn't that bad. I'm just giving you that example to give you an example of how they twist up the stats. And just by us being like, the smallest group of people in America, we're going to fall to the bottom of a lot of stat sheets anyway, because we're the smallest group. So you can't be tricked by that stuff. You got to understand like the deeper math. That's why we got to start, educating ourselves more. There's deeper math than what they just put in the newspaper. And this is how they don't tell you how they came up with that, that answer, the mathematical answer. They don't tell you how they got to that. They twist things around. Now, all these statistics do is make us argue more and more. The sister, your dream of black people ownership and nationhood and rising in power, you're not going to live to see that. You know what I mean? So what you need to do, and what I tell everybody else to do on the panel, is take on the mission of self-betterment. Your immediate problem is finding a suitable mate. You know what I'm saying? The other dreams, that's not going to happen while you're alive. Your immediate problem is finding a suitable mate. And what's in front of you is the original topic we were talking about, that toxic masculinity. That's the barrier that you're trying to get through. So my advice to you would be is, don't stress yourself out over the bad black men that are causing problems in the neighborhood and the statistics, because all of y'all are right about the stats. You can go back and forth for 4 hours for that. Better yourself and make yourself irresistible.
Right, but no.
And you will feel what, listen to me, I did it myself. I told them earlier on this panel, I did it myself. Make yourself irresistible. You understand what I'm saying? And that poison that you stress yourself over, it won't even, you won't find it in front of you.
Okay,
you understand what I'm saying? Because if you stress yourself out about the negativity that you keep barking about, sis, you're gonna end up with a brain aneurysm.
Reese, but hold on. Why do men run with the assumption we're not validated by a mate, a partner, a man? Like men, no man is going to validate me. We don't have to sit around looking for men.
Validation doesn't matter. Validation does not matter. All that is, validation is a fancy way of saying what other people think. Fuck what other people think.
Validation means you're important, you're valid. And I'm telling you, relationships, men, they don't do that for me. So just don't worry about me finding a suitable mate. That's not what the conversation is about. I'm trying to tell you, you guys, on the one hand, you're saying black men are not the most unemployed, right? Even though
because we're not statistically.
None of that matters. None of that matters.
Oh my God.
None of those statistics matter at all.
You're
you
right. You're right. They don't matter. So when you go to the
I see black success all around me. And black
does that
happiness.
matter?
Wait a minute, sis. I see black success all around me and black happiness all around me. Here in Philadelphia, one of the worst places in the world, man. And I see it. I see it every day. So what does that mean? That means that it's doable. You see what I'm saying?
I didn't say that it wasn't possible, sir.
It's doable for everybody here on this
I didn't say that it was impossible, but what I'm saying to you is the position that black men are in are costing the government, they're costing the community, they're costing women, they're costing children. And until black men sit back and say, hey, you know what? I'm not going to manipulate numbers. I'm not going to play semantics. I'm not going to be the victim. I'm going to stop crying. Until they take accountability, nothing is gonna change. That's the problem.
All of that is true. All of that is true. But you can't let that affect you. You see what I'm saying? You can't be harboring on those
social work, sir, and I see it every day.
There's nothing you can do about that, sister. This stuff is not going away. I'm telling you, if you let it bring you down, this will affect you medically, shorty.
Right. Well,
I'm telling you what I know. I'm telling you what I know. And I don't want to happen.
Black men want to lie. Black men are victims. They want to lie to themselves. Okay, let's go with the narrative. You know what? Black men
You're not going to be able to fix her. You're not going to be able to fix her.
I'm not trying to fix anyone. I'm hoping that black men are just going to be accountable and be like, yo, you know what? Shit is fucked up in the hood. The black community is in a state of disrepair and degradation.
That's why I'm here to talk about accountability. I told the whole panel earlier, I was these things that you speak of. I took a proactive decision to better myself. I made a decision one day, I'm going to turn everything around. I took all my bad habits, pushed them to the side. I used my example to try to express this to the other.
You're one man, but you're one man on this panel,
and
I'm
here talking. That's why I'm here talking.
But there are four. But if one out of four black men take accountability, that's not good enough. That's
You're
not
right.
Everyone has to be accountable. And I'm saying in the black community, black men specifically are not accountable. And you're seeing it on the panel. You're the only one who's saying, hey, I'm accountable for myself.
Okay, listen.
Wrong. I take care of a black child. I graduated from college, et cetera. So
you're the biggest victim I've ever seen. Just stop.
No, I'm not. No, that's being honest. Because if it was a black, you was just black women, single mothers. Listen, so now a black man taking care of his child, right?
How do you talk about medical apartheid and black women dying at the hands of white doctors and then have the nerve to bring up a black surgeon, sir?
Right. So
how
now, me being a father,
when you bring up medical apartheid,
me being a father, and taking care of complete.
Didn't you say that the number one cause of death for black women
and listen at the same time?
Hef, you have kids, right, Hef?
Yeah.
for instance, y'all got kids. Me being a single father, is that not accountability and responsibility? Yes or no?
Of course.
Right.
It's okay,
So
bro. I
me
like that.
taking care of a child that cannot take care of herself, nobody else take care of her. That's not accountability. Me graduating from college, that's not accountability. Me taking care of her financially, that's not accountability, right? Or
Is
am I
that
wrong
what I
about
said?
that,
Is that what I
gentlemen?
said? Is that what I
That's the
You
said?
said
kind of
that's
guy
being
Yeah,
we
you said
want
only
right
one
there.
man on the panel is taking
yeah.
accountability. I
That's the
Because
actually
we're
kind
own
of
a
talking
guy
about
we
the
business.
black
want
I
right there.
employ
community.
other
You,
people.
you
Only
shouldn't be
one person
screaming
is
at him. You
I'm
should be
talking
giving him
about the
your
black
number.
community, and only one
Yes.
person is saying, yo, things are not good. There's only one
But you
person. It's
shouldn't
only
be
No,
him.
screaming
no
at
one
him.
said it
You
was
should be
good.
giving him your
No one
number.
said it was good. Your argument, see, the problem, what the issue is, you keep moving the goalpost. Every time you make a claim, if your claim is refuted, rather than to acknowledge that your claim was refuted, you just move the goalpost.
What do you think
Your
my
original,
goalpost
wait a
is?
second, your
My
original contention
goalpost
was,
hasn't changed.
your
Black men are
original
the least
contention, which is the
educated
reason
and the
why I
most
came on,
unemployed. That's my goalpost. I haven't moved it. It's not moving.
You're gonna make
It's not
yourself
moving.
sick.
It is not moving.
again, your original point, which is the reason why I came up, was you said black men are not competing.
Right.
If you
How are
made
you
the
able to
argument,
compete if you're not
again,
educated?
are you going to talk or are you going to listen? Because we can't do both.
No, because I already heard your position, and my position is not going to change, sir.
So you're not listening. You just want
Black
to
men
talk.
are not able to compete economically. They're not educated, and they are unemployed at the highest clip. Yes, that I'm not changing my position.
So
It's not going to happen.
Okay, so please, gentlemen, let me respond so that I can leave, because I don't engage in circular arguments. And this argument is when people just want to yell their point. They don't want to engage in an exchange of facts. Because I went on the Centers for Economic Policy and Research, and I'm looking for the $50 billion number, and I'm yet to find it. But that's neither here nor there. The point is, you said black men are not competing. When you talk about, if you said black men are not winning in America, you would not get an argument, I don't think, from anyone on this panel. As a race, we're not winning. But to say we're not competing is more than disingenuous. It is more than disingenuous. And to say that a person cannot possess power unless another person isn't able to take that away is completely ignorant of the history of humanity. Right now, Ukraine is a functioning, wealthy country. It is a functioning, it is wealthy to the point where it can buy American weapons just on a whim. It has the money to buy the weapons. If Russia went in tomorrow, Ukraine would not be able to do anything about it. Because in the real world, once you get outside of the ivory chambers of the West, might makes right in the world. And if you talk about that's why I always preface it in our civilized society. We are competing in a civilized society the way that you compete in a civilized society. We are getting educated. We are creating businesses. We're not going to be at the same level of a group of people, because you want to compare us to white men who have not had to date. Wait a second.
White and Asian men, I said.
When you were talking, I was not interrupting. I wasn't.
No, but I'm clarifying. I'm saying I'm competing men to men. Black men.
Okay, I'm talking about men.
And white men.
I said white men.
Right.
I said white men.
Right.
I said white men. I was very specific in the wording that I used. If you want to talk about are blacks winning when compared to white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, no. Hard no. Easy no. I think everybody on the panel will agree with that. Are blacks winning against rural white Americans? I would argue yes. And the stats would back me up. They go to prison at a higher rate. They use government resources. We're talking about men. They use government resources at a higher rate, especially if you consider farm subsidies. If you include farm subsidies, the number isn't even close. Now we're using a fraction of the government resources that they use. If you want to talk about it, when you break down groups in this country, that's why it's important to actually use the numbers. That's my only pushback against you, bro. The only thing that we have that can equalize it is the numbers. The actual statistics are the only equalizer we have. Otherwise, we resort to what we see. And none of us see 350 million people. We just can't. None of us see the sixth largest country in the world by landmass. We can't do it. So we have to rely on something that we can all access that's taken up by a central source, which is government statistics. Any policy group, you have to be weary of a policy group because policy groups start off with an agenda. That's why it's best to use government statistics. And if you get statistics from a policy group, you have to back that up with government numbers. That's my point.
Okay, well, we can't really compare North America to what's going on in Ukraine. So I'm just gonna.
No. The whole point of that was power. That right, you can't really own because they own their own country and their country can be taken. So to say that somebody who's a dominant group can't take your business
but no, listen
is not a.
They don't actually own it. That's Russia does.
Russia owns a country that's not theirs because Russia has the capacity to take it.
Right. So they don't. So that's why anyone. That's what I'm saying.
So the United States owns the world.
Oh no, ownership is a real thing.
So the United States owns the world because the U.S. military can conquer any country on earth. It could be bloody, but our military can conquer any country on earth. So the United States, by your contention, owns the world.
No, the United States has power.
But does it own the world? Because you're arguing that you can't have ownership if someone can take it. And I'm telling you, unless you are at the very top of the food chain, there is always someone that can take what you own.
If you don't have power, and black men do not.
You mean military power?
That's black men's power, military power. You think it's yours?
No. Because you're the government. The only way the government can take my business is with military power. Okay. Let me go ahead and put that out there.
Okay, sir. Okay,
the
that's
only
great.
way the government can take my power,
black men
because here's
power.
Why my taxes are
I'm
paid
walking
up.
away from this conversation with a different mindset now. So
black
men have
because
political power.
Because
black men have. What's the net worth in the black community? Okay, so it's okay. So yeah, black people, black men are able to compete. Even though I believe
you don't get the difference between competing, between your words that you're using when you say unable to compete. Do you know what it? Do you understand?
But you're
what
not
you're
competing.
saying
But hold on,
when you say unable to compete.
You're not competing for the sake of competing, sir. You're competing to win. So if you're losing, are you competing? You're not competing. And I
ever engaged in athletics?
I would actually venture to say
that's the dumbest shit ever.
Black men can't even compete with black women.
Here. Let my man go right here.
Can't even compete with black women. Of course, you can't compete with other groups of women, men.
Yeah.
Black women have more jobs than you. Black
too.
women are more educated than you.
Your black women are more educated, and you still don't earn as much. So what's your point?
And why is that? We might not earn as much, but we have more money because we have more jobs.
But you don't have more money.
Do you understand, sir? If
Show me the
have
statistic.
more jobs, if there are more employed women than men, we have more money.
Show me the statistics, because I can show you statistics to the contrary.
No,
show me your statistics.
All groups of men make more money on the dollar, but if they don't have jobs, they don't make money.
There's more male entrepreneurs.
No, there's more black women. That's why they were invested in by Sachs. No, you're wrong.
There's more black male billionaires and mega millionaires.
Yeah, they have a lot of money, and they're not doing anything in the black community. So yeah,
I know some that are.
How long does the dollar stay in the black community? How many hours? Does anybody know? What is the projection? What is the projection economically for black people, for the black community?
You know what?
Is it what class? Underclass? Permanent? That's what I read.
We use these statistics against each other unfairly. You could easily say that
statistics. She's just saying things. She's not.
We can use.
I was about to say that's not even a fact, bro. She's just talking.
Right. Dropped the ball. We had a black president. He didn't do nothing. But look what we could come back. We could easily say that. Look now, black women are running the country. Right? You got Kamala Harris, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Maxine Waters. A black woman about to come to the Supreme Court, and now it's the worst year in human history in front of it. Or you could talk about the trillions of dollars that left the community through weave, lashes, and makeup. We could go back and forth for 4 hours doing this dumb shit. It doesn't matter. None of that shit's matter. There are black people out here on both sides, men and women, doing good, that are marriage material, family material, the stuff that you're worrying about is not. It shouldn't be it shouldn't affect you this way. You understand what I'm saying?
All of those things affect a person's ability to get married and have a family. So it's all interrelated. It's all connected.
But it's
which is why if
doable.
you
That's
feel
what I'm
that
saying.
a group of people aren't competing because they aren't winning, it's just, I mean, that's like if a fight breaks out and a big person jumps on if Mike Tyson jumped on a lightweight and Mike Tyson was wailing on him, but that guy was fighting back.
Just stop. They can't even compete with their female counterparts. Let's just stop.
We've already established. I'm not going to go over because I don't believe in engaging in black male versus black women, but you're not offering any statistics. But
they're more
educated
than you, and they have more jobs. That is a fact.
But no, because the unemployment rate, I actually gave you the unemployment rate as of 2021, fourth quarter,
black
and black women
were the highest.
Those are the statistics.
Black
you
men
can't
were the
lie with the
highest.
Department of Labor.
Oh my God.
Can't trust those stats.
Oh my God.
You want me to drop them? You want to drop, because I dropped them in, I'll drop them again. According to the Department of Labor, in the fourth quarter, the unemployment rate for black women was over 10%. The unemployment rate for black men was 9.8%. 10 is larger than 9. So the unemployment rate for black women is higher than the unemployment rate for black men. If you want to talk about earning, black men earn more than black women. We're not going to engage in a inside the race fight just because you want to. I'm trying to defend black men, and your concept that if you're not on top, you're not competing. And I think that that's a little spoiled, a little entitled, because
you're right.
Because
it's
black
entitled.
women aren't competing according to your position. And I would argue against that. But you're arguing that black women aren't competing.
Black women are absolutely competing. Of course,
How are they
they've always been competing.
When they're lower than women? What demographic group are black women outperforming?
Hold on, I'm gonna read something for you. Okay.
Cite your source. Cite your source.
I can't put anything in the chat. I can't.
No, I said just cite it. I can research. Cite your source.
Let the brother in the corner give his 2 cents.
CEPR.net.
Let the guy in the corner give his 2 cents. See, y'all scared him away.
It's the Center for Economic and Policy Research.
I'm on their
I want to hear him drop. Come back, man.
Right. So the monthly unemployment rate undercounts jobless black men, but even with the undercount, black men have consistently had the highest annual unemployment rate for the last 20 years. A new report released today by the Center for Economic and Policy Research assesses 3 major factors that contribute to the undercount of jobless black men and calculates the full cost that joblessness has on black communities and the U.S. economy in general. Because we typically assess joblessness among black men based on the unemployment rate, we grossly underestimate the problem of joblessness for black men, the harm it causes to black communities, and the need for bold policy interventions. So that goes to the black men in government. Tell them to do something about that. The job crisis for black men is a lot worse than you think, reveals a job gap for black men found between 2 official jobless measures, the unemployment rate and the employment to population ratio. The white-black employment to population ratio job gap is about 3 times the underemployment rate jobs gap during a period of moderately high unemployment. However, this report further reveals how prime age black men differ from other groups. A problem with the official labor market statistics, is that they do not include the black men who are incarcerated or allow for the economic impact of higher morality rates among black men. The criminal justice system has racial and class biases that lead to higher rates of incarceration because of structural inequities that affect health outcomes.
She has really done her homework on us.
May I reply to that? Because the information you just posted, watch this. I'm not going to refute, but you know what I will say? That applies to every demographic group.
Oh my God!
You don't think it does? Your
Okay.
God? That's why there's a gap between the labor. Okay, now you're going to listen to somebody who has a degree in finance.
They said
that's
black.
The difference
they said black men and other groups of men, sir. They made the distinction
Once again, that applies literally to every group of men. That's the issue. That's why we also have a number called the labor participation rate. The labor participation rate. And if you want to go by the labor participation rate, Black men still have a higher labor participation rate than Black women. And Black women still only have a higher labor of participation rate higher than Latino women, who you say aren't a race, which will put Black women back on the bottom.
Yeah, Latino women, that's not a race. But like
so
I
Black
said,
women are back on the bottom.
Like
and you're
I said,
arguing that Black men aren't competing, but somehow Black women are.
Because we're more educated and we have more jobs per capita.
Yo,
yeah.
But you don't have more jobs if you have a lower labor participation rate and a higher unemployment rate.
Right, but who's costing the government $50 billion annually?
I'm still waiting to see where that $50 billion comes from.
It comes from their lack of a job and their ability to economically contribute.
Yo, let me jump in here, y'all. This is not healthy. Y'all can go back and forth forever with
No, I mean, I'm just looking for like hard numbers.
No, listen, this ain't healthy, my nigga. Let my man down here in the corner. He been waiting to talk for a hot minute now. And he was dropping bombs earlier.
Wait, even before Hef jumps back in with the gems, Mr. O been waiting a long time. He been a little fly on the wall over there. What's up, Mr. O? Welcome. Good to see you.
What's happening? I spoke with this young lady on the other platform. I think it was a couple weeks ago. When we lead with this place of anger, man, we ain't getting nothing done. And the point of having these platforms is to get change and better outcomes. And I think when you lead with the anger, I don't think anybody's even having a conversation. You know, all this talk about fault. When do we talk about the responsibility? Hey, I take full accountability for whatever Black man did to piss you off. Like I own it. I know that.
No, don't do that. I'm talking about the community.
I understand that what I can understand is that
I'm talking about the community. Don't do that.
Come on, man. This is what I'm saying. Overall, I understand that there was a period where Black women felt like that we let them down, and when we use all these statistics, it just supports the anger. But I didn't do what my great granddaddy did, and I'm trying to do like what he said. Everything I can do with my time to get a better outcome in my situation, and hopefully that can be infectious. You know, I from this player's perspective that we have, man, we're not trying to piss off women, man. We really want to hear you, and I want to let you know that I do hear you, and we are doing everything that we can to hopefully change that narrative because we want to be with you. We do, but the problem is this ain't gonna make us come together, let alone build some money together if we can't even talk. So something was done in the past to hurt women, yeah, but today's times, I mean, it wasn't all bad, but I ain't gonna say it was all good either. So how do we move forward? I want to hear what you're saying, and I agree with a lot of things that you're saying. Like, you're not wrong about a lot of the things you're saying. Your delivery is fucked up. But
okay, hold on, because listen, I don't like when you come up here and you say, oh, you're making the who hurt you argument, but you're just articulating it in a more politically correct way. Just stop. Black men hurt everyone. Black men hurt everyone. Like literally, like we were talking about trauma earlier, and it was trauma at the hands of Black men. This is Black men saying this as well. Like, cut the shit. Black men hurt themselves. They're hurt. They don't realize it. You're hurting yourself. If you hurt your community, you're hurting yourself. If you are hurting the women in your community, you're hurting yourself. If you're not there for your children and you're hurting your children, you're also hurting yourself. They just don't. They're too myopic to understand it.
There's three Black men right here on this panel right now that are reaching out to you, sister. with no intention to hurt you. Right here in real time.
Hold on. I don't feel like anyone's trying to hurt me. This is just a back and forth that's getting heated. I don't feel like anyone's trying to hurt me. You don't know me. I don't know you. Like, this is YouTube. It's not that serious, realistically.
My point is, it's a lot of focus on fault, and I know you want us to take responsibility, and the responsibility still exists for the men to lead and do something and change this.
Right, but if you're Mr. O, I don't understand why people want to get away from who's at fault. And if Black men can say, hey, slavery, as a result of slavery, right? So the effect is Black men are not leading in the home. Black men are not able to compete with men. Black men are not able to win. Black men, like, if we can say that slavery is a cause, you can also look at the behavior of Black men and you can see cause and effect there as well. Men as leaders in a community, men as leaders in a home, they absolutely have to shoulder the burden. That's the way it works.
My thing is, the fault conversation alleviates people from taking responsibility like you need them to. We argue over fault, but the responsibility of the action, it's still present. So for us to be better men, better Black, better families.
It's fault and responsibility, it's the same thing.
But all we're doing is talking about it's your fault. It's your fault. And when you blame someone else,
you know what the words that, you know what, in all of my years, this is my only year, all of the panels and conversations that I've had, I've never said it's your fault. I don't think I can recall a time where I said it's your fault to anybody on a panel. Like I'm just talking about accountability and responsibility collectively is what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's your fault individually. It's not that serious. I'm just saying you have to take account. If you want to be leaders, you can't be crybabies. If you want to be leaders, you have to assume responsibility for the vulnerable people in your community, i.e. women and children. That's the way it works. You want to play semantics and say fault? Okay, no one's using the word fault. I'm saying responsible. I'm saying onus, accountability. We'll go with those words. I'm not going to play the semantic game. I didn't say fault. It's not about who's at fault. It's cause and effect. If Black men are not doing what they are supposed to do, Black women are not going to be able to do what they should do. They can't nurture their children the way that they should if she's working constantly. And a Black man was on the panel earlier and he attested to that. Nobody can function the way that their kids can't be kids if they don't have mom and dad in the home. That's the reality. So yeah, cry about who's at fault. I don't really care. It's cause and effect. The onus and responsibility lies on men's shoulders. Men build communities.
I got a question for you. When we talk about all these absentee fathers, right? Why we don't never get into the real meat and potatoes as to why some of these men left? You know, because I've been hearing for the past half a century that men have just been walking out on their children and walking out on their women. But, you know, being a barber for 30 years in my chair, I've been hearing a different story. So there's a conflict there. You know what I'm saying? And even in my own situation, like I was an absentee father, but it wasn't because I walked out on my kids. It's because their mother made a careless decision with her vagina. And it even caused me to go behind the wall. You see what I'm saying?
You're holding someone else accountable for your choices? Sir, don't do that, sir. You're a grown man. Don't do that.
Every Black man that's not in the house, he's not absent for the same reason. You see what I'm saying? Of course, there's some worm dudes out here that just walked out on their family, but that's not always the situation. See, so when you say Black men and bottling us all together,
let's get down to brass tacks then, okay?
Yeah.
Being there for your children is a choice. It is a It is a choice that you make, point blank. Period. If the woman is impeding your ability, if you feel like she's trying to stop you, she's trying to alienate you, you go to court, sir. There are measures in place to make sure that doesn't happen, sir. You fight and advocate on behalf of your child, sir, if that is truly what's happening. No one can keep a man away from his child. And if they can do that, is he really a man? One must have.
You must have no idea the devious bullshit that's going on out here.
You must not have no.
Are you from the hood?
Sir,
are you from the hood?
Sir, don't surmise as to what I know and what I don't know. I have a very firm grasp and understanding of what goes on and the discord and custody issues between Black men and Black women. You make choices in life, period. Yeah. You choose to be there regardless of your relationship with the woman, or you choose not to. You choose to live a deviant, degenerate life and go to jail. Those were your choices. You have to live with the choices. How it affects your kids, you also have to live with those choices. If you want to be there for your children, you are able to do that. Nothing should stop a man. If it could stop you, you're not really a man. Period.
Well, can I describe a situation to you, and then you give me advice on it? Because I'm not being silly. I really want you to do this, because I found myself in a situation, right, where my kids were getting a little bit older, my daughters, right? And even though I wasn't in the house living with them, there were certain things that I didn't want my daughters involved in growing up. Like when the topic of cheerleading came up, I was against that, but they wanted me to finance it. They called on me for the money. And it was another thing, when she went on her prom, they went and designed this prom dress that showed her entire back, a giant V that went down to the top of her ass and had her ribs out, and they wanted me to finance that, and I didn't want to do that either. And they wanted to send her to these places that we got in Philadelphia, like South Street, and places where people go at night, where teenagers find each other to fuck. And they wanted me to let my daughter to go down to those places and finance that. So I found myself in a situation as an absentee father where I would not trust them with my money. You know what I'm saying? Because they wouldn't listen to me in terms of the example that I was trying to the impression I was trying to put on my daughter, because I wanted her raised a certain way and I didn't want her turning out a certain way.
Sir,
so I wanted to wait a minute. I want your advice. Wait a minute. I'm telling you, this is what fell in front of me, and I came upon a decision that I wasn't sure of. I didn't know what to do. You know what I mean? So what would a man do in a situation like that?
If you wanted to raise your children, then you have to be there to raise your children.
I messed that up already. I already messed that up.
Okay, so then if you messed it, then it's your job to fix and remedy. If you feel like your ex is making choices that are questionable and detrimental, then you go to court and you get a parenting plan implemented. You assert your rights as a father. If you feel like you want to have a great influence over her, but again, at the same time, the job is yours to build the trust, because you broke it when you were absent. Why would someone trust an absent father? The job is yours to build back that trust. If you are, whatever discord you have with the mom, she's not listening, she wants to do this, you go to court, you see a mediator, you write something, you get something out in writing that is legally binding, and you secure your own rights as a father. Period.
Well, hold up. At that particular time, I didn't have any legal leverage because I was an ex-con on paper. So, my credibility would have destroyed me in court. So there was no legal...
that goes back to your choices, and
right.
That also goes back to the fact that you have to slowly work your way back into. Hold on. You have to gain her trust. You have to prove that. I'm sorry to say, listen, my brothers were in and out of jail their whole lives. They made very bad decisions. I wouldn't let them lead me. I'm not going to go out and take their advice. That's the reality. Growing up, I'm not taking their advice. I'm sorry. That's the reality. I went to school. They didn't. They went a different route. That's the reality. You have to earn their trust as a leader if you're trying to lead your daughter.
That's the problem some of us men face, man. People think because we made a mistake in life that our brains ain't worth no more, and that our opinion ain't worth a damn.
I didn't say that. I didn't. That's not my point.
I ain't accusing you of that. I'm not accusing you of that.
My point is when you make decisions in life, you have to live with those decisions for the rest of your life. My point also is that
my bad decision. I'm asking for advice how to go forward.
You also have to work harder than everyone else around you to get where they are. That is my point. You want to have the relationship with your daughter that you see other men have, that you see fathers you have to work very hard for that. Period. Build back the trust. That's it. Assert your rights as a father. That's you go down the avenues that you need to go down. But you're not going to sit here and tell me it's impossible. You're not going to sit here and tell me.
I never said that. I asked you for advice. I'm just telling you, this is a real hard trip for a man like me.
Let me jump in real quick. And y'all gonna be hella mad, right? And it's okay.
No, I'm not.
Y'all gonna be hella mad. Let me jump in real quick. I understand her passion and I understand her reason. Right. So for everybody in the chat, I love y'all the long way. But for everybody in the chat who's been insulting this woman for the past hour, Do y'all know y'all sound as crazy as y'all trying to say she sounds? Because let me tell you something. I'm going to take myself out of it. Ain't nobody cooler than motherfucking Heffa Mr. O. So if that's not your demeanor right now, no matter who's saying what, y'all are being just as crazy as you say she's being. Because what she has is an opinion. She's not in control of your spouse, your money, or your children. It is an opinion. We're all entitled to our opinion. She talks loud. I'm Puerto Rican. I talk loud too. Doesn't mean she's
mad at her.
This is how she speaks. But that's something. If you've been insulting this woman over and over, and I understand one comment. Fuck, I even understand two. But y'all have been going for like an hour saying this. So she's not listening to y'all. Whatever you say is not going to change her position, her cadence, or her delivery. So y'all can't really convincingly be in the comments talking about her every which way and then saying she's the crazy one. Now give me some Mr. O and Mr. Hef, and I believe that y'all cool. Because ain't none of us as cool as them, not even me. So that's the first thing I want to say. I do understand the passion. It's what we spoke about before. It's how women think we can love a fuck boy, a guy that makes less money than us, a man that we take in. That is what this is. This argument is. I don't know if y'all noticed that this is what that is. Then we take him in and we resent him. Why? Because we, mommy 2.0. We got to teach us how to walk, talk, sit up, right, eat, clean himself, get a job. So that's where the frustration and the passion comes in, that black men are still asking, what should we do? Tell us what to do. And then y'all throwing stats at each other that don't mean a god. Because we're here in the present time. We're here dealing with each other in real time. I don't care what stat the census said over there. I don't care what stat the census said over there. And that's why I posted Sherelle's comment. The men have stats saying black men are great. Anna has stats saying black women are great. We good, then why are we arguing? Obviously, there are huge problems on both sides. We good, right? Black men are saying, black men are educated and we work and we take care of our kids and Anna's saying, no, y'all it is, y'all it is, y'all it is. But so if everybody's good, why are we arguing? So Sherelle has an excellent point. I would just please, I'm asking respectfully, with all the love in my heart that I have for this group, what are y'all getting from insulting this woman? Like, I don't get it. And I'm not defending her. I'm defending the fucking passion. It doesn't make sense. If you don't like her opinion, great. You want to debate her opinion, great. But y'all are sounding just as crazy as you say she's sounding. Y'all been going at it for like an hour. We're not even talking about hypersexuality and black men anymore. So, you know, I welcome all of you. I love all of you. But we're just losing. We're freaking losing the point when the focus is her delivery. And I'll finish with this. And whoever wants to talk out, and I'm gonna bring up OG Patrice. I'll finish with this. Can we stop talking about delivery and passion? Because I put up a freaking clip of Kevin Samuels, okay, speaking for 2 minutes about dick this, you ain't this, fuck that, and you fucking this, and you what are you eating with your dick, and why you want to fuck everything, and why you what? None of the men flinched. None of the men flinched. But in fact, laughed. So I'm just saying, keep the same energy when we're yelling and talking loud. When women are yelling and talking, just keep the same energy. Just pretend, if you can, that it's Kevin Samuels talking to y'all. Because I don't get it. I don't get it. So with that said, I love you all. Please keep commenting. Come up on the panel if you want. But what are we doing?
This is what I'm saying.
Back to Sherelle's point. We good, then why we arguing? And I'm going to bring up the lovely, the always sane, less passionate than me, OG Patrice. Who wants to go after I said that? I love y'all, man, but y'all are killing me.
No, but listen, this is what I find interesting, right? They'll say they're good black men, but every black man in the comment section is pejoratively attacking me. They're coming from a marital status, which they have no idea what it is. They're talking about motherhood, which they have absolutely. This is what I'm saying. There's more of them than there are the Mr. O's. That's the point. So they expose themselves every single time. They're not good. They weaponize what if they think a woman has a weakness, they will weaponize it. They will try to exploit it. These are not good men that we're dealing with. They're not even men. They tell on themselves. They're not men. They're not all Mr. O's. There's only one Mr. O. The rest are in the chat. That's the real world. That's how it works. So don't stop copying, please, for Black men. They are what they are. Be better. Be better. Go to therapy. You're surmising as to whether or not I'm in therapy. I love therapy. Go to therapy. What's wrong with you? None of them would hit the link and come and have a conversation. Not one of them. Not one.
I'm just saying that we, innately, gentlemen, I love y'all. The good, the bad, the ugly. I do have love for y'all and I want the best for y'all, but innately, we are looking for y'all to lead. We're supposed to be a compliment to y'all. We're supposed to tweak your life. We're supposed to say, not that color, baby, this color. We are not supposed to be here telling you how to raise a nation. That is not our position. So when we're forced to be there, yes, passions get heightened. Y'all supposed to lead. Why is it that in our communities, and I'm talking about Black and Latin, why do we have to wear the pants? It is frustrating. I'm saying it respectfully and with love on my lips. We get tired of hearing, what should we do? If y'all don't know, what the fuck are we gonna do?
Women
got a lot of demand.
May I respond to this, please? Please.
Yes.
I think that we're continually talking about the community, and the community needs to take responsibility. Let me go ahead and put this out there. You cannot take responsibility for a community. You can only take responsibility for yourself. So when you make comments, when anyone makes a comment, you're not taking responsibility. When a person has done the things that they should do, it's offensive. When you say that the entire group is not competing, it's offensive. Now, I'm not one to lose my temper, especially online. I state facts. That's how I come. Jen has known me since I've been commenting on YouTube. All I do is come back with facts. You don't like it, everybody's entitled to an opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts. There are members of every community, which was the point of me citing white men in Appalachia, which is the point of me citing different groups. I'm not here to attack anybody who's trying to make it. Hell, I'm not trying to attack anybody who's not trying to make it. But when you say an entire group is not competing, when you have multiple business owners on this panel, when you have people on this panel, I can't speak for everybody else, who employ other people, it is offensive. When you say a group of people are not educated, when you don't know any of our educational status,
I wasn't talking about anyone on the panel. I went through this already,
and that's why
I don't like to have
my
to
point is
all of
that's
my
why you can't say
with.
We can't take responsibility for an entire community.
Well, I'll address that. Jen, didn't I say initially it's refreshing to have a Black man come up here and say, hey, I'm not talking about you. You're not talking about me. I'm not going to preface everything that I say with that. It either applies to you or it doesn't. If it doesn't apply, leave it alone. I'm talking
what I'm saying is when you talk about, I think the misconception is, I know Jen has the all not some sign, but my point is when you say all, thank you, Jen. But when you say all, the connotation is that it's most. And it's
right,
not
but
most.
It is, but
it's not most.
So
even by the most liberal, and I'm looking at I'm looking at, while everybody was talking, I was flipping through the articles on this site that you, on this policy center that you cited. Even by the worst articles, and I don't agree with a lot of them, but even by the worst articles, none of them will say it's even most. It's a disproportionate amount compared to other groups, but it's never most. It's never most. And I think that you have to, and again, I don't like to attack, I don't attack people directly. All I'm saying is when you make claims, because that's what we do throughout this conversation. We make claims, and hopefully we can back up our claims with a fact, with something that's not in dispute. But when you make a claim, it's important that you don't make a claim for a group when it only represents a minority within the group. That's why Daryl came in and said there are more black men in college than in jail, and that's true. That's an actual fact. That's not in dispute. It's an actual fact that if the unemployment rate among black men is 9.8%, even if you go by the most liberal, the labor participation rate for black men is still over 85%. So I think you have to be careful when the way you present your arguments, because no individual can take accountability for an entire group.
Okay,
the same way.
That's not what I'm saying. So
but you keep saying, but you said consistently, take responsibility. You said you dismissed the word fault, and you said take responsibility.
Right, and I'm going to tell you what I mean by that, because you're not going to tell me what I mean. I know what I mean by that. So
that's an individual action, but go ahead.
Right, but individuals contribute to a collective. Like, that's the way society works. So if you have high clips of absenteeism, that's going to affect a community, that's going to affect a society, that's going to affect an economy. That's the way that it works. So as much as you want to individualize everything, which black men love to do, the reality is it all contributes towards the collective. When I say take responsibility, I'm saying when men are absent in the home and they create that economic deficit in the home, in the community, in the system, that's what I'm talking about. Because you're a part of a community, and you're contributing to the degradation and the depreciation of that community and that environment. That's the point. An individual can be an individual as much as they want, but unless you live in an island by yourself, you're not an individual. You are, when you are in North America, you belong to a group. That's the way it works.
How do you adjust? How do you, as an individual, I don't know your demographic background, but how do you, as an individual, how are you, by your logic, how do you take responsibility for your entire community? What is your role? Because you specify it. How do you take it? Because you say you have to take responsibility as an individual,
right? But again,
and then you jump back out to the whole
group. Hold on, again. I'm not personalizing this. I don't care what business. I'm not asking you what businesses you own. I don't personalize. I never come up here and personalize. I don't want to get into your lifestyle, sir. You're damn sure not going to get into my lifestyle.
Again, I'm asking a specific.
Right. You're asking a specific.
Can you answer the question?
I'm answering the question. This is not. We're not personalizing.
I'm not asking. I'm not accusing you of anything.
I'm talking about black men collectively. And I'm speaking in general, in generalities.
Again, how do you propose that the collective take responsibility?
Right. I just said it.
No, because I asked you a different question.
Right. And I answered the first one.
So you're disingenuous. Okay, Jen.
No, it's not. It's just
I appreciate your time. But it's not about that. I'm asking you.
I get the question. Jabari, I get the question. And Alicia, very simply, I think what Jabari's saying, I don't want to put words in your mouth, so please correct me if I'm wrong. Very simply, he's asking the same responsibility that you're putting on black men, whether collectively, individually, or whatever, even though you're not personalizing it, you're not calling out specific names. How are you doing that? Or black women in general, if you want to take yourself out of it, how are black women doing what you
how are black?
No, that's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking.
Okay.
I'm sorry. What I was asking
You was asking about her individually, what she...
No. I'm asking, she's saying accept or take responsibility or whatever. The question becomes how? How do you as a group take responsibility? What is taking responsibility in your eyes?
It looks like building up your communities. That's what it looks like, not making your community and turning it into a hood. It means making sure the kids in the community are protected and they have some insulation. It means that maybe you create programs, or maybe you join programs, Big Brother, Big Sister. There are so many things. What can't you do to help build up your community? There's so many things that an individual person and could organize with other individuals, right? Because it has to be a collective effort, and nothing can be done on an individual basis. It is a collective effort. How about policing and chin checking the Black men who are making the hood, who are picking up guns, who are brutalizing the women and children, who are selling the drugs? How about building up something that is your own? How about trying to be separate but equal?
Trying to get through the young guys is not easy. Trust me.
Well, besides that, there are a lot of advocates for positivity and growth and prosperity in hoods. So we've been speaking about whatever statistics that ring the most true to you, that stand out the most to you, and we're neglecting the fact that there are individuals making that difference.
I'm not doing this. We already discussed this.
Well,
Focus on the good Black
keep
men.
repeating
Don't
what
worry
you're
about
saying,
the bad
though.
Black men. Like if the impact that the bad Black men are having, if the impact is greater than the good Black men, then it's a problem.
So are you saying that there isn't a time allotment for this? They're supposed to wave a magic wand and it'd be done tomorrow?
You guys aren't.
Wake up
You don't
tomorrow
want
and have
to.
this
You guys,
solved?
no. It's not about magic wand. It's about saying, hey, you know what? The good Black men are doing what they're supposed to do. Let them keep doing what they're supposed to do. Let's get more of them. Well, why are you going to focus on what they're doing if not enough of them are doing it?
Well, I think that's happening. It's a growth and a time thing.
Right.
You're saying that.
All right. Okay.
I want to do a super chat break really, really quickly. See, these put a smile on my face. Okay, bring me back to reality. Ill Doctrine says, I think this is for you, Reese. The just fight and assert your rights is absurd and is indicative of someone completely ignorant about family court and its outcomes. It's also female privilege that allows her to utter that nonsense. Okay, I think this is for Annalise here regarding your situation, Reese. Thank you so much for the super chat, Ill Doctrine. But I want OG Patrice to speak because last time she came up here, she didn't get to, and I was really upset that she had to go. So please, OG Patrice, por favor, I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Hi, how's everybody on the panel doing?
What's going on?
I heard the conversation. I heard I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. Was somebody speaking to me? Okay.
No,
yeah, actually, Ill Doctrine's statement is absolutely true because I heard the young lady Anna on the panel talk about the court system and child support like it's that easy, and it's not. It is definitely swayed towards the female persuasion, the mothers. My son is constantly in child support, has been fighting since my firstborn granddaughter was 8 months old and she's now 13. My son has been paying child support for a child he hasn't seen since she was 8 months old. And I'll tell you why, because the system is geared towards women, period. The system, the child support system is a business. Understand that. Every time they charge the child support and that fee comes out, they make money off of the fee that they charge when the child support order goes to that man's job. You see that fee price there. That's how the state make their money off of child support. So it's a business, and it leans towards and favors women. Just absolutely thinking that women are the better parent all the time, like 100%. of the time, the courts think that the women are the better parent. You have my son, upstanding citizen, works a great job, makes good money, was honored at the White House, and he's been chasing this woman for almost 13 years. You know why? Has spent tens of thousands of dollars to fight all the time while he's paying child support, because every time he tries to see his child, guess what the mother does? She moves to another state. She ups and she moves to another state. And you know what else she does? That is also where the law leans more towards women. She can walk in a police station in any state and make a complaint against my son and say my son has abused his child, a child that he hasn't seen since she was 8 months old, and now she's 13. And that's on record. So if he comes within 100 feet of his child, he's going to jail. This is what happened in my son's scenario that he's been fighting for 13 years. So it's not that easy, Miss Anna, for men to just get their children a fight. Hold on, ma'am, I did not. I've been up here for a long time, and I didn't
say it was easy though.
I did not disturb anyone. Please, I respect you. I respect your passion, but let me speak because I want to be clear on that.
I understand
so
that.
Listen, ma'am, please.
No, I'm sorry. I don't want to interject, but I never said it was easy. I just want to say that.
No, but you were saying it like when you were talking to the young man like it was, and it's not, because if men don't have the money that my son have been spending, it's not easy at all. It's a hell of a fight for men. And I'm not talking about just black men. The courts make it that way for every race of man. White men, Hispanic men, Asian men, anyone that's fighting the system, because the court leans towards the female, period, point blank, and the explanation point. And then when they can walk in any state and any police department and put down on file to the police department and the child services. And now she's actually wanted by the courts, but my son won't have her locked up. You know why? Because he says, I don't want my daughter to think any ill of me for putting her mother in jail and having my daughter to have to look at me as saying, you locked up my mom. Because he actually can do that, but he's still spending tens of thousands of dollars. And every time she moves, jump from state to state, every time he tries to see her child, she walks in the police station without receipts, just by her word. And there is a spot and a blemish right there where my son's name popped up and said, if you come within 100 feet of your child, you're getting locked up. That's everywhere she's moved to, young lady. So it's not that easy for men at all when it comes to child support in the court system. It is a business for them, right, and they are benefiting off of it.
No, I understand that. I never once said it was easy. I actually said to him, and I emphasize, you have to work hard, whether it's fiscally, like physically work hard, you have to work hard. I understand that. And I'm not going to go into your particular situation, but the way that the law works is you actually have to prove that if an incident took place, it has to be proven. Otherwise, you can fight it. Like, that's the way that the law works, right? You can't just say anything you want to say, and then they say, they strapped a bomb to their chest, or they went into, like, you can't just say anything you want. You things have to be proven.
That is not true. I just said to you that my ex-daughter-in-law walked in the police department and said that my son is her child. That is why he can't come within 100 feet of his own child.
Right, and he's working to prove that he didn't, right?
How are you going to prove it? He hasn't seen his child since she was 8 months. She's 13. He's telling the courts this, but do they listen? No, because the law favors and leans towards more than women, period.
So
that's reality.
Why do they lean towards where does this notion come from that they lean towards the mother? Where does that come from? Because
the courts automatically thinks that women are the best parent, and that's not always the scenario.
Hold on.
Women are not always the best parents. Sometimes there are good fathers that are raising kids that are being a better parent to their child than the mother is. Those are facts.
Right, that's fine. But what I've seen with clients, what I've seen in family court is the judge grants custody to the parent. Everything is about the child's best interest. There's no default that says not anymore. No default.
That's not true. That's not true.
No,
that's not true.
It is true.
That's not true. That's not true.
Whatever is in the best
that is not true. The court system and family court,
ma'am,
automatically unless that woman is on drugs, an alcoholic, damn near dead, one foot in the grave, kicking, screaming, grabbing, is abusive, and it is on paper.
Right.
Listen, the court system favors the woman.
It's not about favor. It's not. They're not favoring. Mothers are the primary caretakers of children. That's the reason that the judge says that.
Well, then there it is. There it is. You just said it. Primary and favors. The court favors. Ma'am, I went through the whole system and still going through it with my son. I see it in black and white.
Mothers are primary caretakers, ma'am. That is the reason that the judge grants them custody. That doesn't mean that fathers don't have access or rights or custody. All of
and
that.
I never said they did, but the courts make it harder for men because of that reason.
Y'all, breastfeeding had a lot to do with that back in the day, with that decision.
Right.
Awarded. It depended on the age of the child. Like if it was an infant that was still breastfeeding, and I was breastfed for 2 years. You know what I'm saying? So it depended on the situation, because in certain situations they would award the child to the man, like if the man is married, lives in a mansion, and you know what I mean? It depends on the situation.
What I'm saying is there's no, and if there is a law, I would like someone to pull it up. There's no law, there's no legislation, there's no clause that says the judge is going to grant custody to the mother. It is circumstantial, and it is an individual decision that is made in the best interest of the child. Whether or not
9 times out of 10, if that child is already with the parent, the judge is keeping that child with the parent, with that mother, even when the father is trying to fight to get even joint custody. 9 times out of 10, the mom is the one. Okay. I'm going to digress, because what I don't come up here to do is be combative and argue. I just only explain that point to you, young lady, because you were saying like it was so easy for men to just fight and get their children, and it's not.
I said you have to work hard.
But do you realize that a lot of men don't have that kind of money? It just so happened my son does, but a lot of men don't. Do you realize how much of the tens and thousands, it gets into the hundreds of thousands of dollars for that cost?
Right. And men have to work, right? Everybody has to work. The moms are working, fathers have to work. It's not easy, but it's what you have to do.
But that's not what you said to him. You was like, you just need to work. You just need to make it happen. Do it, or else you're not a good father. If you're not showing up, then that means
Don't paraphrase me, because that's
not you said. I'm paraphrasing, but to some extent, you did say that.
No, I don't tell me what I said. I know what I said. I said
I just said you were paraphrasing, ma'am, but it was some to that sentiment.
Right, but I didn't say that. And
it might have been her delivery. Her delivery might have been a little abrasive.
No, I'm cool with her delivery, because I'm the same way in my conviction. I'm very passionate in my conviction.
That's not what I said. I said it is hard. I said we all are responsible for the decisions that we make, and it is going to be hard, but you have to fight. That's what I said.
But you also said something to the effect that if he didn't, then that's not showing like he's a good father or a good man or something to that extent.
No, I didn't say anything about that.
I did hear something like that.
Well, you heard something then. But if a man chooses not to do that's his choice. It all comes down to choices. I didn't say that. I didn't paraphrase that. You can't even paraphrase. No.
All right.
Okay, I'll roll it back and listen to it later, but I know I heard something to that sentiment. But anyway, I digress, and I'm going back down in the chat. I just wanted to only make that that very, very clear, because I have had to sit on many platforms where I know that there are men that are hurting, that are fighting, that have spent thousands and thousands of dollars like my son has. And when women make it difficult for them because they do, because they can, and then there's no onus back on the woman. So that is absolutely the truth.
But my only point is, judicially speaking, fathers have rights. Fathers have rights, and they have to exercise their rights. If they want to be in their child's life, if they want to see their child, if the mother is alienating the child, you have rights. That was my point. And if a man,
you didn't say alienation at first. Now you're saying alienation, which is a part of abuse, which can be proven. So if abuse of any kind on the mother's part can be proven, that's a different story. But you didn't say that at first when you was talking to that young man with the cap on.
No, I did say alienation. I said if you feel if the child is being alienated, you have rights. I absolutely did say that. I see it every day.
Y'all heard that? She called me a young man.
My only
Jen, thank you for letting me speak. I'm going back down in the chat.
You actually, I know what she's referring to. I did say that if they don't, if they're not gonna fight, then are they men? That's what I said. So yeah, I said something to the effect of, if they don't fight, then they're absolutely.
I don't think it was a shot at me. I'm not
talking about. I don't know anybody here. I don't know anyone. I'm speaking in generalities. Men fight. If you want something, you're going to fight for it. If your child is important, you're going to fight. That's what parents do. Period. If you need money, you go and work. Like, you have to hustle.
It could be a rocky road sometimes. I'm telling you. And sometimes when emotions get in the way, women will put up roadblocks and stuff like that. And I've seen both sides of that coin too. I've seen some dudes that just walked off and said, fuck it. And then I've seen guys that have tried, and then the women is like an impotence to them. You know what I'm saying? And it's just foul because the child gets affected from it. I watched it happen in my own life with my own children. And,
right, but men have rights. Women can't just say, "Oh, I don't like you anymore. I don't like you like that. I don't want you on my kid." No, because I'm telling you, there's no law. There's no law that says mothers by default. It used to be that way, and it was because of breastfeeding, because and also it's the best interest of the child. But the laws, everything has changed now. Now judges petition for and advocate for 50-50. As much time with mom and dad as they can possibly quantify. That's what the judges are doing now. I see it every day. My friend is a she's a lawyer. Shandai, she's literally in family law. This is what she does every day. And she's telling me more and more men are exercising their rights as parents. Like, and men they'll fight the long way if they have to. But she's seeing it more and more. You have rights. Exercise your rights as fathers. And the reality is, when you don't exercise your rights, you devalue your position and your place as a father. Exercise your rights. Fight.
How can you get a woman to compromise with you when you're absent? You know what I mean? Like, how can you have an impact, like, as far as your decisions and what you want done with the child itself? Because it seems like they don't respect that if you're not there living with them. You know what I mean?
That's a whole, listen, we'll have that conversation. I have family members that have been in the same situation. We have to talk about that another day, but I agree with Tristan. It's time for bed. I'm just going to read this super chat from Doctrine. I'm sure Jen, she appreciates it. He said, just FYI, it's not only the number of children of homes without fathers. Even children in two-parent homes are affected in neighborhoods with low percentage of two-parent homes. I don't know what he's saying. Well, yeah, obviously, if you have two, is he saying like two parents that don't affect in neighborhoods with low percentage of two-parent homes? Oh, right. Okay, now I understand what he's saying.
I wish
yeah. And that's what I was saying when I was saying that individual choices impact the overall collective. That's what I'm talking about. Because even if you have it depreciates the value of a community when you have a lot of absenteeism. Like, that's the reality. It makes it extremely susceptible to outside threats. Like that's the
You know
reality,
what?
and that's what I was saying earlier. So yeah, he's right. That's why all of everyone's choices, it affects the community, and that affects the collective, and that affects the people as a whole. That's what I'm saying. Like, but he's
You know
right.
what? Although you were a little fiery today, I respect your opinion. And if I could return some and give you some advice in return,
Yeah, because we're gonna can you
you're
guys
real
hear me?
passionate about what you say. Yeah,
We
you're
hear
real
you. Yeah.
passionate about what you say, but I think that can be a little toxic if you let it consume you. You know what I mean? Just be careful that it doesn't consume you and affect you, medically. Because I've seen people harper on one thing so much and then get sick from it. You know, I don't want nobody getting sick because they're so passionate about something and hurt or whatever. You know what I mean? And today you were breathing fire on a couple brothers, like lining them up, and they were reaching out to you. You know what I'm saying? I get that you're passionate, but please don't let it consume you. You know what I mean? And make and become a medical issue.
The only time it consumes me is if I'm on YouTube. In my real world, I have guy friends that are black. I have colleagues, sorry, that are black. It's late. I don't have in my real world, real life, real time. I'm good. But some of my closest friends I grew up with them. We're good. It's only when I get on YouTube that it becomes this extremely vitriolic discord. Like outside of that, I'm fine. Like therapy, yoga. I'm honestly, it's harder to be me than it is to be around me, if that makes sense. Like it's not YouTube. It's bad on YouTube. YouTube, it's very easy for things to come out because we don't know each other. So you can unload the clip. We don't know each other. We're not going to see each other. But in real life, these are people that I've cultivated friendships and relationships with, and we have an understanding and a rapport. And there's more at stake because we've invested in each other, right? As friends or as colleagues or as whatever it is. But YouTube is the only place where it just comes out. And it's because there's just no accountability, with the exception of the unicorn here and there. But listen, yoga does wonders. Therapy I hope to be in therapy for the rest of my life, although my therapist doesn't agree with me. But I mean, I take care of myself. But I got to stop coming on YouTube.
Too. I do yoga too, and the resistance stretching. If you feel a lot better after that.
Okay, guys. So I want to say, we are at 6 hours, which is insane. That was not my intention. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties. I'm slurring now because it's late for me too. But I don't know what's wrong with this Mac. Anyway, I want to thank you all so much. And Alicia, you are everything I thought you would be. I appreciated you being up here, even though it was rough. Down the road, I'm about leave people to their opinions. And if they are not saying your name in the sentence, put it in a bubble and blow it away. We have to learn not to be offended at every little thing, even when it's a blanket statement. If your name was not called, you need to woosah. I can relate. I understand because I'm passionate. I'm yelling on here, and I go, and love on the men, the women, the children, my family. It's not like, YouTube brings out a lot of passion because we see a lot of shit in abundance. So I can relate. Thank you for the super chats. You guys were freaking amazing tonight. You freaking made my whole week. I'm still coming on tomorrow, start some more trouble. Reese, thank you for being such a gentleman. Mr. Always Usual, Half Jabari, thank you for remaining diplomatic. And Alicia, just so you know, me and Jabari, he makes me take my earrings off. But 5 minutes after, we're right back like, hey, what's up? So I want to thank everybody. I love you, chat. I love you, even though I had to, poke you in the forehead a couple times. You guys know I love you. And I appreciate your support. Tristan, you already know. What did he say? God forgave me for being a beta male. I love Tristan. And please come back. Subscription, notification, hit the like on your way out the door. Any questions or comments you have for me, leave them in the comment or hit me on the block with Jen on Instagram. I am available. No, you should. Tristan!
That video is hilarious.
It is, and it is time for bed. So if you guys want to say any parting words about blackmail and hypersexuality.
No.
Oh, now I'm back.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, because I was on my phone and now I'm on here. I don't know what's going on. Oh my goodness.
Before I get out of here, look, I'm going to say I had a lot of fun. This is some good practice for me. I'm going to come check you out in like a week. I got to go show your girl some love.
Let me get out of this because I don't know how to.
Huh? Uh-oh.
Well, since we're gonna take oh, she came back. I'm about to say, we're about to take over her channel, guys. Let's take it
Can I do
over.
my outro? Can you hear me?
Good, I can hear you. Thank you for your
All
patience.
right. I said I'm gonna come check you out in like a week. I gotta go show your girl some love. The show I met you on, Juana Chica.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
What you mean in a week?
Huh?
What you mean in a week? You gonna be gone for a week?
Around the daytime, yeah.
Okay.
I found some work, so I'm, and I don't know when I'm gonna be around really. So
Well, you're always welcome here.
But I had a lot of fun. I actually had some fun talking to her, even though she's a dragon. You know what I mean? But it was eventful and fun. You know what I'm saying? And I'll check y'all out. I love doing this, and I'm gonna always bring you some good content because I'm actually practicing. And I bought a bunch of equipment, and I want to try. I'm gonna take a crack at this content thing and see what happens.
You should. You have a great point of view, a good temperament, and women are not a monolith. We hear that a lot about the community's not a monolith. Women are not a monolith. Some of us are more hyped than others, and it doesn't mean we're angry. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with women. Women have blessed me my entire life. I will never have an issue. Even though it's a lot of nonsense going on, me personally, they treated me good, and I've been saved by women countless times. Count the friend zone or not. You know what I mean? So it's not everything isn't what it seems. It's not as bad as what it seems. It's just what they're putting out in front of us. So that's for anybody listening, man. Don't pay attention to these stats and these shows. We are not this bad. I see a lot of love everywhere I go. With that, y'all, I'm out here.
I also want to thank OG Patrice for, the gems that she dropped, because it's very true. I know personally in my own family, I saw it on the other side where one of my female relatives was, saying all kind of lies in court to keep, her child away from the father. So it can get vicious on both sides. So thank you, OG, for sharing that about your son. I hope he gets everything he has to get in order to see his baby. But aside from that, guys, Annalicia, any last words? Tristan, I know you're gonna mess with me anyway, whatever.
I just want to say thank you, Jen, for letting me be really ratchet. Thank you for letting me come up here and unload the clip. I love everyone, even all the men on the panel. There's no hard feelings. We have different opinions. I don't have a problem with it. We're all different people. This is YouTube, but it's fun sometimes. And I just want to say, keep fighting. Fight to see your children. Fight to be a better man. Fight to be a better woman. Fight to be a better person. Fight to have a better community. Just keep fighting. And thank you, Jen. And Tristan, if I ever get, well, you know my personal situation, but Tristan, trust me, I'll be waiting on the back end for you.
Wait, is that? I don't know if that's a threat or not. Wait, is that a threat? Wait, what is that?
No,
wait,
not
hold
a
on.
threat.
Wait, what is that? Wait.
What was that? I don't know what that was. What was
Wait, hold on. Don't delete this live. I need that as evidence. No, I'm joking. I got you, son. I got you.
Bye, Sherelle. You got to come up next time. All right, guys. Good night, Tristan. Go to bed. My brain is fried right now. I can't even. I really didn't intend on being here 6 hours, but
Listen, you know I love you, so I stuck it out. But listen, next time I'm like, Jen, I'm going to bed, yo.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you. Next time I'm not doing 6 hours. Okay.
You said that last time.
Leave me alone. I'm going to bed now. I can't even think. I can't see straight. Thank you for putting up with me through those freaking technical difficulties. David Dillon, thank you for rocking with me. It's the first time I see you rock all the way. I love you.
Good night, everybody.
Wow. Okay. See you next time. Woo. Get out of here, Tristan. All right, guys. Bye. Thank you for joining me on another episode of On the Block with Jen, pulling up and rocking with your girl 6 fucking hours. You guys are the truth. And I'm going to keep trying to bring you great content, great arguments, great debates, and great people. We had a dope panel tonight. Hit that like button for me on the way out. Tell people about my YouTube channel. Have them come over and join the panel. If you guys want to chill in the chat and you know somebody who would come up and rock the panel, let them know. Make sure you follow me on the Block with Jen on Instagram. My main page is shut down, so I'm strictly on the Block with Jen. And I am looking forward to seeing y'all again. And you know I'm always coming with something weird. Next one may be weird. Okay, but informative. All right, guys. Good night. Bye. Love you. And I'm gone.